People said my family was cursed. Mom tried to protect us with God. Pop tried to protect us with wrestling. He said if we were the toughest, the strongest, nothing could ever hurt us. I believed him. We all did.
I'm just saying, this was the first good thing that came with being in this prison with you.
Need I remind you that it is not my fault that you are stuck here? Do you think I want to be babysitting you? Oh, no, I was praying to the God I don't even believe in that your mother would pick up the phone or your father would arrive in a helicopter or a submarine or a flying fucking saucer to take you
dead.
이것도 전생이라면 우리의 다음 생에서는 벌써 서로에게 다른 인연인 게 아닐까? 그때 우린 누굴까?
모르겠어.
I will restore my son to health. Swiss doctors, Italian doctors, bullshit. I could not. I did not.
Because you were so consoled at Castelvetro, you lost your attention. You had another boy growing stronger while Dino was getting weaker.
What goes on in your mind? He got sick. Dystrophy. Kidneys. It destroyed him. It destroyed us.
What do you care? Huh? You have another son, you have another wife.
She's not my wife, but he is my son.
Manzeska kodepi kondaka. Monzeska kontaska. Ajin mironke konta achaska. Tainta akli achai.
Insekja pa mazeska adina kai. Mazeska inki konda kai. Yoktape.
I'd like to apply for your job of beach.
So you want to be a lifeguard?
Oh, I'm not trained to go over there. I'm trained to stand confidently right here.
But there's nobody in danger here.
And even if there were, I'm not trained to save them.
Then I can't hire you.
I can't even beach him!
Money can buy you almost anything. It can't buy you immortality. That you have to earn. I'm gonna look you in the eyes, and I'm gonna tell you the future.
And now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to 2024 here on the Rob Fishbeck Network, the RFN, if you will. I am Rob Fishbeck, one of the multiple hosts on this channel, and I am very excited. Just gave myself chills watching that intro video. Wow, 2023 was quite the year for, if I will say, a very diverse types of films that were all absolutely fantastic, and I could not be more excited for this evening's show. I've got a lot of great guests here in the dugout, and it's going to be the boys club tonight. And we're going to be talking about a vast array of films, from comedies to dramas to superhero flicks to everything in between. So we're just going to cut right to it, and I'm going to start bringing our guests in right now. You know him from the Next Issue podcast, one of our good friends over here, ladies and gentlemen, the ambassador, Danny. What's going
Hey
on, bud?
everyone, how you doing, Rob? Great. I love your intro. That was great. We'll see if the YouTube gods like that last part. That was a bold gamble there, but very excited. If you are watching this, because we're simulcasting on my channel, make sure to go subscribe to Rob's channel, because you can get more content like this. So thanks for having me, Rob.
Hell yeah, Danny. Next up, he's been around here for a long time, pretty much since the RFN began, as well as with Danny. You know him. He is the whitest man that you know, and our undefeated, fantastic film trivia league champion, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ryan White. What's going on, bud?
Hello again. Excited to talk about 2023 and see what 2024 has to bring.
That's going to be great. And then he's a newer addition to the channel, but we've been friends for a long time, and he's doing it great over on his own channel on the YouTubes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kurt, what's going on, buddy?
What's up? Thanks for having me. Dude, that intro was awesome. Great job. And some of the transitions, like Oppenheimer to Godzilla, so good. Love that.
It's a great double feature. My favorite was, so I had a way inside baseball behind the scenes thing. I was about 2 hours into making the video, and I had this 3.5 second gap between, because everything plays like perfectly, like where it cuts. And I wanted it to, I'm just Ken. Like as soon as Ken hits, I wanted to cut to Maestro with Bernstein conducting.
Okay.
And I'm like, but I need a 3.5 second clip. So I had this other clip from Spider-Verse as like a placeholder, like as a temp thing. And then I put in the group chat, I was like, hey, if you guys got some other movies, I got plenty of room at the end. And Ryan was like, Mission Impossible. And I'm like, that's fucking perfect. I'll use the cliff jump.
I said that.
I was going to say,
yeah.
I did love the Ken Maestro remix.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Yeah. By the way, Leonard is upset that you didn't include Fast X. So,
well, yes, I've not seen that film, but yes. So anyway, so we've got a lot to talk about tonight. I'm really excited. Before we get into like really get knee deep into talking about some of these movies, I want to go around the horn here and I kind of want to hear everybody's like overall thoughts about 2023 as a whole. If there's any comments that you want to make about the films that came out this year, Danny, we'll start with you.
Well, Rob, we were talking a little backstage. 23 was somehow an incredible year in film. Like I'm looking, so we have various lists and everything that we kind of put together, but I'm looking at my 3.5 star stuff. I have like, I don't know, almost 30 movies that are 3.5. Like those are things that kind of barely missed the mark, right? This is where I wish that Letterboxd was a little bit more nuanced with like the 3.75 and something like give quarter stars to. I think that'd be a really nice feature, so we can get a little more granular, because like there are some films that they're not really 3.5, but I don't want to put them at 4 because then they'll, so just stuff like that. But I think we were spoiled last year, and we should have saved some of those films for maybe this year and the rest of the decade, because who knows what's going to happen after these strikes, how long things are going to get to really ramp up. But yeah, I'm very excited to talk about all this. So I'll pass it on to the next person.
Hell yeah. Ryan White, what say you, buddy?
Danny, if you run out of things to watch, there's always this thing called physical media that you can purchase, and you can watch the same thing again and again, and you always own it, and nobody's ever able to take it away from you.
Lucky for me, Ryan, there are endless anime that I've yet to watch. So if I ever don't have a movie to watch, I think like I can find something.
That works out too. But as far as 2023, I think the biggest thing about it is the things that we thought would be successful weren't, and the things that we almost had no clue about turned out to be the most successful. So it was definitely an interesting year.
Kurt, what say you?
I think it was a really good year. And I said this backstage, but it was a really deep year. Like almost my entire top 20 is 4 stars or higher, which is pretty rare for me. So I think I did really like last year too, but I thought last year was a bit more top heavy. And this year, I think it just goes a little bit deeper with a lot more like really good movies, if that makes sense.
I couldn't agree more, Kurt. For me, it's like I look at the films, you know, to go off of what Danny was saying too, you know, just looking at my 3.5 stars this year, you know, a lot of those are movies that are like, yeah, that was really good. It's not quite a 4-star, but damn if it's not a high 3.5.
Yep.
Whereas like I look back at other years and I go, yeah, those are 3.5s. They're not strong 3.5s.
Right.
And I agree with you, Kurt. Everything that's in my top 25, let alone top 20, is 4 stars or higher. And I look at years past and go, yeah, there was like 4 or 5 movies that were 5 stars or 4.5 stars or whatever it be. But then the rest of it, like after like number 7, it kind of really starts to trickle off where you're just kind of grabbing stuff to fill out a list.
Yeah.
Whereas this year it was like, man, and spoilers for my own show tomorrow, but it's like, man, do I knock the Holdovers or Air out of the top 10? And you feel you're insulting the filmmakers, you know?
Yep. Yeah, it's tough. And there are other years where like I'd have 3.5s in my top 10. So that's just a testament to how good this year was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think another really cool thing is that I look at the top stuff on my list and it's just very diverse when it comes to genre, when it comes to the medium too. Like I have a bunch of animated stuff. When it comes to like biopic versus original stuff versus like adaptations or like even even something that's like a franchise thing. Like it's all kinds of things in there. Like there's no one thing where it's like this is the year of the biopic. Like I remember maybe it was a couple years ago it was like Elvis and a bunch, like there was a whole bunch of biopics that people were just like pushing for that. But this year is very, very diverse as to like what's been really good and successful.
Right. And we'll talk about it too. I don't want to spoil anything, but like I know your guys' thoughts on Ferrari, you know, but it's like to me, it's like, you know, the biopics that came out this year, they weren't cradle to casket biopics necessarily. They were more, hey, let's pick a couple years and focus on that.
Snapshot in time. Yeah.
Yeah. And I always have found those to be far more interesting than kind of the life saga ones that they do. And there's nothing wrong with them. You know what's great about movies? They make movies for so many different types of people. So it's like, you might not be into this, but you're into that. And, you know, everybody's happy. The other thing I wanted to mention too is, with what Ryan was saying with physical media, I've been seeing this the last few days on my socials that Best Buy is slowly removing everything from their stores and their online presence and everything. And it's just like, you know, let's take a time out, everybody, because, the 2 biggest movies of the year were Barbie and the Super Mario Brothers. Now, yes, known IPs, but first time at it. Well, I guess Super Mario Brothers, they made that movie in the 90s and they have made straight-to-video Barbie movies, but we're not going to, I'm talking about, whatever. These are, kind of their first goes at it. And by golly, if they weren't successful, where we look at, and I guess we could talk about this before we get into the movies too, because we were talking about it backstage. Movies that you would have thought would have been guarantees going into 2023. Indiana Jones lost money. The Marvels lost a lot of money. The Flash lost a lot of money. Aquaman is not doing very well at all. All on down the line. And yet, here's this movie called Barbie, directed by Greta Gerwig, who directed 2 indie films prior to this. Yes, she's an actress as well, but no, she's not. No offense to Greta Gerwig, she is now. But a year ago, she was not Christopher Nolan or David Fincher or Michael Mann or Martin Scorsese or any of these guys that like your average person knows who they are. And fuck, people showed up in droves. Men showed up in droves, to go see a movie about Barbie and Ken. And there's something to be said about that.
And
horses. Any thoughts on the just kind of that whole box office, that whole thing, like over the year? Danny, we'll start with you again. Thoughts on that?
Man, I don't follow the box office numbers very like closely, just because I'm like, I think if I can be at the theaters that weekend, I'll be at the theater that weekend, right? So, but that's not everyone. That's not the mainstream audience. But I mean, I was definitely surprised by how much money Barbie brought in. Also, Super Mario, like I thought the movie was fine. It's fun. It's a fun movie, but oh boy, I'm glad it reminds me of the line from The Dark Knight. Where's the Italian? There it goes. They're rolling right in just to get all this money, and from there, which is good because successful things like that prompt more things, and then this cycle of like now we're probably gonna get a bunch of like Nintendo stuff adaptations that are gonna come out. Some of them are gonna be good, some of them are not. And then we'll kind of get tired of it, so it'll trigger that cycle. Ryan, I feel like I triggered something in you very strongly.
No, it's just off of what you're saying, and I could be wrong, but I think their next move is the live-action Zelda movie. Isn't that what they're
correct?
doing
No,
yet?
you're right. You're right, Ryan.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited to just kind of really dive into this, even though we don't really fully understand why it's happening. So
I feel we're entering a new renaissance in film, and I truly believe it. And like the writing's on the wall, we're not quite there yet, but I think the door's kind of been knocked down a little bit. Ryan, do you have any thoughts on what we've been talking about with the box office?
I mean, just going off of what you were saying and what it sounded like you were about to say, stop making movies for 200 million plus when they don't need to be 200 million plus. Hell, make it for less than 100 million if you can, and your chance of a profit is so much better.
Could not agree more. Kurt, thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, so I think there's a few things going on here. One is what you just said. They are spending way too much money on some of these movies, especially when you have something like Godzilla -1 that costs like $15 million or whatever and looks incredible. And then another thing is, I think this year proved that word of mouth really matters, because movies like Indiana Jones, Quantumania, The Marvels got very mixed reviews, whereas people loved Oppenheimer, they loved Barbie. Plus, obviously, those two benefited from the whole Barbenheimer thing, which is funny because a lot of people thought at first that like this is going to hurt each other's box office. They're going to take from each other, but it was just the opposite. They lifted each other up and they both made more money because of that event. The one, I mean, Mission Impossible also lost money, which got very positive reviews, but came out at a bad time. Came out right before Barbenheimer, which was a huge mistake.
I also, and I have not heard anyone say this anywhere else. It's just kind of my personal feeling. Yes, you're right. It accidentally just came out at the wrong time.
Yeah, and Cruise tried to move it too. He wanted to.
I also do think because it was a part one,
Mm-hmm.
I think for your casual, I think of some of my friends that would see a trailer for that and go, well, it's a part one. I'll wait, 6-9 months from now, right before the second one's going to come out. And then I'll just kind of watch them sequentially.
Right.
Maybe I'm right. Maybe that wasn't the case, but again, every ass and seat counts, and by golly, if 2022 didn't blow the doors down on, hey, word of mouth is a legitimate thing. Look at everything everywhere all at once. That movie expanded into more theaters because of its success in the box office. And then again, and I don't want to spoil anything, but the one film that I'll mention from this year, if you would have asked me November 1st, hey, did you know that there was a new Godzilla movie from Japan coming out? I would have been like, what are you talking about? I found out because of this community literally a week or so before the film hit, because Lego loves Godzilla, and you guys all know what's going on as well. And they extended its theatrical run because it was so successful the first week. And I was just getting over from a very horrible sinus infection, but I willed my way to the theater. And the fact that, I had chills. I'm in a theater on a Saturday night. There's plenty of other things for people to go and see. The Marvels had just come out. I'm in a theater on a Saturday night in a like 70% full house, except for the front rows. 70% of it was full with people watching a film that's in subtitles. It's in Japanese. And there was an applause at the end. Like, what? You know what I mean? Because if you were to ask studio executives, they'd be like, they don't want that. They want The Rock and Vin Diesel and fast cars and watered down plots so they don't have to think too hard and all that stuff. And it's like, you guys should all be fired. Just like what happened in the late 1960s when the first film renaissance happened, because it's like you guys they've underestimated their audience for so long with their intelligence levels and what they're willing to try, or try something new. It's like trying out a new food. And I just look back at this year and go, yeah, the writing's on the wall. I think we're headed towards something real here. But hey, guess what? So what's great about the RFN? We plan. I'm very meticulous, but all shit can hit the fan at a moment's notice. We have another guest joining us tonight. We were talking just briefly in the chat, and I know he's seen a lot of the movies we're going to be covering, so we're just going to bring him in now. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him and you love him, Mr. Big Mo. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mo? Good to see you, man.
What's good? What's good, everyone? How's everyone doing?
Good.
We're about to start, so we don't even know what your favorite films of the year are. But
all right,
I'm gonna kick things off. We're gonna do things around the clock, so it'll start with Danny and it'll end with me, and we'll just have a group conversation on each film. Or if nobody else has seen it, you can do a quick review or whatever it be, and we'll just kind of keep going on. Mo, in the private chat, just mute yourself if you want to type in the private chat. We'll kind of let each other know maybe what we're going to bring up next. And then if you also look in the private chat, I will repost it. But there are a few films that we're going to save till the end.
Okay.
So, Danny, we're going to kick things off with you, bud. What do you want to start with?
All right. So I don't want to stray too far from my, like what I feel is my genre, right?
Yeah.
So there were plenty of superhero films this year. Some of them were good. Some of them were bad. Some of them were put out by Sony. I think that might apply more to this year. But the one I want to talk about the most is, well, I guess not the most, but first is Blue Beetle.
Hell yeah.
I feel like I recently rewatched it because we did a show on the channel to kind of talk about it. Once it hit Max, like we all watched it again. They brought it up a star for me. Like I had it at 4 and now it's a 4.5. It is just very rewatchable, fantastic film. Obviously there's a big connection because we see a lot of my people on the screen, so that's also very cool. Like, and it's not like they were just there. They were like a lot of the things, a lot of the tropes that like when Jaime goes with his family to the job and they drop him off, like, there's a lot of like, if you're the first generation going to college, or like, there's a lot of times where your family's really involved like that. It was definitely a family film. It definitely had a lot of heart. And I love that they used a practical suit. So like, it really just checked a lot of boxes. And I don't think so if you guys remember, this was supposed to go straight to Max when it was originally announced. And I don't know if it was because they saw the film and they're like, oh, this will probably do good in the theaters. Or whatever the case might be. I'm glad they put it out in the theaters. So yeah, I think Blue Beetle is just one of my favorite films of this year. It's so rewatchable. It's got a great soundtrack, especially if you like to, have a good time. I never would have thought that I would have been watching a movie and then Calle 13 hits to like start the movie. That was like, I was shook. I was like, oh, we're in for a good time. So.
I have the Spanish version of Be My Baby that's in that film on my workout playlist now, which that caught me by surprise. That was awesome.
It's really good. I love that they use like classic stuff. They use covers, like it's very good as far as that. But the message of like the story is pretty simple. Like I think the villain, if anything, that's probably the weakest part, but it's the part I cared about the least because it's really about Jaime and his family. So yeah, Blue Beetle is just like, I feel like it'll kick off kind of the conversation in a good spot.
Hell yeah. We'll just go around the horn. Ryan, thoughts on Blue Beetle?
I gotta be honest. When I saw the trailer for this, to me, it looked pretty generic. So I did skip it in the theater, and I have yet to get around to it on Max.
You hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry.
Trust me, there's gonna be a handful of movies tonight some of us just haven't seen yet, and that's totally cool. It's even a great platform just to plug stuff, too.
Hopefully I sold you on it, Ryan. He's like, no, you didn't.
I'll get to it.
All right. Well, am I next?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to help out with that because I also skipped it in theaters for the same reason Ryan said. I thought the trailer looked pretty generic. I ended up watching it at home about a month ago or so because of, again, word of mouth. Everyone was saying it was actually pretty good, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's a lot of fun. I love the action. I think the suit is really cool. The best part of the movie for sure is the family dynamic. Brings so much humor and heart to it. And I'm a character guy, so if you have good characters, I'm gonna like the movie. And George Lopez was fucking hilarious in this. So yeah, I had, again, like Danny said, the villain was pretty weak, but I had a ton of fun with it. Ryan, you should definitely watch it.
I will get to it.
Mo, Blue Beetle.
Yeah, so for me, I also skipped it in theaters. I don't think it wasn't because I just didn't want to watch it in theaters. I don't know what the hell happened, but when it came on at Max, I was like, I immediately watched it. I was hooked from the start because the director is Puerto Rican, so off the strength of that, I was like, I gotta watch this movie at least, you know. And I absolutely loved Blue Beetle. It's definitely one of my it's definitely a great movie. It's not in my top 10, but it's definitely inching there. And I just love the characters. Like everyone said, the family dynamic is where it really shines, and also the music, like Danny was talking about. Like as soon as Calle 13 come out, I was like, oh yeah, I'm hooked. I like this. And also I'm really looking forward to see Cholo Matadueña's like future. You know,
Yeah.
he's great in Karate Kid, and Cobra Kai. I mean, and he was great in Blue Beetle. So I'm excited to see what's next for him.
Yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying. For me, I skipped it in the theater because, to be blunt, and we'll get to the Flash later, which I really enjoyed. I had a feeling the movie was going to be decent. Really glad I gave it a watch on Max when it became available on there, because like I said, just some of the parts, like the soundtrack, and for me, my little soundbite would be, if you were a fan of Ms. Marvel, you'll definitely like this movie because it's about family, and his family is different from the Khan family, but it has that heart to it, and that's what drew me to the film. It's like, to be honest with you, I didn't even give a shit about the villain. It was just like, give me more of his relationship with his family. So
I got to say something real quick about Commentatory Nerd is in the chat joking about people liking movies with bad characters. Some people do, and we'll get to some of those movies during this stream, and I will tear them apart, but we'll wait for that. So
sounds
And then
good.
To Rob's last point, like, I think one fun thing, I love that you made that comparison between Ms. Marvel and Blue Beetle, because I think the fun part for me is seeing how similar their families are. Like, obviously they're from different cultures and they do different things, but like in the end, the more you learn about each other, the more you realize, like, oh, we're just kind of all in this shit together, and you all have like this intrusive family that just wants to be all up in your business while you're trying to be independent, but you also don't know how to be independent because the system isn't built for you, so you got to find your way in and try to get in there. So all that messaging, I think it's really important to kind of just see like people seeing themselves in different facets, different types of people on there too. So yeah, that's a very apt comparison.
Heck yeah. All right, moving on to our next film. Ryan's going to bring one up. Ryan, what movie are you wanting to talk about next?
So I'm just going to kind of go in order of release. I don't have a particular, I mean, I do have a favorite, but we're going to get to that one
save that to the
later.
end, yeah.
So I'm going to just go through the list here. First one being Infinity Pool. So this is Brandon Cronenberg's second feature film. He is the son of David Cronenberg, who did a lot of movies. So I saw this, I enjoyed it. And then actually the same night, I went home and watched his first movie because I had not seen that yet, called Possessor. I didn't really like that one as much. So if you saw his first movie and didn't like it, and that's why you chose not to see Infinity Pool, I would say give it a shot. But I also completely understand if anybody here just does not want to see a movie like this. Quick story. in my screening, there's a particular scene that happens, which is part of the reason why the movie also has an NC-17 rating. And
I didn't know
as
that.
the camera starts to pan down, you see something, and somebody in my theater was like, "What the fuck?" So this movie is definitely not for everybody. But if you were interested, I recommend checking it out. I saw the theatrical version, so I've not yet seen the NC-17, but I can guess what bumps it over as far as that goes.
All right, Kurt, have you seen Infinity Pool?
I have, and it's not for me.
That's okay.
I don't think whether it's Brandon or David, I don't really like Cronenberg movies.
Oh, okay.
Except for The Fly. That's like the only one that I do like. But yeah,
Probably
just
his most popular.
Too weird and trippy for me, and I did not get invested in the characters. So yeah, not for me. I get why, if people like this kind of thing, why they like it, but it's not for me.
Mo, have you seen Infinity War? Or
Infinity Pool?
Gosh, Infinity War.
I think we all saw that one.
Infinity War, you said?
Yeah, I've seen Infinity War for sure. Oh no, I haven't seen Infinity Pool. I was just about to say Deadpool by mistake. No,
double crossover.
I have not seen it. I don't know if I'm going to see it.
That's okay.
Yeah, the jury's still out for me as well. I haven't seen it either, and I don't know. I might get around to it. Danny, have you seen the film?
I specifically chose not to go watch this either. It just looked very weird. What was the movie about the like people doing surgery and like putting ears in people's like?
Crimes of the Future.
Crimes of the Future.
I hated that.
No, Danny, I did not particularly enjoy that one, and that was David Cronenberg.
Yeah, so Infinity Pool gave me a similar vibe.
I can tell you it's very different, but I don't know if that necessarily means that you're going to like it. But no, just shout out to Mia Goth as well, who is always amazing.
True.
All right, Kurt, you've got the next pick for a film. What movie you want to talk about?
Yeah, so this has got to be the biggest surprise of the year for me, and that is Saw X. I don't really care for the Saw franchise that much. So when I heard about this, I'm like, really? Another Saw movie? But I went to see it, and I'm like, damn, this is actually really good. It's definitely my favorite one in the franchise now, because they actually decided to make John Kramer the main character. And the protagonist, which sounds kind of weird because he's a serial killer, basically. But the way the movie is framed, it makes you root for him. And it makes all of the people that are in the traps, it makes you hate them even more than you hate him. So that all totally worked for me. And I think it's kind of a character study for like the first act. So then once you get to the good stuff, it totally landed for me. So yeah, I was really surprised with this one and really, really dug it.
Cool. I've not seen it. Danny, have you seen Saw X?
So I specifically missed it in the theater because the last few Saw movies got a little too gory for me. And I wanted to avoid having to walk out of the theater because at home you can like pause it, take a second, then get back into it. I'm surprised they actually pulled back on that. I really enjoyed it as well. It's definitely I really like 1 and 2, and I feel like this one because it kind of fits in between those. I think like story wise, it feels kind of like at that level. So it recaptured the part of Saw that I enjoyed, which was more of the character driven stuff with John. So obviously when you get later in the franchise, John dies because that's kind of the whole premise of this, like the dude's dying. But yeah, I really enjoyed this one. Glad to see them back on that. Like, I hope they do maybe more stuff like this. If they're gonna keep going, like just give me more of early John. Like, I don't even care if it fits in the timeline. Rewrite the timeline. Do it like Halloween. Do it again.
It sounds like don't do it like Halloween, please.
I just meant tweaking the timeline wise.
Okay.
It does sound like they're gonna do more movies like in this time period.
Yeah.
And based on how this one ended, there's definitely room for more. So I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes.
I will say, I know a lot of people had problems with the yellow filter that they use usually when they go to like Mexico or any country like that. If you have been to Mexico City, because of the pollution, unfortunately, it does kind of look like that. So I didn't have, and they were very close to the city, like in the beginning. So like, I didn't get caught up with that. So I'm not defending the film on that, and directors definitely should stop with that bullshit because it doesn't like there's no yellow tint as soon as you cross down south of the border for the rest of the world, really. So
one more thing. So like every Saw movie has like the moment where there's the big twist and they play that Saw theme. The moment where that happens in this one is my favorite in the whole franchise.
Oh wow!
It was like I got chills. I was like fist pumping in the theater. I was like, yes! It was so cool.
Yeah, the first twist is still pretty good, but man, this one was good.
Yeah.
Ryan, have you seen Saw X?
Yes, there were 2 X movies that came out last year, and
this is the better
this one I enjoyed more for sure. I was very glad that it wasn't nearly as generic as the other ones because most of them have been forgettable after like 1 and 2. But this one, I thought they did a really good job, and I enjoy this direction. So if they keep this up in the way that they made this one to continue, I will be very pleased for sure.
Hell yeah.
One pushback for Kurt. There was, I won't spoil anything, but there was one person where I feel he could have made a different decision with, but I understand what he was going for.
I think I know what you're talking about, and I don't disagree with that necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mo, have you seen Saw X?
Never seen a single Saw movie.
I've only seen the first 2, so I'm right there with you, buddy.
Honestly,
I did see that Chris Rock one, Spiral or whatever the fuck it's
I actually
called.
kind of like Spiral.
Okay.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Same.
Rob, even if you've only seen 1 and 2, you could jump to this one and you'll be fine.
That's what you were telling me. Yeah.
And I just can't take Chris Rock seriously. That's the only thing about Spiral.
Fair.
Same with Fargo. When he was on Fargo, I was like, I'm sorry, Chris. You just. But anyways.
Right. Okay, so Mo's going to bring up a film. He put it in the chat. Mo, what movie do you want to talk about?
Well, I'm talking about one of my surprises of this year. Didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I did, where the fact that is in my top 5. It's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. It's a long ass title, but
hell yeah.
I freaking love that movie with all my heart. Like from the moment, and I wish I would have saw it in theaters. Now I'm mad that I didn't see it in theaters because the animation is beautiful. It's up to par with like the Spider-Verse animation for me. Like it's right there neck and neck. I love it. I love the voice cast. They really did their thing. The turtles actually really felt like teenagers this time around. That was what really like got me excited. I was like, okay, they sound like they're teenagers from Brooklyn or New York and everything. That whole scene when they were like making fun of the lingo from New York, the slang.
Big nigga cheese.
Big nigga cheese. I was dying. I was like, should I be offended or should but I'm laughing. This is funny. Like, you know, the voice, like I said, the voice cast was great. I think Ice Cube playing the main villain.
Yep. No, Ice Cube.
Ice-T.
No, it's Ice Cube.
Ice Cube. Yeah, it's Ice Cube. What was his name? Paul Rudd as the.
If this was trivia, Ryan would have been wrong, and he would have been dethroned.
Yep.
You can't win them all, Danny.
It's that Mondo Gecko, voiced by Paul Rudd. Amazing. I just, I think to me, it might be a hot take, but I think it's the best adaptation of Ninja Turtles in movies.
Oh, I'll argue that once we get to me, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I haven't seen it, so Kurt, we'll just cut right over to you.
Okay. I did really enjoy this movie. Also, one of my biggest surprises of the year. I think that, and Mo already mentioned this, they actually got teenagers to voice the characters, which was very noticeable and awesome. It's like, I'm glad they finally did that. Really happy about that. The animation style is great. It kind of, in some ways, feels similar to Spider-Verse with both the animation and the soundtrack and the vibe. So I really dug all that. Really cool action. It's funny as hell. Some stuff about the third act I didn't love, but overall, I really, really enjoyed this one. My favorite Turtles is the 2003 show, the one that was on 4Kids. And that'll probably always be my favorite.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I'm talking about film adaptation. That's what I meant.
I agree with that then. Yeah. yeah, surprised the hell out of me. Had a ton of fun with it.
Ryan, have you seen TMNT?
Yes, and I do want to apologize. I hit the wrong ice button on the fridge. You are correct. It is Ice Cube. So yeah, but no, I agree with the voice work and everything like that. The animation was good. It's just, and I know I should not compare, but coming off of Spider-Verse and seeing that animation, I just wasn't as wowed. But I think that if I saw this first, I would have been more wowed. Again, I know it's not a fair comparison, but that's just how I felt. And yeah, it was enjoyable. I did not connect with it as much. I enjoy the ones from the first two, that is, from the 90s the most, more for nostalgia reasons than anything. But still, I'm glad that a lot of people did really enjoy this, because I think I heard nothing but good things from those that did see it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Danny.
Yeah, I think this movie unfortunately got kind of lost in the shuffle during the summer because so much stuff was happening. But I was lucky enough to go to an early screening for it. I was very excited, and I was raving about the film because it was fun. Who knew that the thing that would make the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles a lot more fun is not the ninja part, but the teenage part? That's really interesting. I also love that because of films like Into the Spider-Verse, we are not, like, studios are not afraid to take a stab at different types of animation.
Yeah.
Which is what this one. I will say this, some of the animation in this, like, it is purposely, like, it looks aesthetically not very pleasing. Like, the humans have, like, their faces are a little bit deformed, but those are all choices that they made, and they were able to make those choices because Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse kind of kicked the door open for, like, hey, let's get a little weird. Let's do different types of things. Like, animation, as much as I love the 2D classic animation from Disney, like, it doesn't have to be just that, and it doesn't have to be just the polished stuff that Pixar's been giving us for years, right? There's many ways that you can kind of do it. So I really enjoyed the film a lot. I was actually not a big fan of Ice Cube's performance.
What?
I felt like he was just being Ice Cube.
I knew which one it was,
but that's about it. Yeah, I enjoyed the film. I highly recommend it. For any, I agree with Mo. Like, probably there's something I kind of like about the dumb Michael Bay films, but this one is just probably the best adaptation of like if you just want to compare it to the original show. Not so much the comics. The comics were a lot more violent at the beginning.
Yeah.
But from the original show, this is probably the best adaptation into film, because Nickelodeon's been doing really good stuff with their animated series.
So, and I just want to make this statement. So I'm running the private chat. We got a lot of stuff going on in the private chat. So everybody that's in the comment section, we usually bring comments up and all that sort of stuff. But you know you're being watched by everybody that's on screen right now. They're all pretty active in the chat. But I'm going to be running the private chat. So apologies if I don't start bringing up comments throughout the whole show.
Before we go,
always watching.
Ryan needs to say something. I got one last thing.
Go ahead.
I have kind of a random question, but it is on the subject of Turtle, and it's specifically for Danny, but anybody else can answer it too. Danny, I heard that there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers team up comics last year. Did you read that, and how was it?
I did read it. It was amazing. It was so successful that they're doing a part 2. So highly, if you like Power Rangers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, go read that. It's a lot of fun. Obviously, they get mixed in. There's a slight spoiler. The turtles do use visual inducers to look like humans, and the way that they're designed, it really feels like they're just kind of kids from New York, like from Brooklyn or the Bronx or wherever they happen to live. So very cool. I really like that. So yeah, I recommend that. I think it's put out by Boom Studios and IDW, so it's kind of a collaboration. But they're doing a lot of crossovers. Turtles are crossing over with Stranger Things. They're crossing over with Power Rangers. They're crossing over with Batman. So
well, I bring up those two specifically because of the 90s aspect. So when I heard that, I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. I might actually read someday.
One thing, I cannot move on without at least giving some love to Jackie Chan. Because I feel like him as Master Splinter gave a lot of heart to the movie.
Yep.
I
was
think he was the
fantastic.
heart of the movie, in my
Oh,
opinion.
I think I teared up at some point. I was like, "This is the Turtles movie. What's happening?"
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. But yeah, Jackie Chan, love him.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, so Rob will probably be most of my picks this evening are probably going to be Oscar
The more pretentious
contenders.
ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, very pretentious.
And again, I know you guys are going to cover all the stuff I liked this year that was not a pretentious movie because I know
Right.
your guys' lists. So I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off. This is one of my favorite films of the years. You guys were talking about movies that kind of surprised you. Some of you guys were talking about movies that were surprising. I definitely have some more of those that we'll do way later on in the show. But this was a movie I saw the trailer. So my first pick rather is The Holdovers, directed by Alexander Payne. I saw this trailer, I don't know, maybe 3 months ago when I was watching another movie, and I was like, okay, period piece. It takes place in the early 70s. They're probably going to fuck up music and play songs that didn't come out for 5 years later. It's supposed to take place in 71, and this song didn't come out till 76.
Only things Rob would know.
The normal things that Rob will literally downrate a movie for. And when we get to Saltburn later, the director came out about something with that. Thank God. And she knows the real fans. Emerald Fennell. But anyway, so this movie, I was like, it looks fine. Paul Giamatti's always solid, even in a movie like Big Fat Liar with Frankie Muniz. He's always solid. But for me, it was just like, okay, this is going to be some Oscar bait indie bullshit. And fuck, was I wrong? I'm so glad I got to see it in the theater a few weeks ago. What a beautiful, heartwarming. I mean, Divine Joy Randolph, first of all. I mean, I want Penelope Cruz to win Best Supporting Actress this year. We'll talk about all that later. But God almighty, does she get, I mean, just a tear-jerking performance as a mother that's grieving loss. So beautiful. Dominic Sessa, it's his first film.
Mm-hmm.
I hope right now studios are calling him, asking him to sign on to other pictures. What a tremendous talent. And Paul Giamatti, listen, it's going to be a tight fucking year for the Academy Awards, but if he ends up winning Best Actor, I will not be upset.
I'd be totally fine if he won.
He gave the best performance I've ever seen him give. And I really liked Sideways and a few of his other movies. So I recommend it to everybody. It's such a small story, human story about flawed people, which we all are. And that's kind of like the through line for me this year. The movies that spoke to me the most were movies about people that are flawed, and them learning from it and growing as humans. The cinematography was beautiful. I love the whole thing, the script, the whole shebang. So Danny, what say you with The Holdovers?
Yeah, I'll be brief because you covered a lot of it. I did watch it. I didn't watch it at the theater. I watched it when it hit VOD. I knew as soon as I saw the trailer, and I only got like 30 seconds into the trailer, I was like, I don't want to know anymore. I know I'm gonna watch this film. Paul Giamatti's in it. And it just turned out to be so much more than what I thought it was going to be. Like, I thought it was going to be kind of like this romp about school. But then halfway, or maybe a third into the film, like, things kind of change. The dynamic of who's still around in the school changes. And yeah, this dude, I'm kind of going through, like, I don't know that I've teared up so much in movies in years. Like,
Yeah.
This one also got me at some point, and I was like, damn. So yeah, great performances, just really nice story about, like, I think there was a lot of found family, like, the thematic throughout the whole year. There's a lot of films that kind of touch on that a little bit. It almost makes me wonder if, like, after the pandemic, because we all kind of had to be locked in wherever we were, like, people just kind of, like, that was a thing that they were thinking about.
Let's pare it down. Yeah.
So, but yeah, really enjoyed it. I think it's a holiday film that you can watch every year and still enjoy and really get something out of it. So,
Kurt, what say you on The Holdovers? No offense, Ryan, I know you haven't seen the film yet. Is that still correct? You still haven't seen it,
yes.
Right. So, Kurt,
Yeah,
what say you?
I don't have much to add. I loved it as well. Fantastic performances across the board. Also, my favorite Paul Giamatti performance ever. I hope Divine Joy Randolph wins. I'd rather she win over Penelope Cruz.
Sure.
Dominic Sessa is the kid, right? Also
Correct.
great.
His first
I love
movie.
the dynamic of the characters. Really emotional, really funny. One of my favorite comedic lines, I'm not going to say what it is for people that haven't seen it, but one of my favorite comedic lines of the year is towards the end of the movie from Paul Giamatti when he's kind of telling someone off. You probably know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly.
So
what you're talking
fucking
about.
good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
It's on Peacock now.
Yeah, I have it on my up next on my Apple TV. I was gonna get around to it.
I guess for that was for the audience too. Like
Yeah.
it's on Peacock now. You haven't seen it.
So Danny, I haven't seen your next pick in the
Oh,
chat.
sorry. I
but
do have one already queued up. I was just
You got it queued up. Go ahead.
fucking
Just
around.
rip the Band-Aid off them, bud.
Listen, you guys know I'm a big wrestling fan. So when I heard about the Iron Claw,
Oh yeah. Here we go.
I'm a boy. I grew up in Dallas. That's where the Von Erichs like made their stomping grounds. Now I was semi familiar with their story. Like I knew we were in for a fucking, like gut to the punch to the gut. I didn't realize. I won't go too deep into it, but that last scene. I've mentioned that I've teared up multiple times throughout the year. That one I was ugly crying in the theater on a row by myself. Just Zac Efron, just man, oh boy. And if you enjoy it, well, enjoy is a weird word, but if this film, touched you in some kind of way and you want to learn more about this family, Vice has a really good documentary about the Von Erichs. It's part of their Dark Side of the Ring. So you can learn about one of the brothers that was omitted and kind of like Chris, who wasn't part of the movie, was kind of like omitted and just kind of some of his stuff was brought into some of the other brothers. But great performances. This is how I think after this and The Wrestler, I don't know if they should make more wrestling films because I don't know that anything will be able to top those two. Like I feel like they perfected it in like both sides of like The Wrestler is not a real story, but it really feels very gritty and real. And this is based on true events, unfortunately, but it really just captures the heart. Once again, families at the core of it, and kind of like the drive from your parents' trauma being brought down on you and their expectations. The Iron Claw wrecked me emotionally, but I really enjoyed it. I want to watch it again. Now that all the emotional beats are like, I know where they're going to hit, just to kind of go back into it. So,
yeah, definitely. Ryan, have you seen the Iron Claw yet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thoughts?
It was definitely really good. I knew nothing about it going in, aside from it was, and somebody please correct me, minor league wrestling or something like that. I don't know the proper
What the fun way
term.
to put it.
Well, I knew it wasn't WWE, so whatever they consider below that, or if that even makes sense.
It didn't exist. WWE like grabbed all the territories, and he was like, "Fuck you, I'm doing everything myself." But yeah, anyways.
Gotcha. So I have no clue how accurate it was, but I thought everybody did a great job, and it was nice to see Zac Efron in a role like that where he wasn't just there for his looks. I mean, he was, but not for the same reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kurt, what say you on the Iron Claw?
It's great, but I don't really feel like watching it again because it's so devastating, man. And I, again, like Ryan, I also didn't know anything about the story. I'm not really a wrestling guy, at least that kind of wrestling. So all I knew is it was really sad. And I couldn't even imagine, like, if I didn't know this was a true story, I would have said, oh, come on, there's no way. Like, just with all of the tragic things that keep happening one after the other, I'm like, oh my God, this is so devastating. And there's even more than that they don't even put in the movie. It's like
that's why they
holy
omitted
shit.
some of that stuff. The director was like, there's no way people are gonna like.
Yeah, it said it would be too much. You can't add another thing. It's like, oh my God, it's just so brutal, so emotional. And kind of before that, it was quite entertaining. Like there's a needle drop. I can't remember what song it was, but like when the three of them team up for the first time, that was really cool. Then the bad stuff starts happening and just kind of sitting there like, oh man.
It's all really nice rock, ain't it, Rob?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was typing. I was distracted.
For the soundtrack for the Iron Claw.
Oh, well, that's what I'm going to cover when we get to me. But yeah. I know. Yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
I got a little bit more. So I've ever since the song came out and we talked about it yesterday, Live That Way Forever. I've been listening to that over and over. I'm addicted. It's so damn good and fits the movie perfectly. And then I've also kind of, in part thanks to Lego, going on a tangent and listening to some of Little Scream's other songs. So yeah, that's just a fun little nugget there.
Sorry, 1 second, just engineering. So I know Mo hasn't seen the movie, or yeah. To answer the private chat, yes, after Mo, Danny. So for me, and I know Mo hasn't seen the film yet. Mo, you're gonna love it when you watch it. I know you're a wrestling guy, the whole thing. Mo, I think you're on mute right now, bud.
Work has been a bitch. That's all I want to say. So I haven't yet to go see it, but I'm like next week I have like a bunch of days off, so I'm definitely going to see it because it's definitely one of my most anticipated. It was one of my most anticipated movies this year. Once I heard about it, so yeah, this is I didn't know the full story of the Von Erichs, but I always heard how tragic it was. So I'm excited to watch it and also like scared to watch it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So I went in totally blind. Thanks to Lego and Danny and Ryan, not Ryan White, Ryan Payne, but and a few other people, Mo and other people that have been teaching me about wrestling these last handful of years. I watched so many documentaries at one time. I'm sure I watched something on the Von Erichs and it just kind of slipped my mind. Thank God, because I went into this movie just knowing that there was some sort of a tragedy, right? Not to the level that it ended up being, but so for me, Live That Way Forever, during the film, again, as a musician, I was going, God, I feel like I've heard this song before.
That's what I said yesterday.
We'll get to that. I'm like, I feel like I've heard this song before. I'll have to look it up when the movie's over.
Mm-hmm.
So I left the theater and I was like, as I was with a few movies this year that we'll get to later, just kind of like in shock almost. Like I need a little bit. And it's so funny because me and Lego had a show to do like an hour and a half later. And I remember being backstage and I was like, you gotta like pick the mood up because it was just, I was just so like in a trance. And so I looked up the song. I couldn't find it anywhere. Like it wasn't even available. I don't ever go on Reddit, but it kind of saved my ass because somebody had said on Reddit, they're like, oh, this is who it's by and it's not available yet and blah, 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 blah. And because again, I saw it opening day on Thursday. So it was like, I don't even know who to talk to about this movie. It ended up being, so the next week is Christmas. I'll make this short because we got a lot to get to tonight, but I'll make this short. So it's Christmas was the next week. And I was with my sisters. My youngest sister was off with her boyfriend, but the other two were there. And I said, they're like, oh, what are you doing tonight? And I said, oh, I'm going to go see Ferrari tonight. I'm going to see Poor Things tomorrow. And then I might drive up to the city to see American Fiction, blah, 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 blah. And I could tell they didn't have anything to do and they were kind of interested. So I was playing them some trailers for like what was out. And my sister Helen was asking me about what the Iron Club, like, what's that about? What's blah, 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 blah. And so I played them the trailer and they're like, we'd go see that. So I went and saw it a second time in the theater.
Wow.
And so I will say this. It's still a hard watch, but it's a little bit easier once you know where the beats are.
When you know what's coming. Sure,
right?
Sure.
I would have thought it would have made it harder going with your siblings to watch a movie like this.
I thought they would have been just bawling their eyes out, but they're very strong women. So, they were able to make it through it. They may have cried in the car after I parted ways with them, but I'll never know. So here's the deal. Everybody talks about Zach, and don't get me wrong, Zach Efron is an ace of spades in this film. And if it wasn't such a tight year, I'm going to keep saying that's going to be a theme tonight. I would really hope he gets an actor nomination somewhere. But I'm going to fuck his name up. Holt McCallany, who played the dad, who played Fritz Von Erich. I don't understand why people are not going hard for him for a supporting actor, which again, I know is probably the tightest race this year, but holy fuck, he anchored that film in my opinion, because all of the other characters were making decisions based on what his wants and needs were for the business and for the family on the farm. And, just kind of his whole personality and all that stuff. So like, I thought he was phenomenal.
Do you think it's because he was so kind of like unlikable as a character that people are like, I can't root for. I mean, I know you have to.
Bob De
separate-
Niro is going to get a supporting actor nomination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
I mean,
you're right.
J.K.
you're right.
Simmons won for Whiplash, right?
Facts.
So
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, interesting.
Oh, yeah. So the Iron Claw. All right. So let's move on to the next movie. Ryan's got some stuff he wants to talk about real quick. Or not real quick, but wants to bring up. Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry. Got a lot going on.
All good. First off, Leonard Kim, thank you for the recommendation. I will try to find that and check that out. But I'm going to mention two real quick because I don't think most people have seen them, just so I can throw them out there. Did anybody here see a very indie movie called The Outwaters?
Nope.
Okay, well, half of my theater didn't either, or at least they did not make it to the end. So all I was going to ask is if you made it to the end and if you thought the last scene was worth it. But oh well, that's okay. The other one I want to bring up is a Guy Ritchie movie called Operation Fortune. He actually had two movies last year. It was The Covenant, which was about the translator during the Iraq War, I'm pretty sure. And then there was this, Operation Fortune. The Covenant wasn't really, didn't really look like his style. I didn't actually see that one because it seemed like more of a straightforward drama with a little bit of action and stuff. And I enjoy his style, but if his style's not there, then I'm not as intrigued. Where this movie, Operation Fortune, was exactly his style. So if you like Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrel, any of his movies that are like that, like what?
The Gentleman.
The Gentleman.
Me too.
Then I would definitely say check this out. Good cast. He's working with Hugh Grant and Josh Hartnett is one of the leads in this, which was great to see him in two very good movies last year. So
Jason Statham, Aubrey Plaza. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. You're selling me on this movie. I like that cast.
I think you would like it.
Yep.
I think so. I did watch this. Did anybody else watch this?
Operation Fortune? I did. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll just say this real quick, and then I agree with Ryan a lot on this. This movie had a lot of issues because originally the villain.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but yeah.
I just want to kind of talk about why it kind of got lost in the shuffle and then delayed so much. Originally, the villains were supposed to be from the Ukraine, and then obviously the real world events happened. They had to rewrite a lot of the film. So there's a lot of ADR in the film and stuff to kind of like change dialogue. It doesn't really affect a lot of the movie.
I didn't notice it.
You don't notice it really until like you go in. Because I remember doing the trailer reaction for it, and then like a year later, I did another trailer.
I was like, "Where is this movie?"
But the captions still mention the original plot, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I see." And then I did some more research on that as to what happened. And then just real quick, funny enough, with the Covenant, there was another movie called Kandahar that was very similar, but had Gerard Butler in it. That's the one I watched, so I haven't seen The Covenant.
Is this a no strings attached, best friends, friends with benefits kind of situation?
No. Oh yeah, I guess.
No, remember though? Yeah.
I thought you meant like
Contact.
No.
Which one did you say, Danny? I'm sorry, I missed the title.
Kandahar. It's a very similar movie where Gerard Butler has to help his translator get out of it's pretty much The Covenant. It's just with Gerard Butler.
You're not saying this is another Guy Ritchie movie. You're saying
no. Sorry.
Okay, gotcha. I misunderstood. My bad.
But anyways, Kurt, tell us about Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerre.
Yeah,
subtitle.
I dug it. I mean, I was looking forward to it for a long time, and then it kept getting delayed and stuff. And then I like Guy Ritchie movies, and this has all the Guy Ritchie isms. You got the fun characters, the fun action. So I had a lot of fun with it. It didn't quite hit the highs of The Gentleman for me, but I actually did think it was a bit messy at times. I don't know if that was because of the stuff, but I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Kurt, you've got the next pick, I believe.
Yes.
It's a movie that, shout out to Lego. There are a lot of movies that I never would have given a chance to in my entire life, but because of Lego, I watched them. And Kurt, I go ahead, say it.
Okay. Yeah. So Totally Killer is my next pick. And This is another big surprise for me because I didn't even know what it was until like the day before they released it on Amazon. And I actually found out about it from my dad, who texted me like, "Hey, this looks pretty cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, it does." And I heard it described to me from people who saw it early as like Scream meets Back to the Future. And I'm like, if that's not up my alley, I don't know what is. So watched it, had a ton of fun with it. It's really funny, and the way they play on the cultural differences between the 80s and the 2020s was so well done. Like the one jock who's always like grabbing his crotch and stuff, so hilarious. The dumbass cop played by Randall Park, so fucking good. He's like, "Oh, let's get this magic DMA," like totally disregarding the DNA evidence and then saying, "Oh, I don't like time travel movies. They never make any sense." Just so damn fun. I will say the one thing that held it back just a tiny bit, otherwise it would have been even higher on my list. I didn't think the whodunit aspect ended very well. I think there's like part of it that was like super predictable and part of it was like impossible to predict. But other than that, it was such a fun movie that's super rewatchable.
Mo, have you seen Totally Killer?
No, but it's right up my alley. I know
You'd like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny, how about you?
Yeah, I watched it. I really enjoyed it. Like Amazon Prime was really pushing it. So I thought it was a fun time. I love Kiernan Shipka. I think she's a great
Yes,
role.
she's awesome.
Also, who plays her mom? She's from Modern Julie Bowen. Fantastic. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. And once again, like a lot of the family stuff coming back. And a lot of the fun, time traveling tropes. I feel like they did a really good, like when she goes back in time, there's a lot of stuff that obviously is not PC that maybe in the 80s it was more common, but they're not preachy about it. Like it really feels very organic of like, oh shit, maybe maybe if somebody had brought it up back then, like a lot of people would have been like, huh, maybe this is kind of fucked up. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. So yeah, it's really fun. I was not as like I didn't have an issue with the reveal, if you will, at the end. I thought it was like, okay, this all kind of plays and makes sense. And I really like the small town feel of it too. Like even for when they're in the present time, like even this small town, it's interesting to see how towns like that kind of still really exist. So
Definitely. Ryan, have you seen Totally Killer?
Yes, I did.
Nice.
Where are you at with it?
Well, I love horror movies, so I tend to be harsher on them and pick it apart a little bit more. But I agree, it was fun overall. What I will say is I don't think I enjoyed it to the level that everybody else did, but I think most people will enjoy it.
It was a solid 3.5 star for me. Not a weak one, but not a high one either. But for me, it was all about, and I don't really consider this a spoiler, but for me, the whole thing is when she's in the school and the secretary's like, she goes, "Oh, is so and so here?" And she goes, "Oh yeah, they're in 4B down the hall or whatever."
Yep.
You just give that information out.
Just the total lack of security. Yep.
Exactly.
Damn.
Exactly. This is, I mean, not to get too dark, but this is 15 years before Columbine. You know what I mean? So it's a different era. But yeah, so those are my thoughts on Totally Killer.
Can you pull up Flaming Mushrooms comment real quick?
Hang tight. Let me go. Leave the private chat. This one?
So I'm pretty proud of that because he watches a lot of horror, and I believe I could be misremembering, but I believe Lego also found out about this from me, and it was super cool to be on the opposite end of that for once because usually it's the other way around.
You don't need to put up that comment. Thank
it's
you.
Cool how, like, I mean, it's weird how like nobody knew, and even William Harold and Bainbridge, they still hadn't heard of this movie until just now. So guys, watch Totally Killer.
I think also like not a lot of people use Prime as their main streaming thing.
Yeah.
Like I have Prime because I have the Amazon service, not like that's just the benefit from it. So
go to a store, Danny, buy it IRL.
I try to.
I don't think that movie's out on physical.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Should be though.
All right, so Mo, your next pick. What film you gonna go with, bud?
So I'm gonna pick a film that I think a lot of people have shitted on this year. that I actually freaking loved. Loved more than most, at least. And I'm gonna go with the Marvels. Yes, the villain is probably one knows, is one of those MCU throwaway villains to me. But what really shines in this movie is Brie Larson,
Iman Vellani,
and I forgot what's her name. I forgot.
Tisha Paris,
Tisha Paris, something like that. Yeah.
Tiona Paris.
Tiona Paris. Their chemistry together is fantastic, and of course, Iman Vellani from Miss Marvel was just carried on into this one, just being the highlight of the movie. Like,
she was the best part of the movie.
She was the best part of the movie. Like, with her and her family, everything. I love the action. The action was way better than the Captain Marvel from the first film. The action from the first film.
Sure.
I don't know. I just like, there was some very controversial scenes when it comes to like the singing and I actually really enjoyed it.
Memories all alone in the moon.
Both of those scenes just hit me, but it was one of those that it was like, you're either gonna love this or you're gonna hate it. So I understood while watching it. As soon as that scene came on, I was like, okay, yeah, this is what people are probably mad about. And the same thing with the cat scene. I was like, okay, this is what people are probably annoyed about. But I enjoyed it. And then the post-credit scene I'm not gonna talk about that. But
that's a whole nother story.
That was great.
That's a whole nother story.
Let me be clear. Like, there was not a single movie I saw this year that I can think of offhand that I hated.
Yeah.
I just, as somebody who's smart enough and seen enough movies, it just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad you loved it.
Yeah.
Danny, we'll go with you. What thoughts on the Marvels?
I watched this movie twice in theaters, like back-to-back weekends, because I enjoyed it so much. I had a really good time. I didn't bump into, like I said, Blue Beetle had a one-note villain. I didn't care about that. I really was more into it because of the Marvel, like their relationship. There's a scene that also made me tear up in the middle, where it ends up with like all of them hugging because they just like experienced something really fucked up, and I was like, oh man, I really liked it. I think the inclusion of that end scene was more to like placate everyone else. It really doesn't feel like anything with the film.
It's not really.
My only complaint, if you will, it's only because I love how Sam Jackson and Brie Larson play off of each other so much that they didn't have much time together.
Yeah.
But I do like how Iman Vellani and Sam Jackson play off of each other. I think she spends a little bit more time with Nick Fury, but it's fun. Like, it's just, I read a lot of comics. Sometimes they're just dumb, and like the stuff like the Singing Planet, that's from the comics. So I was like, there's no way they just did this. I wish they had been longer too. That probably had some of the,
they cut it. It was like 20 minutes longer.
I guess I'm the only one. They had some of the best costuming in the whole, like, from everything that happened. That was probably the most visually enjoyable piece of the movie. And then also the stuff with the Flerken and the cats, and I was like, this is ridiculous. And you know what? I think also, after having seen Secret Invasion, how dark and messed up that was, I was like, I'm glad that the MCU can still do stuff that's just kind of silly and weird. And yeah, maybe not for everyone, but like if you it hits you, if you hit on it, like, you're gonna have a good time. So
yeah.
Ryan, what say you on the Marvels? I know what your thoughts are, but if you want to let the people know.
Just to be clear, I was raising my hand because I can name a movie that I hated this year, but it was not this movie. This was fine. I definitely agree that the three of them, especially when they're together, is some of the best stuff. I just wish that there were lots of parts that were better. I feel that for the most part, they were going with the Marvel formula, and I get it. But as we were discussing earlier this evening, probably need to change things up going forward. So,
yeah. Kurt, the Marvels?
I thought it was fine. I really, really like the main three actresses and their dynamic with each other. And I think that's the reason I enjoyed it and gave it a positive score. But I had some pretty big issues with the story. I thought the pacing wasn't very good. It was kind of all over the place. It should have been longer. And I feel like someone already said that maybe, but it definitely should have been longer. So it was really, really all over the place with the story. And that brought it down a lot for me. And the villain was pretty weak as well. I understand people enjoy the singing stuff. I did not. And I thought it totally tanked the pacing. It's like, if you have a movie that's only an hour and a half long or whatever, and you're including this, yeah, I don't know. So again, really enjoy the actresses and their interactions, their chemistry with each other. But the storytelling, I had a lot of issues with.
Sure. I'd pretty much echo what Kurt said. For me, once I found out that they gutted like 20, 25 minutes of this movie, I was like, well, that's why I felt like it was like it was an incomplete film. Like I know it's digital, but like stick with me here. It's like somebody forgot to put one of the reels on the projector. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it felt like they left a lot of stuff out. It kind of jumped around a lot. It was kind of jarring.
But hey, maybe Disney Plus would just add that. Maybe we'll get a director's cut.
I hope so.
Because here's the deal. That could go from for me, a 2.5-star movie to a 3.5-star movie or a 4-star movie. So,
they don't have a lot of movies this year. Just release it back in theaters with the full cut.
Pretty much.
I don't think that means what you think that means.
Yeah. So I'm gonna turn things over. We're gonna turn things over to Danny for a second. He's got something he's gonna do.
Cool. So I did want to break up a little bit the show with some things, and I specifically didn't tell these guys what the questions were going to be ahead of time. So I'll answer first.
Okay.
So you guys have a little time to think, and feel free to also let us know in the chat. We've been real positive. Ryan might have a quick answer for this. What was the worst film you watched in 2023? And I'll start with there's two, but one I didn't really finish, so I don't want to consider it my worst film. You People, I didn't finish the film.
I agree. That's my answer. I was gonna say Priscilla, but that's my answer. Yeah.
I think the other one that's really bad. It's the is it called The Outlaws? It's some kind of like spy movie with Pierce Brosnan. He ends up being like the dad. I don't even remember what the film was about. I just know that it was bad on Netflix. But go ahead, Mo.
Well, that had to be from this year.
Yeah, 2023.
Yeah. Okay, I just making sure.
But the worst film I watched in the theater, unfortunately, is John Woo's Silent Night.
Me too.
Oh man, it was such a letdown because I like John Woo, I like Joel Kinnaman, and it had a lot of the trappings of like, oh, this is gonna be cool because they're just kind of like doing a twist on John Wick or whatever. It was not that. It was just very slow. It was a super long training montage. Talk about movies that needed to be cut down.
The whole first two acts is training montage. It's like, oh my god.
If it hits streaming or whatever, watch the last 15 minutes. That has a lot of the John Woo action stuff that I really like. But man, yeah. So, but now that we've kind of given you guys a little time to think about, and Ryan, I'll go to you first since you already had your hand up about hating a film this year.
First off, I will agree that Silent Night is definitely one of them. However, I will give it a little bit of credit for what it tried to do. That is, there is almost no dialogue in the entire film, which is partially why it is called Silent Night.
Yeah, there's no character dialogue. It's all kind of like
right. You hear things on the radio and the TV and things like that, but there's only, I think, one time where a character whispers to another character, but there are no conversations taking place in the entire film. So yeah, unfortunately, I wouldn't say I was hyped, but I was like, oh, he's doing another film. I'm going to check it out. And then it was that. So yeah. No, the one that I disliked the least, even though I did not finish it because I walked out about 20 minutes in because absolutely nothing happens in this movie. It was last January called Skinamarink. So I don't know if any of you shot yourself in the It was a lot of people say nothing happens in this movie when it comes to other movies. No, in this movie, literally nothing happens. I don't want to describe some of the things because it'd be like, huh, what? But trust me, it's just, I don't say it is worth your time. And I forget who, but somebody in our Discord described this movie as close your eyes for 100 minutes, and that's the movie.
It was Pink. Yeah.
I completely agree with that review.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so I didn't watch Skinamarink because I know there's no chance I'll like it. There's no way. Like, if I watch that, it would be last. But Silent Night is my worst movie of the year. And apart from what Danny said, boring, like basically nothing happens for the first 2/3 of the movie. Once you get into the action, it's okay, I guess, but nothing super special.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get into super specifics on this. I already did on the Discord, but I think it's pretty problematic in a lot of ways too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Also, they use digital blood. Why is John Woo using digital?
Right.
blood?
Yes. Digital, but what is this? A $5,000 indie film? Come on.
I mean, sometimes
Come
it
on
makes
now.
sense, but not in a John Woo film.
Yeah, that one was so hard to get through, man. And I was looking forward to it. Like a John Woo action movie should be fun, but it was not in any way.
Yeah. Did you have another, Kurt? There's like kind of right above that.
Well, there's another one that's towards the bottom that I think we're going to talk about later because some of you really love it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we'll get to that.
We can save it.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
Mo, where you at, Mo?
I got two. So I got one that was very disappointed in, and I think I was a little bit too high on it. 65.
I thought it was pretty good.
I did
Rob,
not.
weren't
I
you like
skipped
on
it.
meds when you watched that? I don't think that counts.
Yeah, so full disclosure, I turned it on at 12:30 at night. I may have been partaking in a little substances, and I sat back because I watched it 3 days after Ferrari, so I was on this Adam Driver kick. I was like, all right, I know it's bad, but let's have fun. And I was like, it wasn't so bad. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm watching. I'm gonna like how bad could dinosaurs and Adam Driver be? So I was like, this got to be good. And I was watching, and I was bored out of my mind. The stuff that you saw in the trailers is basically all the stuff that really happened. So it was like I was already spoiled on that end, and I just never felt the what you would call that, the urgency, or never felt like there was anything. I don't know. I was overall, it was like meh. And then I'll put also Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm just not the target audience for that, and that's probably why I just did not. You know,
I heard people really enjoyed, like the people that enjoyed it really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I skipped both of those because of word of mouth. The reviews were so bad. I'm like, I don't need to spend my time on that.
Same.
So for me, there again, the Marvels, it wasn't for me. I can tell you based on my Letterboxd reviews, I gave that 2.5 stars. I gave Priscilla 2.5 stars. I had some issues with it, but I'm an Elvis fan, so that's a different conversation. I watched a movie called Zombie Town that I gave 2 stars to. It just wasn't for me. I know Lego really enjoyed it.
Now,
there wasn't anything there.
Sorry,
Okay.
for the audience, not only is Rob a big Elvis fan, he's also a big supporter of the Kree Empire. So that,
Yeah, but my point is, like, there wasn't like the Baz Luhrmann Elvis movie. I wanted to walk out 20 minutes in because I was like, fuck this movie. But I was like, I can't give it a review if I don't watch the whole thing, right? So I stuck around and grinned my teeth.
I like that one.
But I know. But my point is, there wasn't anything this year because, and we've had these conversations on various shows, like, I usually don't go out of my way to watch stuff that I don't think I'm going to like. So
Right.
Again,
Same.
we've all been disappointed with things before, right?
Sure.
And I'm sure we're definitely be talking about some movies tonight that I know most of you guys have seen that you were kind of in the middle on that you were anticipating. So yeah, there's that. But yeah. So Danny, was there anything else you wanted to say, and then we'll go back to me or?
No, thank you. I just wanted to kind of break up the show, but
Yeah.
let us know in the chat what were your least favorite. I know we have a few things that people did mention, like Bo is Afraid, I think, Commentating Nerd mentioned that
Yep.
was released.
I didn't even bother with that.
Me neither.
I
And
won't
like-
watch it. I'll watch it when it's out on streaming because I love the director. So
I like Ari Aster too. Well, like is a strong word.
Well,
I'm
hold
interested.
on, hold
I
on.
like Hereditary.
I
Yeah,
love
this-
Hereditary and
yeah.
Midsommar.
I
This
think I
is
should
very different than his other two films.
Yeah, I'm interested in what Ari Aster has to say with his films. This one was just from the trailer. I was like, and hearing people talk about it, I was like, no, I'm
Yeah,
good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Cool. So I'm really glad Danny brought up You People because if I had to pick my least favorite movie of the year, that's definitely it.
I skipped that too.
I did stomach my way through it. No bullshit though. After about a half an hour, I was playing games on my phone. I was brushing my teeth. Like it was just kind of on. So I say that to say, because this kind of segues into, I'm going to quickly mention two films because, like I said, we got a lot of movies to get to tonight. And I know for a fact I'm the only one here that's seen these two movies thus far. So the type of humor and kind of some of the beats that they were trying to hit in You People, there's a movie that just came out that did that and did it way better, Oscar-worthy better. And that is the movie called American Fiction. We talked about Paul Giamatti's best performance being The Holdovers. This is Jeffrey Wright's best performance. Issa Rae is fantastic in this movie. Sterling K. Brown's fantastic in this movie. The whole cast, it's got a lot of heart to it. I mean, the way they play on white liberals in this country in our current era. I mean, I full disclosure, it's only playing in 40 theaters in the country. So I had to drive downtown Chicago last night. Cost me $20 just to fucking park, which I hate paying for parking anywhere. Shout out to Milwaukee, which only ever charges me $6 to park when I go see Springsteen at the basketball arena. So I say that to say, drove to the city. It was totally worth it. There must have been, I would say, 40 or 50 people in the theater. It was not even halfway full because it was a big theater, but myself included, the whole audience, we laughed out loud at least 20 to 30 times, at least, if not more. And I mean, I'm talking real big belly laughs, not just like, oh, ha ha. Like, no, there are so many jokes in this movie, and it's definitely more of a drama, I would say, than like a straightforward comedy. It's not Borat or Anchorman, but it really is laugh out loud funny. And the holes that they poke kind of in the, white liberal society that we live in, now, it just shows that, like, I heard somebody else speaking of this, the black experience in America from slavery to the White House, and there's so much middle ground. And that's the kind of the point of the movie is, why can't we tell those stories? Why does it have to be, the downtrodden or, whatever it be? Because that's kind of what sells or has sold in cinema over the years. So can't recommend that enough. It is also an Amazon release. So I do think it will be out. It's an MGM movie. So I think it will be out on Amazon Prime, hopefully shortly after the Oscar nominations hit, I would assume. So definitely recommend that. And then I just watched it last night. Brilliant. Definitely in my top 20 as well for this year. And that is Anatomy of a Fall. And here's the deal. I'm speaking to a very specific audience when I say this. I used to be somebody that was like, oh, it's a foreign movie, or oh, it's in a foreign language. I'm out because I'm so visual that I hate being distracted having to read the dialogue, because then I can't focus on the cinematography or whatever that be. And thanks to you guys, thanks to Lego who got me to watch Train to Busan last year, and Kurt who recommended a movie that we're going to talk about later by the part Korean film. We'll talk about it later tonight. Yeah. I've completely changed my fucking tune, and I want everybody to know this, that 75% of the movie's in English. It's only like 25% in French. So, I know it's up for Best Picture at the Globes is coming Sunday, and we'll cover all that stuff later on down the road. But I really, really, really recommend it. And I don't know the actor's name, but the actor that plays the son in the movie, standout performance. He is the standout in the entire film. Everyone in it is great, but by the time that movie ended, I was like, gosh, I wish they would have some sort of like best child, like minor performance, like from a child or something, because like this is an award-winning level performance that you're getting from this like 12-year-old, and it just blew me away. So please everybody, when you can, when it's available and it's easy for you and you don't have to drive all over God's green earth to see them, please check out American Fiction and Anatomy of a Fall. So Danny, I'm gonna turn things back over to you.
Sure. I flipped the coin on the 31st as to which movie I was gonna end the year with, and it was Past Lives and Anatomy of a Fall. So it's definitely on my queue, because I was like, I'm only renting one of these two films.
Yeah.
So I just want to really quickly touch on what an amazing year we had for animation, and I'm not even gonna get into like the main one. I want to talk about I'll just touch on a couple things that ended up on my top 20. First, we have Suzume. It's an anime film. It's beautiful. It's by the same people that brought you Weathering with You or Your Name. So if you like that kind of stuff, I highly recommend it. Unfortunately, these films take a long time to like go to streaming for some reason, but it'll probably end up in Crunchyroll or something. Another animated thing that I'll touch on real quick, and if you guys have watched any of these at any point, let me know so you can jump in. The first Slam Dunk, it's kind of a prequel series to the Slam Dunk anime. It's beautifully animated. It's about basketball, as the name will suggest, but it's also about like family tragedy. I love that everyone's typing, so I'm really just talking to the audience.
No, I'm listening to you, Danny.
No, I know. It's just really funny that everyone's leaning this way, because I can see I just thought it was a really funny moment. But yeah, the first Slam Dunk, really good. Also, if you've seen it on Netflix, or if you haven't seen it on Netflix, Nimona, it's an adaptation from a graphic novel.
I heard that was good.
Great animation, really fun story, just beautiful. What's his name from the Sound of Silence? He voices the main
Jim Caviezel?
No.
Not Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Silence.
Wrong sound.
Yeah, about the drummer that loses his hearing.
Oh, you're thinking of Sound of Metal.
Sound of Metal.
Sound of Metal. Sound of Metal.
Sound of Silence is a song.
Yeah, Rizamid. Yeah,
Okay.
he's great in it. He voices the main character. And then the last one, this might have been something that you guys actually watched, because it's Miyazaki coming back to the cinema, The Boy and the Heron. Let me tell you, if Robert Pattinson doesn't get some kind of like nomination for the voice work in this film, like why do they even give out awards anymore? Because he's unrecognizable. I didn't know who he was throughout the whole film until we got to the credits, and I was like, oh yeah, because there's other people like Batista's in it, and he sounds like Batista. But like, this is the only Miyazaki film that I've watched at the theater as well, which is like just this is the way you got to see those films. So if it ever re-releases, or if any of the Studio Ghibli films re-release around you, go watch them in the theater. It's definitely worth your money and your time, because they're beautiful. The story's kind of weird. It really feels like it's Miyazaki maybe signing off, but this is the man that has retired multiple times. He's like a wrestler or a quarterback. Like they keep saying that I'm going to retire, but they always come back for one more shot at the glory. So yeah, great year in animation. We still have even probably one more movie we'll talk about that is also animated, but if you want a little bit of different animation, go check those out. And then, we already talked about the Turtles. That was also another great animation. So fantastic year
Super
for
Mario
animation.
Brothers. I don't know. Does anybody planning on bringing that up tonight? Super Mario
Nah.
Brothers?
I was gonna bring it up at some point.
You want to just talk about it now since we're on
Yeah,
animation?
we're doing animation.
Because I
Yeah,
really
I just-
enjoyed the hell out of that movie, and I did not grow up with Nintendo, so I knew their names and I knew who they were, but like I didn't know the rest. So
Yeah, I really dug that movie. I remember like being in the theater, and there was a one part where I don't know if anybody played the Nintendo 64 Donkey Kong, the Donkey Kong 64. There was like the DK raps. So when that started happening in the movie, me and this other guy next to me started saying DK Donkey Kong. We just it was like everybody was hyped. I just overall enjoyed the film. Yeah. I see what I see the complaints. Maybe that there wasn't enough deeper story or something like that.
We didn't need one. We
I
got
didn't need
we
one.
got
No.
a great fucking movie with a lot of heart in it, a great song from Jack Black. Like,
Mhm.
listen, you want to make a sequel? You can go a
Yes.
little deeper on the sequel. Give us an Empire sort of thing. You know what?
Peaches-
Empire Strikes Back, you know?
Peaches was stuck in my brain for the next like
Yeah.
3 months.
So good.
My only
So good.
complaint with that movie was that some of the voice actors were like not really voice acting; they were just voicing.
Yeah.
Like Chris Pratt and Angela Joy, like it was just them talking. Even Seth Rogen talked about like he's like, I told them I was just gonna be Seth Rogen, right? Like, so like you know, like when
At
you
least he's
have people
honest.
like Keegan Michael Key and Jack Black like really trying. Although Jack Black definitely sounds like Jack Black, but like
Yeah.
he is Jack Black, so like even just him doing stuff like that.
He always gives it his all. He's
Yeah.
one of the
Oh,
most underappreciated actors that's out
Yeah.
there. You
But
know?
the fun thing about the Mario film is that it had something for every like level of Mario game that you've played. Because there was some
Yes.
stuff I didn't even recognize. Like
Yeah.
I was like, when the hell was he a cat?
Yeah.
You know? So like that's a part of the games that I didn't touch on, but like there was other stuff that was for me that because I've been playing when I was a kid. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, it's not like the best film of the year or anything,
It's
but
wait, where is it?
but
at?
it made all the fucking money in the world. So what does that matter?
It's number 10.
Oh, wow.
Highest grossing film of the year. So
Yeah. So
yeah. Ryan, did you have something you wanted to say? I think you heard kind of.
Well, two things now. Number one, I did enjoy the Super Mario Brothers movie. I thought it was a great blend of, even though it might have been geared towards kids, there was enough in it for me growing up with those games that I enjoyed about it. And there were some really good jokes about the games throughout.
Yeah.
So yes, and then I also wanted to mention Danny. I don't know if you watch any of Chris Stuckman's videos, but he spoke very, very highly about the movie Slam Dunk.
oh, okay. Well, I haven't checked it out, but now that I know he likes the same thing I did, maybe I will.
Interesting. Kurt, did you have any thoughts on Super Mario Brothers?
Yeah,
or
a little
anything
bit.
else?
I enjoyed it quite a bit. I think that Chris Pratt was fine, good enough. Jack Black totally stole the show for me. He was
Yeah.
awesome. And we already talked about Peaches, such a great fucking song. And I believe it's not getting nominated, which is crazy because it totally
Not.
should.
It's
That's
total bullshit.
ridiculous. Yeah,
It's
such
bullshit.
a good song.
I mean,
And
I know
love-
the two songs I'm going to be really hoping get nominated for an Oscar.
I think it might lose to Ken though, so I don't know.
Also, I loved how they integrated like the stuff from the games into the movie, like Rainbow Road and stuff. I thought that
Yeah.
was super cool. Like it was like, oh, it's like a DiCaprio point at the screen moment.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
thought the way they included it in the movie was well done. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with it.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, so I think we're moving on to Ryan. What do you got? What film do you want to talk about next, bud?
I'm going to do two again because they were a little on the smaller side as well. The first one being Paint with Owen Wilson. It was
Oh.
a fake biopic about Bob Ross. I thought there were plenty of good jokes, and he did really good as that character. Again, this is a fake biopic. So when the events unfold, no, Bob Ross did not do the things that Owen Wilson does in this, but obviously he's meant to be Bob Ross. So yeah, definitely recommend checking that out if you have any interest. Thought it was funny. There's one joke at the very end that I thought the entire movie was definitely worth it for as well. The other one I want to bring up is a different actual biopic. I mean, I don't know how accurate, but it is a biopic. BlackBerry, about the rise and basically fall of the BlackBerry phone. It stars Jay Baruchel. I mean, he's in a lot of different comedies. Tropic Thunder as their nerdy guy. I can't really think of ones that people would necessarily know, but when you see him, you'll know who he is.
I mean,
But
the guy from Sunny's also in it, right?
that's what I was going to say. Glenn Howerton is definitely the standout in this movie, aka Dennis from It's Always Sunny. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. Again, I have no clue how accurate it is, but found it very entertaining. And I told Rob when I was watching this, different dates or months, I think, come up on the screen from time to time. And when a particular year came up on the screen, I said, uh-oh, I think I know what's about to happen, and was 100% right. But yeah, I would say check out those two as well if you're interested.
I haven't seen either of those movies, but they're Blackberry is definitely on my list to check out at some point.
I've seen one of them. I did not see Paint, but I have seen Blackberry, and I liked it. I think I liked the first half a lot more than the second half.
Yes,
I found it more entertaining. And who's the boss guy again that's always yelling at people?
That's Glenn Howerton.
Yeah, he's awesome. Totally stole the show for me. I thought he was really fun. Once they get into like the downfall, it lost me a little bit. Just kind of got depressing. But overall, I definitely enjoyed it and gave it a positive score.
Mo, have you seen?
No, I haven't seen either. But Blackberry is on my list too.
I remember when everyone had Blackberries. Like my parents had them back in the day, and I thought it was like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
We'd ask Danny, but he'll be back at some point.
It was the phone until the iPhone.
It was for sure.
Yeah. Kurt, so what's your next pick?
What did I say? Did I?
It's a true story. It's two words.
Okay. Dumb Money is my pick, and I think it's just it is still in my top 10 right now, barely, but it is. It's number 10. I had a lot of fun with this one. I don't know. Have you guys seen it?
Yes.
I know Danny has. Okay, Ryan too. You haven't, Mo?
No, I haven't yet, but it's on my list too.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet either.
It's about the GameStop stock and how the little people flipped it on Wall Street, which I thought was pretty cool. It kind of follows a bunch of different people and their stories about, buying stock in GameStop. So I thought it was a ton of fun. And Paul Dano is the main character. He's like a streamer. It's just a super likable character, and he knocks it out of the park. And I like the anti-Wall Street, anti-rich sentiment of the movie. They get bailed out in the end, of course, like always, but it's still the sentiment of the movie is framing that as a bad thing. So I had a lot of fun with it, and there's a little cameo at the end that I thought was pretty cool, and a surprise in the end credits as well. Someone that was involved in the movie that was like, interesting.
Are you referencing a couple brothers that were involved? Okay, yeah, I thought that was interesting as well.
Yeah, I was like, really? What? They were a part of this? And given what the movie's about? Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, and who else wants to go? Who's seen it?
I definitely enjoyed it. Obviously, with any biopic that we have talked about tonight, they take liberties with the story. Totally get it. They've been doing that ever since biopics have been a thing, basically. But I also recommend there's a documentary called Power to the Players that interviews the actual people, and you get a lot more details about what happened. And I thought that was really informative. So check that out.
It's not the Koch brothers Lego. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to say who it is because I want some people to be.
Because this is a movie that as soon as it's free on one of the apps, I will watch it.
Yeah,
So-
and you, Rob, especially, you'll find that interesting too. When
And
you
you
see
know,
that.
like, I'm at the point now where it's like I try to avoid even most movie trailers. I love going into movies just really not knowing anything.
Sure.
So, there is that. I got thrown off a little bit. Danny's having some internet issues. He'll be back.
Oh, geez.
Who did we just lost Ryan as well. So yeah, people
Dropping
are
like flies.
He'll be back. Yep, Ryan's back already. Hey, what do you know? Okay, good deal. But anyway, so I kind of got lost, and I got to keep our windows straight because that's way I know how everything's flowing. This is a lot running the show, hosting. And
Guys,
everything,
stop guessing in the comments. I seriously want Rob and other people to be surprised.
I'm not even looking at the comments. I got the private chat wide
Is
open.
it Mephisto? Does Mephisto show up?
Oh, Danny's back.
Dr. Doom?
It's the Mario Brothers.
All right, let me get everybody in order now that we're back and keep our circle going.
Mario
Okay,
and
so Kurt, yeah, you just brought up Dumb Money. Danny, have you seen Dumb Money?
I have. I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. I follow that very closely on TikTok, so like I wasn't surprised by a lot of the film, but I thought it was good. I love Paul Dano. He's great. Like he's the reason I kind of just like stayed watching in the film. Yeah, his performance is just fantastic, which is really funny because like like the guy that the real guy doesn't look much like Paul Dano, but like he really captures his vibes on the stream.
The energy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so
sure. All right, I'm really excited about.
Wait, hold
this,
on.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I don't think, Lego. I don't think you're gonna know there, and there's a reason you won't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to say anything else.
So, all right, I got the private chat back open. I'm really excited about this next movie Mo was about to bring up. So why don't you just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off and let's just get into the nitty-gritty. We're listen, we've been having a lot of fun tonight thus far. I know it's gonna be a long show. We got a lot of movies to get to, but this I know I love throwing a good like king or queen that we all kind of feel is that way. More or less, some of us, as we talk about some of these other movies. As we move towards
I'm gonna get kicked off this fucking stream.
The golden nuggets towards the end. I think Kurt's the only one that didn't love this movie. So go ahead, Mo.
Well, I'm gonna go with my number one movie of the year.
Oh shit!
John Wick.
Wow, okay, you're doing number one. Okay.
Yeah, it's my number one. I'm just gonna say it off the bat. I'm ripping that Band-Aid off right now. It's my number one movie of the year. No movie has topped it for me as far as excitement. And from when that movie came out in March to March, nothing has topped it for me, in my opinion. Keanu Reeves one thing about the John Wick series for me, it just kept getting better and better as it went on. The first one was amazing. Maybe 2 dropped down a little bit, but 3 and 4 for me have been amazing. This movie alone makes me want stunt performers to get Oscars.
Yes.
The stunt performers did a hell of a job in this freaking movie. Non-stop action throughout. And I know how some people like Kurt get a little bit tired of, sometimes the constant like action. And it feels like that takes away from the story or whatever. But for me, the action and especially the different type of set pieces that they did with like in Tokyo, looked amazing. That whole set piece of them, and I think it was France, right? When they were
the roundabout,
with the cars, and I was blown away. And then my favorite scene, and probably like in a movie in the last decade for me, was when he was in that house and it was all top down.
That was pretty cool.
That was one of the coolest shots I've ever seen in a movie because it felt like, you're still watching a movie, but it also felt like a video game as well. I was like, wait. I feel like I'm playing a video game right now, but it looks so dope. And it was just like, I don't know. And Donnie Yen is the man. I always loved Donnie Yen. I always followed him since way in the past. Iron Monkey, all those movies like that. Bill Skarsgård was okay. I mean,
Clancy Brown, dude.
Clancy Brown was great too. I mean,
brief, but to the point.
The ending is where I'm a little bit like, depending on where they go from there, could kind of like I don't know where they're gonna go from there, but I don't want to spoil it.
I think they need to be done. They need to be done. They go out on such a pinnacle. In some of our opinions, be done.
Yeah. But that's my case. That's my favorite movie of the year. So I'll open it up to everyone else.
So the first thing I want to say is I wish I would have known you were gonna come by because we are kind of saving our number ones for towards the end. But I'm so glad you brought it up now. I have 4 words for everybody. Donnie Yen as Kane. Holy shit. Stole the show. Full disclosure, here's my 20-second review on John Wick 4. I kind of poo-pooed those movies when they first came out. I was like, oh, they look like dumb, mindless action films. And you guys were all talking about how amped you were for 4. And the first 3 were available on streaming. And I'm like, fuck it. I'll watch the first one. So I turned it on at like 8 o'clock at night, got through it. I was like, whoa, this movie was way better than I thought it was going to be. So I watched the second one also that night. The next day was Thursday. So John Wick 4 was coming out. So I rushed to get all my stuff done that day. 5 o'clock rolls around. I sit and watch John Wick 3. And then I got in my car and I drove to the fucking theater and I watched the 4th one. So I watched all 4 films in like 36 hours, more or less, and whatever. And could not be happier with them, but be done. 4's enough. Danny,
Yeah.
what say you?
I mean, I went back to my letterbox to remember like exactly how I felt, and it says my favorite movie of the year so far. When I watched it, action packed from beginning to end. I really, this is one of my 5-star movies out of it like that I have in the year, and it hasn't changed. Sometimes I'll watch a movie, and then I'll be like, oh, maybe this one shouldn't be that high. That's happened with a couple things. Donnie Yen's great. Keanu's great. I could watch him fight up those stairs for like another hour.
Same.
Like just the music, fantastic. The visuals, I love when we're in that the Continental in Japan. Oh my god, just visually stunning. I love the cast. I love all these like action movie martial art legends kind of showing up sprinkled throughout. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm really enjoying watching Kurt simmer in his chair.
Well, we're gonna go to Ryan once Danny's done, and then we'll save Kurt for last.
So go ahead, Ryan, because I want to.
Sorry, Kurt. No, I told Rob this when he told me about those few days that he had. For me, that would be a little too much of that franchise at once. Like I can't take it all in a row, but watching them over the course of time, absolutely love them. As Mo pointed out, the stunt work in this film is phenomenal. That stairway scene in particular. So yeah, I hope that I don't, without giving anything away, there's a certain reason why I want this to be the last one. But if they do spinoffs, like I know they are, I'm still intrigued by those.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think there should be another John Wick movie.
Yeah, the ballerina thing should be happening still with Ana de Armas.
Correct.
Ana de Armas, boys. Ana de Armas.
Yeah.
All right, Kurt, before the blood vessel in your neck bursts.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. I gave this movie a positive score because the action is really good. And like you guys said, Donnie Yen is fantastic. Unfortunately, and I do like action a lot, I will tend to suffer from action fatigue sometimes, and I absolutely got that with this one. Some of these action scenes, and I know you guys love it. Danny said he'd watch him fall down the stairs for another half an hour. Some of these just go on way too long for me. And again, it's cool, but at a certain point, and I'm going to get flamed for this, it got repetitive to me. I'm like, I just need more than this. It's going on and on and on. And going along with that, what makes it even worse and more visual noise to me is the fact that not so much the first two, but the last two movies, 3 and 4, really built up this idea that he's Superman and he's indestructible and he has a ridiculous amount of plot armor and the stuff that he survives. I can't. Oh, geez. There's something else that happens that makes that even worse. Like by proxy, because I don't feel what I'm supposed to feel. So yeah, just it way too long. There was no reason it had to be 2 hours and 40 minutes long. Some of these scenes go on way too long, and I get disconnected when they go on so long. And I know that he's going to kill all 60, 80, 100 of these people, no problem. And just all the plot armor and shit, it gets old for me. Like I disconnect from it after a certain point. Again, some of the action is enjoyable, and I gave it a positive score for that reason, but just it's too much. And especially the last two John Wick movies. I like the first two better because I didn't think they went quite that far with some of this stuff and the shit that he survives. So there we go.
Kurt, I completely understand what you're saying and it all makes sense. But for some reason in this franchise, it just doesn't bother me.
And that's always confused me because people will shit on other movies for not being realistic, but not this one. Mo just did it yesterday with Sisu.
Yes. I was just about to bring that up because for some, I'm sorry, I don't know who has seen Sisu in here, but there was stuff in Sisu that I was like, oh hell no, you ain't not even John Wick is surviving.
But I felt the same way about John Wick though. That's the problem. And then there
was only one thing in John Wick where I was like, I don't know about that. But other than that,
can you guys let me spoil this?
All right, so I'll be brief. If you're watching the show and you haven't seen John Wick 4 and you don't want to be spoiled on how the movie ends, We're at the, it's whatever hour it is, 56-minute mark. Come back at the 0-0 mark. So in 4 minutes, and we'll probably I'll be wrapping up my next movie. So go ahead, Kurt.
Okay. So this kind of adds on to my problem that I was talking about before with the plot armor. And then, because at the end, they reverse it and kill him off, supposedly. So when this happens, I'm not feeling what I'm supposed to be feeling because I don't believe it for a second, because they had hammered home this idea that, no, he's unkillable, he's invincible, he's Superman. So I'm like, oh, he'll be fine. And then they have him die, and I'm like, what? So that just didn't hit me at all because I didn't believe it.
He's unkillable. He's unkillable by others because of his skill. In that last scene, he chose to get shot so he could get the guy.
No. I'm talking about the specific, all the shit that he survived, like falling off the building at the end of 3 after getting shot by, blanking on his name right now. But at the end of 3, yes, and he gets shot at the end of 3 and falls off the building. There's no way in hell he should have survived that. And now he dies by getting shot, like in the stomach or whatever. It's like, I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Let himself get shot.
And that's their fault for saying this whole time, hammering home the idea that he is unkillable, that he can do all the shit and still be alive. So.
That is the one thing, though, that me and Ryan me and Kurt do agree on, though.
Oh,
we talked about this before.
Oh, yep, that's right.
We did. Like, I didn't feel like, I was like, he doesn't seem dead to me.
Right.
So that's why I never felt like,
so
that they should.
That's
end
why
right now.
I
Like,
almost
that's how I
don't
felt.
want it to end, because
so Kurt, you're saying if they made a John Wick 5 where he was alive, then you would like this one more because
probably a little bit. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You know, one other thing I forgot to mention is that it was really emotional. Lance Reddick has just passed away a few days before this movie came out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then in spoilers still for the movie, like in this movie, he dies.
Yeah.
Or his character dies. So like that was pretty emotional too, because I was like, fuck. Like,
and that had nothing to do with the fact that he died in real life. That was already the plan, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, it was hard to watch it right after like we had just learned those news. But yeah, I get exactly where you're coming from, Kurt. I agree.
Thank you.
I just didn't care that much for that. Didn't care that much for that.
If you don't care, fair enough.
They were.
All right, we got to move on because we got a lot of movies to get to. So John Wick 4.
Give me more Yu-Gi-Oh playing.
I am looking forward to Ballerina though.
Yeah. So my next pick is one of my favorite comedies of the year. There were 3 movies. I already named one of them, American Fiction, and the other comedy we're going to talk about towards the end. But as a straightforward comedy, this was definitely my favorite of the year, and that is No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence. You know, without me going on some diatribe about how they just don't make comedies the way they used to. And you know, I think part of it's part of it's good because they're not being overly offensive. Like we look at some of the movies from the 2000s, like The Ringer comes to mind, or, you know, some other things. But at the same time, it's like everybody's kind of maybe a little too fragile now. So it's a nuanced conversation, but this film for me worked on so many levels. It's an R-rated comedy. And that's what it should be led with, is that it's that type of humor. It's an R-rated movie. This is not fun for your whole family. Really enjoyed it. Andrew Barth Feldman, who plays Percy, the guy she's, you know, basically hired to fuck in the film, and that's not really
go that far.
Not a spoiler. Well, she's gonna date him hard.
Exactly. Gonna date the hell out of him.
Yes, date the hell out of him. Matthew Broderick was great as Laird. How do you say Laird? Like the cheese dip? Okay, yeah. So it's quotable. It's great. For me, the peak scene was when they're at this restaurant. It's not really a spoiler. And he plays Maneater by Hall & Oates on the piano and does this like very like down like stripped down rendition. I've listened to that on Spotify dozens of times in the last few weeks, so can't recommend it enough. We'll go around the horn real quick. Danny, have you seen No Hard Feelings?
I actually recently watched it. I watched it. I believe I was wrapping Christmas gifts as I was watching No Hard Feelings. Great movie for that. Like it's funny, but it's still like one of those films that you can just kind of like be doing something like, you know, like whether you're working or whatever and you want to have it. I compare this very similar to Joyride from this year. I think both of those comedies were just like, fuck, we can still do this. Like, let's do more comedies like this. Like, they're fun. I think it depends on like as long as you're not punching down on other people, that's what makes these movies fun, right? Which these movies were not like a lot of the comedies from the early 2000s. Somebody ends up being the butt of the joke, and it's usually not the white people. So I'll say that. But yeah, these both Jorah and No Hard Feelings. I think I like Jorah a little better, but these both of the films also have a lot of heart. So yeah, really really fun stuff for either one of those. And
Ryan,
they're rocky as hell.
Yeah,
Both of them.
Ryan, thoughts and opinions. No hard feelings.
I'm definitely a little biased. I absolutely love Jennifer Lawrence. So I was just seeing the movie because she was in it. But yes, it did turn out to be very funny as well. So definitely enjoyed it.
Kurt?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. It was a fun comedy. I don't think it really did that much to elevate beyond that to get in like my top 20 or anything like that. But I did have a lot of fun with it. And I do love the song Man Eater. So yeah, it was fun.
Wow.
I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately.
It's on Netflix now, I think.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It is. It is. All right, so moving on to our next movie. Danny, what do you got for us?
I want to touch on real quick on one of the films that I expected to be okay, but actually really enjoyed. This is Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. I'm not the biggest Dungeons and Dragons tabletop nerd. I've played enough. I know enough of like RPG or table RPGs to like kind of understand everything that's going on. But man, what a great film! Just really cool cast: Chris Pine, Michelle Rodriguez, Justice Smith, Sophia Lillis, Hugh Grant, Regis Jean Page. Like just everyone worked. Like everyone really worked. Like I think if you're a fan of Dungeons and Dragons, you're really gonna enjoy like the little Easter eggs and all the little things that they're putting in the film for you. But if you've never played it, like this is just a fun adventure film, right? I think as with some of the other films, like the villain's a little bit one-dimensional, but this one has a little bit of a twist, kind of. So yeah, really fun, great time at the movies, and I really want them to continue this franchise actually with the same cast, bring them back, because that's the cool thing about Dungeons and Dragons and RPGs. Like you can just kind of start off a new adventure at any point. So yeah, really cool stuff.
I haven't seen it. Ryan, have you seen Dungeons and Dragons?
I agree with Danny on this one. I did not expect much going in, and I was pleasantly surprised. Really enjoyed it, actually.
Kurt, what say
Yeah,
you?
I liked it too. Don't have much to add. I thought it was going to be kind of dumb. I never played D&D really.
Me neither.
But I had a ton of fun with the movie.
Yep.
Fun characters, humor, action. What more can you want? I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was another big surprise for me. I thought it was gonna be like probably a list of one of the worst movies of the year. At first, but I really like Chris Pine. He was really good in it. And yeah, it was just overall really good. I was not into Dungeons and Dragons. I never really played it either, so it was like a breath of fresh air, like something new. I did like the creature designs as well.
Yeah.
There was like very unique, some unique designs, and the VFX was pretty good too.
Oh, there's a cameo I forgot. It's top notch. I don't even want to, because
Yeah,
Rob,
no.
I hope Rob you watch this film, because I feel like you're really gonna love the cameo. Actually,
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll get around to it definitely, because I am shocked. I mean, I don't mean this in a bad way or condescending way, but I'm shocked on how many people's like top 25, top 20 lists that this is
Yeah.
on. Some people's top 10 lists. So,
It's really enjoyable.
yeah. Okay, so we went around the horn on that one. All right, Ryan's got one. What do you want to talk about next? You gonna do a double feature again?
I'm going to do two again just because apparently most of the ones I bring up, most people have not seen. So, oh well. But that's kind of the point of this stream, is to bring up things that came out that we want to shed a little bit more light on. So the two that I'm going to talk about, one of them is a movie called Sanctuary. To be honest, I don't remember the actors/actress name, the two leads in this movie, but it's this rich guy who hires this mental dominatrix, I think is the best way to describe it. So it's not a sexual thing. It's more of she tells him what to do because nobody else in his life tells him what to do. But the majority of the 95% of the movie takes place in a hotel room. So it's a great back and forth between these two characters. So if you like a psychological thriller with a bunch of other stuff too, definitely recommend this. Again, the movie is Sanctuary. And then something else that I saw earlier this year that I thought was pretty funny, and I think it's on Hulu now, is called Theater Camp. I personally have never been to theater camp, so it's not like I saw it and said, oh, that reminds me of blah, 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 or anything like that. I just thought it was a funny movie. It is a mockumentary about a theater camp. So the characters are pretty much over the top and stuff like that. But I thought it was one of the better comedies this year. So definitely recommend that as well. Some stars have a smaller role in it, but I don't think there's anybody that's like, oh yeah, I know who that is. God, I forget the guy's name. Oh man. Yeah. Anywho, not really big people in it per se, but I thought it was really funny. So yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Theater Camp. I enjoyed it. I thought it was really funny as well. And one of the directors who also was the main actress in the movie, Molly Gordon, I think she's really underrated. I really like her a lot.
I've not seen either one of these movies. What say you, Mo?
You're on mute,
bud.
Mo, you were on mute.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
You're still on mute.
Still on mute.
Oh shit!
Always just mute yourself in the stream.
I know. I keep doing it on my mic and forgetting that whatever. No, I haven't watched either. All that to say that.
Okay.
All right, Kurt's got one. I gave this movie 4 stars. Kurt, you want to rip the Band-Aid off with your next pick?
Gran Turismo.
Oh, never mind. I saw Mo's next pick. Never mind. I gave this 3.5 stars though. But yeah, Gran Turismo. Let's see it.
Another big surprise for me. I think probably right next to Saw X for my biggest surprises of the year. I was thinking, like, when they announced it, a movie about the racing game Gran Turismo, really? But it's actually a really cool story. And I can't remember the name of the main actor. He's also in Saltburn, but he's really good. And like his relationship with David Harbour's character, who plays like the person who's, I don't know what to call him exactly, who's like training him, his mentor. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, mentor. Their relationship is really good. He's got a love story that's really well done. The racing sequences are really good. Just a very satisfying, well done crowd pleaser. It's like the best version of a crowd pleaser. It hits all the beats you'd expect, but it hits them well. It's emotional. You're invested. It's satisfying. It's entertaining. So I just had a ton of fun with this one. And have you guys all seen it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know if you noticed, but the song they play at the end is from Heat. It was also played at the end of Heat.
Oh.
I didn't until you brought it up, and I was like,
yeah.
I knew that sounded
familiar. When I heard that, I was like, oh man, that's so cool. As a score guy, I noticed that kind of stuff right away. So
it was a little nod to Michael's Man movie from this year. Like, I can do car movies too, baby.
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
No, I really enjoyed Gran Turismo too. It was another surprise for me. I think we starting to really see like video game properties do better in terms of films and TV as well. So I thought it was really good. David Harbour to me is my favorite.
Yeah, he was great.
Is the standout to me. He was really good. The racing sequences were really good. The sound design was fantastic. And and I like the way that they implemented a lot of the game sounds into the racing. Racing. So it was like, it felt like, it was really connected to the game as well. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And also, fun fact, the true story that it's about, he was doing all the stunt driving.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm not a car guy, but man, it's so cool to see just all the car stuff in these films. I also didn't know how kind of tragic part of the story was gonna be. Like when that happened, I was like, oh shit. I think I went to, they had like an early premiere, so it was kind of like a packed house at the IMAX. I think a lot of us, because when that happens, like if you're watching that on a big screen,
Yeah.
you really feel it with like the surrounds and everything, and you're like, holy shit. So yeah, great surprise. I went in for David Harbour, but I'm glad that I enjoyed it forever. Even Orlando Bloom was like, oh, he's kind of charming in this role.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree.
I hadn't seen him in a while, but he was good.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, he's always great. David Harbour's slowly become just one of my favorites, like personal favorites. To see on
he always
screen.
brings
He's
it.
always. Yeah.
I got something to add real quick about the tragic stuff. They changed up the timing of that to make for a more satisfying movie. So I think it actually happens. I think it actually happens after the stuff at the end. So
okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Anybody else? Any thoughts? I lost track for a second. Anybody else? Any thoughts?
I don't think Ryan is on yet. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ryan.
I did not play the games growing up, but I enjoyed this a lot more than what I thought. The two movies of the year that I enjoyed a lot more than I thought I would was Dungeons and Dragons and Gran Turismo. So what else? The other thing about it, I know that they did this on purpose, but I'm also glad that they did this. They did not market it as a Neil Blomkamp film, even though he was the director. I'm sure that's because his last two didn't do so well.
And it's quite a bit different from his normal stuff too.
Yes, which I'm very glad. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that he can, do a movie that isn't like those other ones and it still turn out really good. So definitely enjoyed this.
I honestly didn't even know it was him until after the movie.
I think I did know.
And
but
I saw
yeah.
his name. I was like, "Oh shit, Neil Blomkamp!" I didn't remember.
Right.
It's always fun when that happens.
Yeah.
All right, Mo. You got your next pick. I retracted my statement from earlier. This was the movie that I was very surprised I gave 4 stars to. Really liked. So, what do you got?
So I got definitely one of my favorite horror. It might be my favorite horror movie of the year. Scream 6. Scream 6. I had ton of fun. And the thing was, before this, I only saw like obviously the original, and that was it. So before I went to go see this movie, I binge watched all of them. So I absolutely love this movie, and I feel like Melissa Barrera, she stepped up even and was way better in this film than she was in the last one.
Yeah.
And Jenna Ortega continued being my favorite part of the movie, to be honest. And I did like the setting of it being in New York. It lent for a lot of cool like scenes, especially like the subway scene was like anxiety inducing because I know how that shit is. Like being in the subway crowded and somebody's freaking chasing you. That's terrifying. The only thing I would say that I didn't like about that movie was probably like the killers at the end, like the reveal of it a little bit. But other than that, I enjoyed the hell out of that movie.
Yeah, no, I did. I really liked Scream 5. I had a lot more fun with it than most people did, I think. And I liked this one because it was in New York City and that just kind of had its own vibe to it. And I don't know. The thing with these kind of franchise movies, I'll go back to my statements on the newer Halloween trilogy. I'm just looking at fun. You give me something that's entertaining, I'm going to be in. So
I'm not a screamer. I've only seen the first one, and
oh wow,
yeah. So I think I'm good. I was like, that one's pretty good. I don't think I need to keep going with these. So
yeah. Ryan,
as I commented earlier, I am a little harsher on horror movies. So due to the way I felt about number 5, I chose not to see number 6.
Okay. I'm a big fan of the Scream franchise. I like all of them except for 3, and really enjoyed 5. I really enjoyed this one too.
Sorry, you mean Scream number 3?
Yes.
Okay, because it sounded like
the third one. Yes.
Got it.
No, yeah. I think throughout the first 2 acts, maybe like 80% of the movie, it probably would have been my second favorite Scream movie after the first one, because I love the core 4. I think they're really good characters, and I think they're they're suitable. They're not as good as Sydney, but suitable to usher in the next generation. And I thought there were some really nasty kills in it, especially the one with the ladder. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. It was really intense. I love the New York setting, and the subway scene was so well done.
Yeah.
So I was loving it. Unfortunately, I was not a big fan of the killer reveals and motive. So that brought it down a little bit for me. But then some stuff that happened after that was pretty cool. So overall, very positive experience for me. I dug it quite a bit.
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to do a double feature, and we're going to go through another round. We're talking in the private chat, just going over some stuff. I'll let you guys know now. Why don't you guys let me know? I know what Danny's going to pick next. You guys want to let me know in the private chat your next round here of picks.
Sure.
I'm gonna bring up a double feature, mostly because I know where everyone stands with these movies. And I think everyone here, I know Mo may not have seen one of them, if not both, but we'll find out. Yeah, so here's my double feature. We'll get through these. They're going to be controversial. These are both films in my top 10. One of them's like my number 8, and one of them's my number 3. The one that's my number 8 is the new film from Michael Mann. That is Ferrari. I'll say this. If you're going in looking for a movie that's like Gran Turismo, this is not the movie for you. This is a character-driven drama about a guy who has a very unstable life, both in his professional and personal lives. Penelope Cruz is a fucking powerhouse in this movie. I just think she's absolutely tremendous. Adam Driver is one of the greatest actors that we have, and I really hope that he continues to get this caliber where he can really act. I know a lot of people compare him to House of Gucci because he's playing another Italian. I think that's bonkers. It's a totally different film. And the third act is just so intense. And then for Maestro, I drove out to St. Charles to see this 2 weeks before it hit Netflix. Chills the entire time. Just Bradley Cooper is 2 for 2 in my book. I never would have thought the guy from The Hangover would become one of my must-see directors in this world. And Carey Mulligan, again, if she wins Best Actress this year, I will not be upset. Beautiful, beautiful film. We'll go around the horn here. Thoughts and opinions on Ferrari and/or Maestro. Danny, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I was not the biggest fan of Ferrari. I think there's a lot of good stuff there. There's some great performances. There's also some really vivid stunts and like a lot of I mean, it's Michael Mann. He knows how to make a movie. I just thought it was a little boring. Like all the stuff with him. Like I don't care that Enzo had 2 families or whatever. Like I don't know. That's not. But the performances was great. And then with Maestro, I really enjoyed the film. I think I like that one more than Ferrari. Bradley Cooper and I forget what's the name of she plays his wife.
Carey Mulligan.
Yeah, they're both fantastic. Like this is not really a biopic about his life. It's a movie about their relationship, and I thought it was beautiful. I think there's some really interesting visual choices as to how to represent the different eras of his life. The music, of course, like in a movie like this, has to be fantastic. I think it's a little long too. Like I feel like they could have just, I don't know. There's some things that I feel like could run a little long that were probably not as impactful to their relationship. But yeah, it was great. I also really enjoyed that. I think I did watch that on Netflix, so I didn't go watch it. I was trying to look for it, but we didn't really have any good screenings.
It was very limited release. Like I had to drive an hour and a half to go check it out.
It was either that or you had to go to Bradley Cooper's house to like where he was screening it. So
right.
So yeah, good stuff. Ryan?
Yeah. Ferrari, everybody was good. The story was good. It's just, it didn't really get there for me in the same way Maestro did. Ferrari was fine for the most part. But yeah, no, I'm very glad I saw Maestro in the theater, specifically because of the music. The scene where he is conducting in a church was amazing. I think you hear the entire, I don't know if you call it song, but the entire
sequence
symphony. Yeah. And then as far as the acting goes, I think the standout scene for me was when they are in the apartment and the parade is going on in the background. That's definitely probably the best part. So
for me, it was a scene when they were in bed towards the end, and he's breathing with her.
Oh yeah.
I started tearing up.
I just thought the back and forth between them and the fact that most of it was one take was really strong. So
Me?
The floor is yours, Kurt.
I didn't like either one of these.
Oh, and he's at it again.
I thought they were both boring as hell. Ferrari, I thought was quite messy with the storytelling, and Maestro, I just totally never. I was at arm's length the whole time. I never connected with anything whatsoever. And Cooper, I think he kind of overcooked it a little bit sometimes. Mulligan, I think, was great, but I just, did not care for either one of these. Found them boring. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
And just real quick, let me chime in. I think both characters are both individuals in real life are hard to connect for the audience.
Yes.
If you don't buy in from the beginning, you definitely
right.
I can definitely see that. Yeah.
I don't know what it is with these Adam Driver Italian movies because I didn't like House of Gucci either. So
I didn't mind Gucci. I like Gucci better than this, except for Jared Leto. But that's another. That's a whole other street. Save that for Ridley Scott.
Yeah, neither one of these were for me, folks.
Mo, have you seen either of these films?
I haven't seen Ferrari, but I have seen Maestro, and I'm gonna piggyback off of Kurt. I was expecting to like it more than I thought I was going than I did. Acting is great. Bradley Cooper is great to me. I don't think he overcooked it. Carey Mulligan to me is the standout. Of
She
the
stole
movie.
the show.
She stole the show. Like Ryan said, that scene when there was Ryan, it was you that said the scene in with the Thanksgiving parade going by.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Ryan. That was my favorite part of the movie as well. That scene was but for the life of me, I don't know what. I just felt like Kurt. I felt disconnected. I felt like I was looking. I don't know. Maybe in the theater, if I saw it, I would have had a different experience. But I felt myself gravitating to my phone because I was bored.
Yep, I check my phone a lot.
And once if I gravitate to my phone a lot when watching a movie, that means I'm not fully invested into it.
Right.
So
it's never a good sign.
I just found myself doing that too much, and like as good as the acting is, I just never connected with the story.
I did pause it a couple times in some sequences just to like do something else real quick and come back. So
who abandoned Snoopy in the? Oh gosh, yes. Okay, so yeah, those were our thoughts on Ferrari and Maestro. Danny's got another double feature coming up, and these are both in my top 20 of the year. And I know they're very controversial for the rest.
It's also a double feature of like we're just kind of going through the things that Kurt didn't really enjoy the most.
This is that part of the show. Yeah.
No. I know what that means.
But it's two films that. So let me start with let me ease Kurt into this. So first, I'm going to talk about The Killer. Real quick.
Oh, that one was fine.
But I'm doing a double feature, so I'm definitely also talking about the other one. But I enjoyed The Killer. It's not my favorite David Fincher film, but I thought it was really good. I didn't know what to expect from it. I haven't read the comic that it's based on because it's a French comic, so it's something that I haven't really
did not know that
found yet. Yeah, it's really. I was really. I enjoyed that it was from a comic because this tells me like. I know David Fincher doesn't do a lot of sequels, but if you wanted to, they could expand on this character even more because I think there's at least 3 or 4 volumes of this. So, but Fassbender he's just so good. Something that's kind of dumb, but that I really liked about the film is that I get the same McDonald's breakfast as the character in the film, like just the egg McMuffin. And I was like, oh, that's weird, but it's crazy. But yeah, it's just I love how methodical the beginning of it is, and then the movie just kind of unravels after things start to go wrong. So also the music, how they incorporated into the film.
Yes,
I really really enjoy that. So and then the other film that I really enjoyed was Saltburn. I went into this film not knowing what to expect. I love that the aspect ratio is the 1:33:1 or whatever.
The old Academy ratio.
Yeah, so like you
Yeah.
can really see the vastness of this like this place that they're at. I love the costumes. I love the performances. I think Barry Keoghan is great. Elordi,
Rosamund Pike.
Yeah, Elordi's fine. I think he's just kind of being. I feel like he's so naturally charming that's just kind of what he was going with. But yeah, Rosamund Pike has some of the best dialogue in this film, maybe of the year. I love seeing, and I just really enjoyed the past few weeks how now that it's on Prime, people are discovering it, and then you get like the memes. The song at the end is a banger, even if what's going on in the screen was completely unexpected and weird, and apparently all natural. So good on him. So yeah, the more I found out about this movie, like what's some of the scenes that were improv, like the more I found out about it, it's really interesting. It's definitely out of the norm, and I know there's probably films that have done stuff like this before. I just haven't seen them, so like this feels very novel to me. So yeah, good pairing of films you can watch on streaming now. So I'll pass it on to Ryan.
So I saw The Killer, definitely liked it. As we all know, most of us were on the David Fincher one. So I was pleased, and I agree, not one of his best, but definitely not near the bottom either. And Mike Fassbender, one of my favorites. So yes, for sure. Have not seen Saltburn yet, but I really want to. So now that I know it's on Prime, I'm going to try to check that out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll start with the watchable one, and that's The Killer. I thought it was fine. I mean, you guys know how much I love Fincher. Seven is my favorite movie of all time. Huge Fincher nerd. This one, it just kind of gets lost in the shuffle of his like mid to bottom tier movies. The plot is very typical, very familiar. It doesn't play out in any kind of surprising way or anything. I think Michael Fassbender's performance is probably like the only reason I liked it. And that it's like a revenge movie. There's one cool action scene, but aside from that, not much excitement. So yeah, I don't know. I found it fairly forgettable and generic, especially when held up to Fincher's other movies. I fucking hated Saltburn. I did not like this movie at all, and I refrained from talking about it earlier because I knew we would get to it because some of you guys loved it. But there was like no plot. It's just a collection of weird, oftentimes overly disgusting, just for the sake of being disgusting scenes that go on too long. I'm like, is this really necessary? Hated all the characters. They didn't feel like real people at all. So shallow. And I don't even, whatever it was trying to say, because I'm kind of confused about that, did not land. I thought the twist was dumb and predictable. Did not care for any. There are a couple times that I laughed. That's about the only positive I can take away from it. But I really, really did not like Saltburn at all.
Oof. I saw. I did not see Saltburn, and I don't think I'm going to see it because it doesn't look like something I really.
I don't think you would like it.
But I seen The Killer, and upon first watch, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Michael Fassbender always crushes it. But the more I think about it, the more like it kind of goes lower down on my list because it's just there's not a lot going on in my opinion, and I feel like I don't know. Like Michael Fassbender is great in it. I did like I'm a sucker for like narration. So like when the character's narrating what's going on and stuff like I'm a sucker for that. But it just felt at certain points that it was slow, not much.
It is kind of slow.
Yeah, and I was just like, okay, like it's good. I really enjoyed when it got to the action. Like that one, I think we agreed in the same part about the action scene. I think it was in the house or something like that, where that's probably my favorite part of the movie. But I don't know, it was lacking something to take it to the next level for me. I don't know what that is though.
Okay. Well said, Lego. I agree.
So I'm sorry, Mo, were you still going?
No, I was done.
Oh, okay. So it's all right. I'll take a pee break. So The Killer. not really a spoiler, but within the first 5 minutes of the film, he puts his headphones in, and I'm sitting in the theater again. I drove to St. Charles 2 weeks before it came out on Netflix, and I go, "Is that the fucking Smiths that he's listening to?" And then, like, again, it's not really a spoiler, but like the soundtrack, like most of the music that's in the movie is the Smiths, and I'm like, this is fucking bonus points all goddamn day. Being able to listen to Morrissey, and they were their collection of hits and deep cuts, and I was just like, this is great. I really liked the aesthetics of, and then like that like attention to detail, and like just like the way, no spoilers, but like how he goes about things, and like all the things that he has and where they're stored, and just like all, I was really consumed by that. I really liked it. I love Michael Fassbender. What a tremendous talent. It's a fun movie. It's not The Social Network. It's not Seven, but I don't necessarily know if it's trying to be either. I had a really good time with it. And then Saltburn, Barry Keoghan is become just like over the last few years, just one of the most tremendous talents that we have. I'm so love him. Loved Carey Mulligan in this movie. Again, Issa Rae was in 2 of my favorite movies of the year. 3 of my favorite, because she voiced in an animated film we'll talk about later. Matt Damon was in 2 of my favorite movies of the year, and Carey Mulligan was in 2 of my favorite movies of the year. She's great. Rosamund Pike, other than Barry Keoghan, definitely the standout. I love the visuals, the cinematography. I think somebody in Discord made a comment about like confusing really good visuals with a bad movie, and I was like, yeah, I thought it was solid though. So those are my thoughts on those 2. But you guys pretty much covered everything else except for the negative reviews. I was definitely positive on both.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame because I really do love Carey Mulligan, but the 2 movies that she was in this year, I did not care for at all. That's not her fault, but I just didn't like the movies.
Yeah. Rob, as long as it had an amazing soundtrack, listen.
Might be a little biased there, yeah.
I've seen A Star Is Born like 10 times.
I love the Star. I love the Star.
Oh, you know. I'm sorry, so I totally lost track. Those were Danny's picks, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's having internet issues, so he'll be back. Did anybody else have any thoughts on The Killer or Saltburn before we move on to Ryan?
Nah.
Okay, so I know we're all on the same page with this movie that Ryan's about to bring up. So go ahead.
I am going to bring up 2. They're not necessarily smaller movies, but they're not, the ones that we're going to spend more time on. That is, the first one being Air, the one about the, I don't know if you want to say creation, invention, whatever, of the Air Jordans and Nike.
Yep.
I am not a sports person. I am not a Nike person or anything like that, but I thought this was a very entertaining movie with a great cast, great story. So I think it's still on Prime. I'm not sure or not, but
I just rewatched it over the weekend. Yep.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Just all around solid movie. And then the other one, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but we didn't talk about it. I do want to bring it back up, and that is Sisu. As it was mentioned, it is a bit over the top, but I kind of knew that going in, and it would, at the time it came out, it was described as John Wick meets Inglourious Bastards, which I definitely agree with. So if you like those action style movies about killing Nazis, then definitely check out Sisu.
Okay. I've seen both of those, and I'll start with Sisu. I quite enjoyed it. I mean, I love a good killing Nazis movie, so had a lot of fun with that. There's some really cool kills in there.
Yes,
definitely.
Yes, there are.
And Mo and I talked about this on the Discord. It gets a bit over the top at times. That kind of takes you out of it, but overall, a very enjoyable experience. And then Air is my number 4 of the year. I love Air, and this is one of those to where, kind of like Social Network, to like, it's so much better than it should be, and it's a little bit difficult to explain exactly why, but I am a sports person, and I'm a sucker for a good like sports behind the scenes underdog story, just kind of like Moneyball, which I love Moneyball. But Air is, and it's kind of weird to think of Nike as the underdogs, but at the time they absolutely were. So this story of how they were able to get Michael Jordan and create these shoes. I just found incredibly entertaining and compelling, and the performances are great all around. Matt Damon is awesome. Affleck, of course. Jason Bateman is great too. Chris Tucker, I mean, I hadn't seen him in a long time, but he's awesome and funny. The movie's hilarious. The soundtrack, oh man, the soundtrack is so good. Some of the best needle drops of the entire year. I had so much fun with this one. And the speech at the end too, so good. I love Air.
I did say I am not a sports person because I wanted to emphasize that you don't need to be to enjoy this movie.
You don't. Yeah.
Even though there was a joke in the movie I did not get, and it needed to be explained to me. And yeah, so
I don't know which one you're talking about, but I'm sure
something about Gonzaga.
Oh, okay. Yep.
No, they asked they asked what state Gonzaga was in.
Oh, okay,
Right.
sure.
Yeah. So if you watch a lot of college basketball, I'll be honest, I don't know where Gonzaga or Villanova are located, but I know they're teams that we watch in the NCAA tournament. They usually do pretty well. So
Yeah, so I saw both. Saw Sisu yesterday actually. And I like the movie. I thought it was I love me a good brutal action movie with great kills, and killing Nazis is like 10 bonus points.
Yep. It's always fun.
I mean, it's always fun. Like literally the first kill was just like, oh shit. You know?
I love that so
I thought
much.
the cinematography was pretty great too.
Yep.
Over the top kills. But like what we was discussing while we were talking about John Wick, it's funny how in John Wick, for some reason, I can tolerate or I can suspend my disbelief. But with Sisu, there was two scenes in particular that I will not spoil unless people want to be spoiled, that I was like, there's no way in hell a human's going to survive that. Not even
I
John
agree.
Wick, nobody. Nobody. Like the fact that this person is still alive is insane.
It's absurd.
So,
yeah.
That took it down a couple of points for me, you know. But all in all, I thought it was really good.
But the good news is it's about an hour shorter than John Wick Chapter 4.
Right, and that's why I liked it more.
I'll definitely watch it then if it's only like an hour and a half.
I'll watch a 4-hour movie of John Wick.
Jesus Christ.
And what was
Air,
the other one? Oh,
Air.
Air. Oh yeah, Air was obviously one of my in the beginning. It was in my like top 5 of the year. It since went lower, but it's still a really good film. I'm a sports fan, so I got it immediately. But like Ryan said, like you don't have to be a sports fan to really enjoy this movie. The Ben Affleck was great. Everybody was phenomenal in the role. I actually do love that they didn't put Michael Jordan in the movie.
Me too.
And they kind of omitted him, and they put Viola Davis as his mother, who actually crushed.
Yep.
I
She was
love
great.
that choice. Such a different choice, because any other movie they would have casted a Michael Jordan, somebody to play Michael Jordan, and I kind of felt like that would have kind of been like took it away from it a little bit. So I love, and I didn't know like all the little stuff about like how the sneaker was made either.
Same.
Like I just knew that it was the first sneaker like that Michael Jordan had and stuff like that, but I didn't know like the problems they had with doing it or whatever. So it was all in all, it was a great movie.
Yeah, they made Michael Jordan like a mythical figure almost in this movie, and I thought that worked so well for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rob?
So I haven't seen Sisu. Am I pronouncing that right?
Sisu, yeah.
Sisu. I haven't seen that yet. I remember
like
seeing the trailer for it. I was like, this looks like fun on a Saturday night.
You'll like it.
But here's the deal with Air. Air was my favorite movie till we hit summer season. It was my favorite movie of the year. I've watched it twice. I just rewatched it over the weekend while I was kind of tinkering, fine-tuning my list for the show I'm going to tape tomorrow, and for this show. Echoing everything you guys said about Air, for me, I know the story of Born in the USA, but I really liked how Jason Bateman had that little speech about Born in the USA in the film, because still most people probably don't know that. And it's just like, to echo Mo's point, I'm so glad Michael Jordan wasn't in the movie per se, because that's not the point of the movie. The point of the movie is about this kind of underdog company, and this
Mhm.
underdog guy who, you know, really reminded me of like a Brad Pitt and Moneyball kind of character.
Yeah,
Like,
there were a lot of similarities between the
Yeah.
two movies.
very smart.
Yep.
It's like Ben Affleck's character said, like, there's a reason, like, we're buddies and that I hired you, you know, like, you know what you're doing. And really kind of going up against the mountain here and being able to beat out Adidas that was the fucking shoe
Juggernaut.
at the time, and the track suits, and Chris Tucker was great. I mean, one of my favorite films of all time, Silver Linings Playbook. Chris Tucker steals every scene that he's in, so it's like I love when he pops up in movies.
I love Chris Tucker.
Yeah. So those, and listen, here's the deal. I finally got. I know it came out a couple years ago, but I finally got around to watching The Way Back last year with Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, he's back as an actor now. First of all, not that he went away, but he's back. And then this movie is his fourth outing as a director. It's like, man, I think he's at a really good place in his life. We all root for Ben Affleck. He's a tremendous talent, and I can't wait to see his next film. I can't believe I'm sitting here now. We're in 2024, and Jordan Peele, who was an actor, turned around. You know, John Krasinski, Bradley Cooper, and Ben Affleck, who are all household names and faces that everybody recognizes, are some of the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest filmmakers working today. You know, how cool is that? So,
Coben Dallas.
I haven't watched Sisu. I haven't watched Sisu, but it's on my list.
Yeah.
I did watch Air, and I love it. And
Yep.
to go off of Joker's comment, it has some of my favorite white people in it. Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, Jason Bateman, but also it has a great Viola Davis, who just like when she's on screen, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
No wonder she got that cheddar, you know. Chris Tucker, amazing in the role. I'm not a big sneakers guy, but I have bought 2 pairs of Jordans since watching the movie.
Nice.
This year. So
okay.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I love a good dad movie, as I like, you know, that's what these movies are. Like this and Ford versus Ferrari are like 2 of my favorite dad movies.
There's quite a few dad movies this year.
Yeah.
This is kind of the year of dad movies.
I agree.
So
there's nothing wrong with dad movies.
No, not at all.
Well, they're great.
You know?
Agreed. So yeah, really like this one. So it was also like really close to the top of my. It was this and John Wick 4 fighting for the top of my list until before the summer hit.
Right.
So
Ryan brought those films up. So okay, so we're moving on to Kurt.
Okay.
Yeah, Kurt, what do you got to say next?
So I'm gonna do a double feature now. The first one, I'm not sure how many of you guys have seen. It's Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. And
I haven't.
Okay, this is what has anyone seen it? Any of you guys?
no.
This is one to where, given the subject matter, seems like it wouldn't be up my alley because I wouldn't be able to relate to it. However, I will say that I think the movie did a really good job of making it accessible, something that anyone can get invested in and empathize with. And it's got a ton of heart, and it's really funny. And I can't remember the girl's name, but she is the original daughter from Ant-Man. I think it's like Abby something, but she plays the main character. She's great. And her mom is Rachel McAdams, who's also great. Like one of my favorite performances of her. So yeah, I didn't think it would be for me, but it totally landed. And I think you guys should give it a shot.
I'm going to watch it definitely based on your recommendation because, again, this is another movie that I'm starting to see pop up on people's top 20 list from various publications. And I'm just like, man, I missed this one. I kind of regret missing it now, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it gets talked about enough. And I went to see this with my mom and sister, who they read the books. And then after the movie ended, I think my sister said to me, like, I think you're probably the only person, or my mom, one of them, probably the only person here who hasn't read the book. And I'm like, I'm the only dude in this theater. So, but yeah, I really loved it. And I was surprised with how much I loved it. And then the other one, which is my third favorite movie of the year, and I know at least a couple of you also really liked it, Past Lives. Oh man, this one really, really worked for me. Yeah. It is like, and you kind of alluded to this a little bit before, Rob, it's half English and half Korean, which is awesome. And I think they balance it really well and use the right like scenes for each one. And it's something that like a lot of people can relate to and resonate with. The path not taken, what could have been, you know, where you're at in your life now. All that stuff just really, really resonated with me. It's incredibly emotional, and all the performances are great. Greta Lee is fantastic. Oh my
Best
god.
actress nomination, please.
Dude, yes, please. I only knew her from New Girl, funny enough. But yeah, she's incredible in this. And I can't remember the name of either of the guys, but they're both great as well.
Yeah.
And how much should I say about it?
I wouldn't say much past what you've already said.
Okay.
Other than it's a great directorial debut from Celine Song, who is
Okay,
a
I'll
great-
leave it at that.
great
Yeah,
director.
just a fantastic movie that really, really resonates emotionally.
Dare I say, they do the concept of the multiverse as good as Everything Everywhere All at Once, but it's not a multiverse movie.
Yeah,
does that make
kind of. Yeah, it's not a multiverse movie, but it also kind of is. So, yeah, I did think they tackled all that really well.
It's so I haven't seen Are You There, Guys? Me and Margaret, but Past Life, it's definitely in my top 10. It's like floating right around 7 or 8 right now. It's so beautiful, and I'm so glad I rented it. A24 right now, it's like, I love Warner Brothers just because of their legacy from the last 100 years, but like A24, oh my gosh.
No, not like Cloud Atlas, really.
What's that?
Like,
oh,
Lego
you guys,
said,
you're
like
looking at the
Cloud
chat.
Atlas.
The
Not
thing with
really.
Past Lives is that it's a movie. The less you know going into it, the better. And we have not spoiled anything of the film at all. It's just so beautiful, and it's such a small movie. Like, it's so intimate. It's definitely one of the more, like, I would put it up there with like The Holdovers. Like, it's a very intimate film. So yeah, has anybody else here seen Past Lives, Danny? I believe.
Yeah, I also, that was the last movie I saw in 2023, actually, which is a great way to end the year. It's just a slice of life, like, human story about people and connections and stuff. And yeah, that's really all it is. It's more about, it's hard to talk about the film because it's more about like being in the moment of the film.
Right.
But the performances are great. I love Greta Lee. She was one of the reasons I kept watching the morning show, because that show really went off the rails after season 2. But yeah, it's just a very interesting exploration of people and relationships, of distance, and then different cultures. So yeah, I highly recommend it. Like I said, it was a coin flip between Past Lives and Anatomy of a Fall. So I don't think I could have gone wrong either way on at the end of the year watch. So
Yeah, I said before that I'm a big character guy, and this movie has incredible character development, like some of the best of the year, possibly the best. You get so invested in these people.
And it's one of maybe like 5 movies this year that it's like the next day I'm still thinking about the movie and I'm liking it even better. You know what I mean? And it's like, there's so many films that we've all been there. We go to the show. We're like, man, this, and then like a couple of days go by and it's like, it's not that you forgot about it, but it's like that energy level has gone down. Whereas like a movie like this, it's like the energy picks up after you watch it and you just like it more and more the more you think about it,
Yeah.
So. Okay, Mo, you're up next, and I know you got one that most of us here really enjoyed. So
yeah, so
except Keith.
Boo. Yeah, and that movie is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Woo!
This is definitely in my top 10 movie of the year. Definitely the best Marvel movie of the year, by far. I don't know. This movie just worked in all levels. But Rocket is what really brought it home.
Man.
Like, Rocket's story, that shit left me like, there was a couple of times I almost like full on cried, like in the movie, where I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe like what he had to go through and shit. So Rocket's like another thing. Bradley Cooper, like I still like sometimes you forget that he's freaking Rocket. At least I and then you're like, oh wait, yeah, Bradley Cooper is fucking killing as Rocket. I loved especially picking back off of the holiday special. I really did enjoy Mantis more.
Yes.
And especially her connection with Star-Lord. Because now, you know, it's out there. They're brother and sister. So they have a more connection, you know? And the action was great. The comedy hit way more this time than Volume 2 for me.
Same.
I found myself laughing way harder, way more times. I did like for me personally, I like Adam Warlock. I know other people have some problems with Adam Warlock's character.
Love him.
But I personally like this character. I know based on the comics is a little different, but that's the thing. My MCU has been doing this for the longest, switching out storylines and stuff like that, and switching the characters the way they are. But yeah, this movie worked for me. Definitely in my top 10. Actually, I have it at number 7 on my list. So
it's in my top 5. It's my number 5.
It's
It's also my number 5.
Oh, number 5 too. Nice.
Yeah, so I'll echo everything Mo said. You know, for me, after spoilers for Infinity War and Endgame, but that stuff I don't mind spoiling. You know, it's like, you know, the fact that they were able to kind of continue, and it's a dark movie. You know, this is not. And I've really kind of liked these more emotional. Wakanda Forever was emotional for other reasons, obviously, but I really liked how they kind of let certain scenes in that film breathe. And Gunn was able to do that with this film. There are certain scenes they're able to breathe really well, where they're not doing that classic MCU thing where it's like, okay, well, don't hold on that emotional beat too long because we're gonna do a quick cut.
Yeah.
Guardians 2 did that. They made that
a
mistake.
lot. Right.
Yeah.
And this film, it really was able to do 2 things simultaneous, or 3 things simultaneously. One, give us full character arcs of all the characters,
all of them.
You know, Drax and Mantis and Nebula, right, etc.
Yeah.
The second thing it was able to do was give us the conclusion to Star-Lord's character arc.
Yeah.
Who I almost feel takes a back seat in this movie,
A
which
little
is
bit.
fine. And really, the ending with his character arc in this film, I thought was just beautiful. You know, because his whole thing with Gamora, and he was able to get past it, you know. And then the third thing is obviously just Rocket, his whole storyline. And once you learn about Lila and Floor and Teef and
Chiefs, yep.
you know,
Yeah.
it's I never would have guessed I would be tearing up at a bunch of CGI animals in a Marvel movie, but fucking James Gunn got me, and I'm so excited to see what he does next. So I'll end it there. Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have said a lot. I really love this movie. I went to watch it at the theater twice. I cried at different places at each watch, which was interesting. I love that the villain was just an irredeemable piece of shit.
Yep.
Yes, I was going to say that too. Yep.
Yeah, because it doesn't take away from the story arcs from the Guardians. I like where each one of the characters kind of left off. I actually really loved Drax's journey overall, like where he ended, like was probably the most touching. Yeah, and I mean, and they you know, they put Star-Lord in their back pocket to like maybe bring him out later. So
he'll be back.
It said Star-Lord will return.
Yeah. So I also like that Gamora didn't just kind of went her own way, because this isn't the Gamora that was in love with Peter.
Yeah.
And I like that they didn't just go like, you know, oh, let's just put them back together. Or even I think John Bainbridge mentioned like maybe they should have killed the Guardian, but I feel like that would have been kind of the easy way out of like manipulating the audience. So yeah, it was great. I agree with Leonard Kim. What a send off. Joker. I don't know what you watch. And also ending with Dog Days Are Over.
Yes.
I was gonna say that, Danny. Oh,
So yeah, that's how I'll end my rant.
That made me love that song more, actually.
Yeah.
seeing what's her name? Florence and the Machine,
Yeah,
the
Florence and the Machine,
main
yeah.
singer.
Yeah.
Seeing her watch the movie and react to the ending, that was just a great moment in 2023. So, but Ryan White, what do you got?
Yeah, it was definitely the standout Marvel movie this year. Everybody did a great job. I'm curious if the team that they show at the end of the movie is people that we're going to continue with or not in a team fashion. That is. But yeah, good movie.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I love it. It's my number 5 of the year. I love the first Guardians. The second, I was kind of mixed on. I thought this one, like we kind of already touched on before, really let the emotional moments sit instead of like the second one did, undercutting it with the David Hasselhoff joke. This one let them sit and knew when to use the humor at the right time. And so the humor totally landed. Every character has an arc. I love Mantis and Drax's dynamic. I didn't like it that much in 2, but I liked it a lot more in the holiday special and this.
Yeah.
Rocket's backstory, fucking devastating, man. Holy shit. Like, I was so emotional at how that ended up playing out. And like Danny said, High Evolutionary, just a total piece of shit, totally irredeemable, unsympathetic, and sometimes that's what you need. Totally worked for the movie. And I am fine that nobody died. I'm fine that they all survived. I think it totally worked. And like the soundtrack, Dog Days Are Over, I also loved No Sleep Till Brooklyn. I know, I don't care what people say. I thought that was fucking awesome. So yeah, I love this movie. Oh, I don't really like Adam Warlock in the movie. That's about the only negative I have.
I do gotta say, what? Who said something?
I was just gonna say that I didn't mind Adam Warlock, but I'm just so impressed after seeing the actor like on the bear. Like, his range is fucking amazing because he does both very well. But sorry, Mo.
I was gonna say that action scene though, towards the end of the third act, probably one of my favorite action scenes in the MCU for sure.
I agree.
Fantastic.
I agree.
Amazing.
Yep. Okay, so I wanted to quickly just mention a few films.
Sure.
And then we can go around the horn. If you've seen any of these movies that I'm going to mention, feel free to comment and give your thoughts. I just kind of want to mention them. I will be talking about them more on the show I'm going to tape tomorrow. And then Danny's got a film he wants to bring up. I'm asking anybody in our group here if there's anything else they want to bring up before we get to our big 4 or 5. I think 5. There's 5 of them. So I wanted to mention Nyad. It's currently streaming on Netflix. I think for most people, it just looks like an Oscar baity kind of boring sports movie. Annette Bening and Jodie Foster and Rafus Ivins, I believe is how you pronounce his name, are all fantastic in it. It's a really fun time. It's really good, and definitely worth a watch. Also, A Good Person, which is currently streaming on Amazon with Florence Pugh and Morgan Freeman. Came out earlier this year to kind of lackluster reviews, and I watched it on a whim and really liked it. Was very, I know Kurt and I both agree on that. Really, really quite enjoyed it. And then Poor Things. That is a wild movie. Wanted to mention that. And The Creator, which I know is kind of a hot take, but I like that movie way more than most people.
The Creator is a very well made movie. It looks visually great. The story's a little convoluted. I think that was my main thing that I rub up against. I think I should have watched that at the theater. But no, look.
What are you doing, man?
Oh.
It's all you, Danny. Go for it.
What is happening, Rob? Leave it like that. I like this.
Andy's
on muted, Rob.
And we can't.
I fucked some stuff up. You guys talk while I work this out. I don't know what the hell happened.
Okay.
You made me go on a tizzy, but what is happening, Rob?
There you go. No, you had it.
You had it. There we go. Leave it. Yeah.
Please stop touching things. Yeah, but The Creator, I thought it was a very, very interesting film. I haven't seen. I'm gonna wait for Poor Things to watch at home because I feel like that's one of those movies where I'm like not ready to watch it at the theater. I'm not a big Yorgos person, but I do like Emma Stone, so I'm conflicted there.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to see Poor Things, but it is not in my area yet, and I don't know if it will be. But I will definitely check that out. The creator was good. It's not that the story was generic, but the beats of the story were definitely generic, I felt. But it definitely visually looked really good, that's for sure. And I believe it was under $100 million for all that.
85.
So kudos
Nice.
for that.
Yeah, the creator is one that I was really looking forward to. And I think it's visually stunning, but pacing wasn't very good. I didn't really connect with the story and characters, so yeah, it was fine. Pretty disappointing for me. I thought it would connect with the characters given what it's about, but I just didn't for some reason. And then what was the other one? Oh, Poor Things. I just saw Poor Things last night.
I know.
And I liked it. Didn't love it as much as most people. The best part by far was the performances from Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo. Just incredible. And it's quite funny at points, but I thought it was too long and I never was particularly engaged in the story. So
You got some?
Kurt, have you seen any, or Mo, have you seen any of those 4 films?
Wait, what was the other 2?
Yeah.
What was those Poor Things
Sorry.
creator?
So this is, by the way, is totally unprofessional. What happened was I was trying to type in the thing, but I was clicking these things, and that's why the screen did the thing. So I'm trying to type in the private chat. I'm getting our list in order. So I mentioned Naiad, A Good Person, Poor Things, and the creator.
Oh yeah, I love The Good Person as well. I don't really have much to add from what you said.
Yeah.
I've not seen Naiad.
Yeah. I saw the creator. I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty good, solid. Nothing like too outstanding, but I thought it could have been better, but a solid film.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You need me to suggest film? Oh, the Kurt? Did?
Oh, what are we doing next?
I got one real quick, and then we can let you go, Kurt. I think since we're just kind of wrapping up, one film that I was not expecting to be so impressed by, because I don't feel like it's up my alley, was May December.
Oh, I got some stuff to say about this.
I was very intrigued. Like, great performances. Natalie Portman. What's her name?
Julianne Moore.
Julianne Moore, who I love from 30 Rock. But yeah, I didn't know what the hell was gonna happen. I was like, is this based on real people? Is this not? And I know it like borrows a few things from a story. If you grew up in the early aughts, you probably know a little bit about that story. But is it Charles Melton? I think he's
Charles Melton.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Melton. Yeah, he's like I love seeing how people didn't expect that from somebody who was on CW's Riverdale. But that just kind of goes to show you that where there's talent, there's talent. But yeah, it was such a weird kind of thriller of like Natalie Portman trying to become this person, but not really. And also like the way that we sensationalize stories as a society. Yeah, it was very interesting. I don't think I watched many things by Todd Haynes. But this might make me go back and check out some more
Far
stuff.
From Heaven is a
That's what I hear.
Fantastic movie.
Yeah.
I saw that when it came out, and a lot of it went over my head at the time, but then I rewatched it like 6 or 7 years ago. Woo!
Yeah, not enough hot dogs. So Ryan or somebody else, have you guys seen May December?
I have.
I have not.
Go ahead,
And
Kurt.
apparently I have a hot take about this because I've seen like everyone on Twitter and everywhere else so passionate about the idea that this is not a comedy. And I don't know what movie I watched because I totally disagreed because I thought that shit was hilarious. In fact, the comedy was the only part of it that worked for me. mean, the hot dog line alone was like one of the funniest lines of the entire year. And then like the lisp and stuff, I don't know if all of it was intentional or if this subject matter should be funny, but that's the way it landed for me. So I thought it was fine. I laughed at it a lot. I thought everything aside from the comedy didn't quite work for me. And I think it's kind of an indictment on the movie that we can't seem to agree on whether or not it's a comedy. So it kind of felt like the movie almost didn't know what it wanted to be. So yeah, it was okay.
So here's what I'll say about May December. I gave it 3.5 stars because the performances, specifically Charles Melton, was phenomenal. I watched it when I was sick, so I was watching a lot of films like within a week. And here's what I'll say about just quick thoughts. I watched the movie. The movie ended. I did not laugh one time. I definitely
not even at the hot dog line.
No.
Oh my God. I was dying at that shit.
I thought it was a melodrama, but again, I'm familiar with his other work. So I, was like, okay,
well,
this is a
Rob, you also didn't think Banshees was funny. So I don't know.
I did not laugh once during the Banshees of Inisherin. I thought that was a drama. I thought it was a dark comedy that you're not supposed to laugh out loud.
Well, no, you're supposed to laugh at dark comedy. It's still comedy.
Well, laugh out loud. Like I might have giggled to myself.
Oh, dude, I thought Banshees was hilarious, but go on.
But so anyways, so the performances were great across the board, but Charles Melton, and I remember putting in Discord, I was like, fucking Charles Melton, the guy that, because I didn't know his name yet. And then it just so happened to be, now he's getting all this buzz, this Oscar buzz, and all this blah, blah, blah. I think he's got a Golden Globe nom this coming Sunday. And but I say all this to say, all of a sudden, everybody starts talking about how it's camp. And I'm like, what the fuck are you people smoking? To me, this was a melodrama. It's not a hard drama like the Iron Claw or some of the movies we're going to be talking about here in a minute. But I did not see it as a comedy, and that's why I was so disgusted when it was put under, musical or comedy. Going back to Matt Damon and Ridley Scott's The Martian, that movie, I did laugh out loud a time or two, even though it's definitely a drama. It's not marketed as a comedy. But anyways, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I don't think they should make this subject matter a comedy, but that's just the way it landed for me.
And that's totally fine.
I laughed a lot.
Totally.
I don't know.
That's also why I was under the impression that it was not a comedy, was purely because
and
of
that's why the whole thing kind of confuses me and why I didn't like it that much.
Right. So May, December, ladies and gentlemen. Danny will be back when his internet starts to work again. But Ryan's got a movie that he wants to bring up. This is gonna be our last round, and then we're getting to the big five. So if there's anything you want to mention that's not in the big five, now's your time. Ryan, what say you?
Maybe you guys think that this didn't count, but I'm a little disappointed that nobody else brought it up. Because maybe now we got mad because sorry, I did the lyric. Because now we got mad blood. I messed that up. Oh well. Jeez. Anywho, did anybody see? I'm pretty sure Rob did.
What? I'm blanking.
It's a Taylor Swift movie.
Oh no, I told you I didn't. I ended up not going just because I had so many other things to watch, and I was like a 3.5 hour Taylor Swift concert. Like, let's go listen to the album.
2.5.
But go ahead, talk about it. Because listen, one of the biggest box office sensations of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing. I can't say that I am a Swiftie, obviously. But going to this opening night, knowing that it was going to be 100% sold out, was such a fun experience. Obviously, in most movies, you don't want people, singing along or dancing in the aisles or anything like that. But it really felt like you were at a concert. And I know that there have been plenty of concert films, but unless you're with like a packed movie theater, you're probably not going to get that experience. At least I've never got that experience before. So I will say I had a lot of fun going to see this, but I don't know if that could have been replicated if you weren't in a room full of people. So
Right. It's about the
Sure.
experience.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's the other thing too. So what happened with me was like the first 2 weeks it was out, I had a lot of stuff going on. I was working on Halloween decorations and personal stuff. So by the time I would have had time to see it, I was like, I don't want to watch this movie with 5 other people. I want a packed theater. So I
Right.
think that's why, yeah.
I'm back just in time for the Taylor Swift conversation.
Good. Danny, come on, you saw it,
Well,
right?
I didn't go to the theater to watch the whole thing, but while I was watching a movie, I did sneak into a theater because this movie you couldn't use your stubs, your AMC stubs to go watch it.
Right. Yeah.
So I watched something. I think it was after I watched the Miyazaki film, and it was still going on. And I was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna kind of hang out here, listen to a few songs." There were still a lot of people at the theater, and they were all like towards the front, like just kind of having a good time. And I was like, "Oh, this is cool. This is a new experience." So yeah, I think it's cool. They also had a lot of things for the Beyonce's Renaissance stuff. So like, if they keep doing stuff like this, they just need to. So the reason I didn't go the first few weeks was because I didn't want to make other people feel uncomfortable. But like, oh, what's this old man doing here at the theater, right? But yeah, it was interesting. It looked great. Like they really went all out to film the best concert that they could. And the studios, whoever declined that, was a fool to skip out on all that money. So
I will say this before we continue. Beyonce's Renaissance, I think, and I know it did well. It didn't do as well as the Taylor Swift thing. I think, unfortunately, that just, again, the Exorcist Believer had the release date of Friday the fucking 13th, which was not a great movie, but neither here nor there. They moved because they were prime horror season. They were scared of Taylor Swift. Renaissance came out during fucking prime Oscar season, and everybody's out Christmas shopping and everything else. So I think it suffered from that.
Yeah.
But I do agree. I think there is a market for this type of thing, especially because, and I don't want to get on a diatribe because we got stuff to cover.
Yeah.
The concert industry has changed so much, and it is so expensive to go to these bigger shows that somebody like myself is not going to pay that kind of money to go see Taylor Swift at Soldier Field. But for $20 to be with 200 people that are obsessed fans in a theater for artists at that level,
It was worth that experience.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a way. I will say this: it's a new way for artists to make revenue, which I'm all about. So,
is it my turn or where are we?
Well, I mean, unless anybody else has anything to say about Taylor Swift, and then yes, it is your turn. Okay. All right, go ahead, Kurt.
I just real quick to put a pin in the May December thing.
Yeah,
it is listed as a comedy on both IMDb and Letterboxd. So
what do they know?
And so again, should they make this subject matter a comedy? Probably not, but it appears that's what they're going for, and the way it landed for me based on the delivery of the lines and the music and stuff. So anyway, what?
Oh, I was gonna start humming the song, but go ahead.
That aside, so I just want to real quick mention, because Leonard mentioned Elemental. I enjoyed Elemental. I thought it was cute and funny, and the visuals were good. And then the other one I have to bring up, which is, I don't know if you guys have this in your top 10, but it's actually my number 2. And that's Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. So this was the action movie that I much preferred this year of the big like franchise action movies, because first of all, I love almost all the Mission Impossibles except for the second one.
You're wrong.
Really goofy. But I thought the story was compelling, and I thought that the action compared to John Wick had a lot more variety to it and did not get stale to me. So like they kept doing different things as the movie went along and kept upping the ante. And the motorcycle thing especially I thought was really cool and works even better within the context of the movie when you know what's really going on and why he's doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Although I wish they wouldn't have hammered that into our heads so much in the marketing. But anyway, compelling plot. I think that I can't remember the name of the guy who plays the villain, but I thought he was pretty good. I love Haley Atwell in this movie. She is an awesome inclusion. Cast was great all around. Just a movie that I had a ton of fun with, and I'm really into the Mission Impossible is my favorite action franchise. So I can't wait to see where it goes next. It's one of the many part ones of this year. So I don't know when the next one's coming now, but hopefully soon, because I really want to see where it goes.
This is all I'm going to say. If they plan on dropping that in 2025, like you got to put that fucking movie out in like April or something, because between Thunderbolts and Superman and all the shit that got pushed, or well, Superman didn't, but everything that got pushed because of the strike, 2025 is fucking loaded.
I thought they had already shot. I thought they shot both parts at the same time.
They've shot part of the second one, not all of it.
But then was it because of the strike that they stopped?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I enjoyed Dead Reckoning. I'm not as high on it as Kurt is, but I do think it's for me is a step down from the previous 3 films, in my opinion. It's still tops. It's still top 4 of the franchise, but I didn't like the villain too much. I felt like I love what's his name? SES Morales. Morales. I love him. He's great and everything, but I just didn't feel like threatened by him at all, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I don't agree. I thought he was great.
I didn't. The AI stuff was cool. Of course the stunts are always dope. I don't know. I just didn't feel as much as the last 3. But
I got to add one more thing.
Great fucking movie.
Just about the AI, because I kind of forgot to talk about that. I thought that was utilized really well, and they kind of made it so like they don't really know if what they're doing is what they're supposed to be doing or what the AI wants them to be doing. And then the AI will like pretend to be someone and give them directions to do something. So I thought that was a really nice added element to the movie. You never really know if they're doing in the right direction or if they're getting screwed over. So I thought that was cool.
Now that Kurt said that, in part 2, I want the AI to take off a mask. I also quite enjoyed it. I have it at 4 stars, so it definitely is on my top 20. It's just that there's a lot of really good movies this year. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I think Palm Clementif was one of the highlights.
Oh yeah, I forgot about her. She's great.
She's in it?
Yeah.
Oh man. I kind of got to go watch the Mission Impossible movies now.
Dude, everyone's in it. Rebecca Ferguson comes back, Vanessa Kirby,
Simon Pegg. Yep.
Like the whole crew's back. Rames.
I just love their dynamic.
Yeah, I love them I love the shenanigans that Tom Cruise and Haley I will get into.
Yes, me too.
I love the small car scene.
Oh, dude, that was so good.
I love a tiny car being chased down the streets. I also thought it was really funny that it was kind of this. It feels like it was almost the same chase that Fast X did, because I believe they're both in the same city, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. Those
kind of
European
looked like
cities,
it.
The European cities tend to look alike sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite enjoyed that. I wish. My only hope for this franchise is that they unkill Henry Cavill.
I don't think so.
Spoilers. I'll forget by the time I watch.
That dude's fucking dead.
Oh, that's from another film.
Yeah.
Rob.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Mo, you've got a few films you're going to mention, and then we're going to get to our big 5, ladies and gentlemen. Danny's got to think. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got a quick just rattle some off that I really enjoyed. That some of it was in the beginning of the year. Creed 3. I really did enjoy Creed 3. I thought it was a very solid addition to the franchise for it being Michael B. Jordan's first his directorial debut. Thought it was absolutely the last fight scene to me is one of my favorite boxing fight scenes, period. It had a little bit of anime influence into it, so I really enjoyed that.
I think it got lost because of all the Jonathan Majors stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why. And he was fantastic in it, but of course, it got overshadowed because of that stuff. But that's one. Another one for me is Extraction 2. I really did enjoy Extraction 2. Again, one of those other very stunt heavy movies, kind of like John Wick, that I really, really enjoyed. Third one, I actually really love the Little Mermaid remake.
Same.
I
haven't
think
seen it yet.
Best Disney remake yet.
Yes, it to me is my favorite Disney remake. She is Halle Bailey is so good. She's so good in the movie. Her voice is amazing. Then I will say Tetris. Tetris is another one of those movies that was really good. I mean, the story is kind of far-fetched. I think it was a little unbelievable.
Well, it's based. I thought it was based on a true story.
It is based on a true story, but they exaggerated certain things.
Right.
From what I've heard. So, but it's still at what was his name? Taron Egerton.
Terrence, yeah.
Great. And then just one bonus.
Yeah.
Just one bonus real quick because shout out to Leonard. Fast X, family all day, baby. Let's go.
I just rewatched that with my dad over the New Year's break, and he was
that movie.
Watching him react to the movie was really fun because like I'm used to all the nonsense that was happening, right? But seeing him like all the big stunts and of course Jason Momoa's performance, like and then he's like, "Are we watching the fifth one?" Because like it starts with like 15 minutes of the fifth movie, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he was like, no, and then I told him like, no, we're reliving it from another point of view, whatever.
So real quick to comment on the movies Mo mentioned. I've seen Creed 3 and I've seen The Little Mermaid, obviously. Listen, here's the deal. I've not seen all the Disney remakes. I've seen some of them. Halle Bailey.
Yeah.
Dude, she can fucking sing. When she hit that high note in
Part of Your World. Yeah.
In the theater with surround sound. Javier Bardem was great as King Triton.
Yeah.
And I don't want to spoil it, but Mo, that final shot at the ending with all the mermaids, I was tearing up. Like it was so beautiful. And then Creed 3, listen, Michael B. Jordan, he's 1 for 1. He's a solid director. And if you guys get a chance to watch that Directors on Directors on YouTube from Variety, him and Ben Affleck have an awesome
that's a good one.
conversation.
Yeah. I saw part of it. It's really good.
Yeah. I'm not a big Disney remake person, so other than Fast X and the other film I already talked about, I have nothing else to comment on those.
Ryan, any thoughts or comments on those movies?
Jason Momoa was the best part of Fast X.
By far,
though.
Yes.
Yep.
I do like the inclusion of Alan Rick, what's his name? Big blonde dude. Like, man, that
Jack Reacher.
Yeah. I just like the inclusion of him. I think it's gonna make for an interesting set of later films as well. So
aren't they wrapping it up with the next Fast movie?
There's 3.
They're supposed to.
It's supposed to be one of 3.
Well,
so.
Who knows now with the Vin Diesel stuff that just came out? So
who knows?
Yeah. All right.
5 men just being like, okay.
I'm gonna do
Danny, you want to? Oh, sorry, Kurt.
No, I gotta do a quick run through of those.
Yeah, you're good.
Creed 3, I liked not as much as the first 2. I didn't like the style of the fight. Sorry, I know a lot of people loved it. Not for me. Have not seen Little Mermaid. Extraction 2, I had pretty much the same problems as I did with John Wick 4.
That scene in the fucking snow, though. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was cool. What else? There's 2 more. There was 5, right? Oh, Fast X. Momoa's great. He's the only reason to watch the movie. And what's the other one? I think there's one.
Tetris.
Oh, I enjoyed Tetris quite a bit. I was surprised at how much I liked it.
Where is that? Is that on Apple?
Yeah.
That's fine.
It was a little goofy, but it's good. Cool.
All right, so here's the deal. We have reached the third act, fifth act rather of
this is the director's
3.5 hours in.
Before I turn things over to Danny, and then I'll lead us into our first of the top 5. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I know it's a long show and we got a little bit more in us. I'm having a great time with you guys, and the movies this year. If I've taken anything away from tonight, boy, do we get some good movies this year. So, Danny, I'm going to turn it over to you for a minute.
So, real quick, another kind of like palate cleanser before we go into this. So, and I'll give you a bit of time to think. So the question is going to be, what is your favorite streaming service of 2023? So think about that while I talk about this. So I sent out a survey for the channel, and I'll just kind of put this out here because I don't even know how I would present this on a video. Interestingly enough, a lot of people chose Max as their favorite. Like we got about 40 responses, which was also great. So thanks to everybody that kind of chimed in. But I was also very surprised. Apple TV was pretty high up. And then from there, everything just kind of like, all the other ones. Not a lot of people mentioned Netflix. I feel like a lot of people, like Netflix made a lot of people mad with the password sharing crackdown, and then also just the price increases that keep going up.
Yeah, Netflix is faded.
I know a lot of people that have gotten rid of Netflix this year.
And I also got a few responses of people counting Disney and Hulu as the same thing because now it's kind of bundled.
Yeah.
So that was very interesting. I think for myself, pound for pound, Apple TV is my favorite, but HBO Max is probably the one that I use the most when I'm looking for a movie. But go ahead if anybody else has an answer.
So I can answer. My automatic answer is Max, and I still call it HBO Max. Here's why. Again, with Netflix, we got a bunch of great new releases for Oscar season, and I spent like 2 or 3 weeks watching a bunch of movies on Netflix that had come out years before that I was just kind of catching up on as well, while watching May December and watching Nyad and watching the Julia Roberts Mahershala Ali movie. But I say all this to say, for me, Max will, as long as they keep it like it is, it will always be number one because of the caliber of films that they have on there. What they have under the umbrella for Turner Classic Movies alone, movies that are pre-1980, pre-1990 at this point. It's a great library that they switch titles out periodically. And I've been watching Turner Classic Movies since I was 10 years old. Yeah. And then also just what Warner Brothers has in terms of their new releases, it's up there for me. So yeah, definitely Max.
Yeah, I think Max has, to me, by far the best catalog of all of these, both as far as movies that I really like and stuff that I want to catch up on and watch for the first time. So Max would be my answer for sure.
So like a lot of 90 Days Fiance you want to catch up on?
Right.
I wish they could get rid of the Discovery. Like, could you go in there please delete all the Discovery stuff?
No.
I was referring to like the old Godzilla movies.
Mo is a big fan of Deadliest Catch and all the spin-offs. So he needs those.
Give me all of that shit. I watched Ghost Adventures, all that shit on there. But I guess I'll go too. Like, I think HBO Max is definitely. I call it HBO Max too. I don't say Max. HBO Max is definitely my go-to. But Apple TV has bangers.
Apple's getting up there.
Apple's been and releasing a lot of quality movies, very good TV shows. Obviously, Disney Plus is always going to be up there for me because I'm just a big Disney fan.
Sure.
Netflix, the problem with Tubi. The problem with Netflix.
I like Tubi.
I know who wrote in Tubi in the request. Thank you.
The problem with Netflix for me, when since I use my Apple TV, it doesn't have it doesn't connect with Up.
It doesn't integrate. Yeah,
it doesn't integrate with Apple, which all the other streaming services do. So I'm able to catch up with all the other shows I'm watching. But sometimes I forget that I even have Netflix. So then I'll be like, oh shit, wait, this show I have to watch on Netflix. The only show that really had me hooked on Netflix this year was One Piece. That's about it.
By the way, if you guys have Apple and have not watched Cha-Cha Real Smooth, please do so.
I know, I gotta see that.
I'm gonna get Apple one of these days.
Ryan,
I know I keep saying it. Ryan,
I know you're a physical media person, but you got any streamer favorites? Your VCR is your favorite?
Going strong. I don't stream on the 4 or 5 major ones as much as other people do. So when it comes to the major ones, I would have to say Max as well, due to the variety that others have pointed out.
Yep.
But honestly, the one I watch the most, it's a service called Canopy. If you have a library card and your library has them as a streaming service, you can actually sign up for free. The only caveat is it's a limited number of movies that you can watch each month. But they have a bunch of off the wall and random things that you just can't find anywhere else. When I'm talking to Rob on a regular basis, typically the movies I mentioned him, I have seen because of that service. So I would definitely check out your local library to see if they have either Canopy or Hoopla is another big one that most libraries have too.
I've heard of.
Because
I
again,
use
it's
Hoopla for
free.
comics.
I am a physical media guy though.
And
got my little collection over there.
Quick PSA too. If you get a library card, because that's the only way that they can measure like the needs of your local library. So even if you don't plan to use it, like just get a library card. It's free.
Good point,
I think
Dan.
it's like a couple $2 to get the actual card.
Typically it's free, but yeah.
Yeah, typically free. It's they only charge you if you need to replace it, which I have done a couple times.
Ryan, if Sling Blade or Nashville by Robert Altman ever pop up on your Canopy, please let me know, and I will run across the street and get a library card immediately. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've definitely seen. I'm surprised Sling Blade has not been on Max yet. What is it?
I can't find it anywhere.
Okay.
Not even to rent.
Because I swear a long time ago I recorded it on Turner Classic Movies.
Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it's maybe, but it's not on any streaming service, and I can't even rent it, and I haven't seen it in like 15 years, and it's one of my favorite movies. And I paid like $5 a couple years or 2 years ago to rent Nashville again when me and Lego were doing our Decades in Film series, which is So.
All right, we're about to pass the Marty mark, so.
All right.
Is it time for us to get into our top five?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the fifth and final act of this evening. We're going to be talking about 5 movies that might not all be in our top 5 per se, but they're definitely 5 of the biggest films of the year. Some surprises, some obvious choices, and the movie that I want to kick things off with is very personal to me. As many of you know, Martin Scorsese is my favorite filmmaker. My dad got me into Scorsese films when I was like 13, and I was watching Taxi Driver, and it went way over my head, but I was like, fucking Robert De Niro, you know what I mean? So I heard that they were making Killers of the Flower Moon before the pandemic, and that was going to be his next film after The Irishman, which I enjoyed more than most people, probably because Robert De Niro is also my favorite actor. And as we progressed, this movie was supposed to originally come out in 2022, and there's been all these sorts of things, delays, and then I found out my favorite songwriter, Jason Isbell's in the movie, and he's fucking great as Bill Smith. So the film is Killers of the Flower Moon. I saw it the first possible showing I could go to, and wore sweatpants and made sure I drank a lot of water and ate like 2 hours before, so I go to the bathroom, so I didn't have to get up during the 3.5-4 hours, including previews. I've since seen it twice. It's tied as my number 1 favorite film of the year. And we'll go around the horn and talk about it. But all I want to say is that in 2023, it's definitely a Scorsese movie, but there are no heroes in Killers of the Flower Moon, and you can watch The Wolf of Wall Street and know Jordan Belfort is a criminal and still root for him. You can watch Goodfellas and know that they're all criminals and still root for Ray Liotta and root for Joe Pesci and all these people. This movie is not that. There were points where you want Ernest Burkhart to do the right thing, but I was never rooting for him, if you will. So we'll go around the horn. Killers of the Flower Moon. Danny, what say you?
So I watched that recently. Once it hit VOD, I was able to carve out the necessary time.
Yeah,
to watch this. It's an incredible film. I think it's hard to talk about enjoyment in a film like this because of the subject matter. There's also a lot of things that I'm not even probably qualified to talk about. When it comes to the struggle of the people that's portrayed and just kind of the time in history. But man, fucking Marty can make a cinema. Like, just it's so well made. Like, just everything that happens, all the way he builds out this world and just kind of brings you in. It's almost like you were just kind of there in the background of everything that was happening. right? Which is really cool. It's very immersive, which I really appreciated. It's got some great music. I love that they use they don't just speak English. They speak I forget the language that they speak, but everything feels just very authentic. I've seen a lot of stuff from behind the scenes of how much they went to the effort to try to get people that were qualified to really do this the right way, right? Not only get actors that are native, but also just bring in people that know about the culture. So I appreciate the effort, because I don't, maybe 20 years ago, 10 years ago, like that's not something that even Martin Scorsese would have probably, something that they would have done. So yeah, I think it's a hard film to watch at some points.
Very hard. Very hard to watch.
Yeah.
But
it's the Osage Nation, by the way.
Yeah, Osage. Thank you. So yeah, just great, a great piece of film. I don't know how often I'll revisit it just because of the length, but I think like some of these performances are just like burnt into my head. So
Ryan, Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't play in my area, so I had to pirate it and watch it on my phone, and it was about mid.
The way Marty wanted you to watch it.
Exactly. No, I joke here. I was luckily it did play here. I saw it in theater. I was able to sit through the entire thing, but I normally don't have a problem doing that. And the thing I was telling Rob, because this happened a few times last year, where when I go into a movie like this, I know it's a great director. I know it's great actors, great everything. So when I come out and I get all those things, I'm not necessarily surprised. So I can recognize that it is a great movie, but I was expecting it to be a great movie. Sure. And that's been happening with some lately. So yeah, it was great in the sense of how it was made and everything. I think like Danny was saying, it's hard to use the word enjoy during it, but yes, definitely one that hopefully people will watch and support.
Okay. I was a bit skeptical because I was not a big fan of The Irishman. So I'm like, oh, another 3.5 hour long Scorsese movie. So I skipped it in theaters, and I didn't even watch it until 2 nights ago, basically in preparation for this video. And it was really good. And I got through it all in one sitting, which is not the case for The Irishman. That took me 3. So this one I thought flowed a lot better, and I was invested, and their performances are phenomenal. DiCaprio, De Niro, Lily Gladstone is incredible as well. She was honestly probably the best part of it to me.
Yeah. Agreed, 100%.
And it really makes you feel sick to your stomach, all of the things that they are doing, and you're like, oh God, I hope there's some kind of justice in the end. And I think the ending is satisfying enough given everything that had happened. I think it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah,
yes.
I don't see myself going back to it very often, but, and I will, there's one other thing. I almost would have preferred it if Lily Gladstone was the main character instead of DiCaprio.
Sure.
So that way we would actually like have someone to root for, like you were talking about before. You know what I mean? Because she's kind of, there's a big part of the movie that she's kind of taken out of. And I thought that there was something missing there. But aside from that, yeah, very, very good movie. It's my number 7 of the year.
Nice.
I definitely piggyback off of everyone. It's definitely one of those movies where I left the theater like depressed. Like I was like,
yeah,
fuck, this like heaviness, like after the theater. I was just like, all I could say was like, wow. Like for a good hour straight. Like I had to process it. Like great performances. To me, it's probably one of Robert De Niro's best performances in like a long time.
Yes.
DiCaprio was like, is one of those characters. Is DiCaprio is one of my favorite actors, and I'm like, I want to root for you, dude, but you're fucking shitty as fuck.
You just can't. Yep.
I can't root for you at all. And there was like times where you were like, okay, maybe he's gonna take a turn, and he does something else fucked up, and I'm like, okay, now this guy's just a piece of shit, you know? And there's no good people in this movie besides like no Osage people and like besides like Lily Gladstone and stuff. And the shit that they put her through and the family through. I was just like one after the other. I'm
Yep.
like, bro,
Devastating.
this movie is devastating right now. Like, but it's just like I couldn't stop like afterwards, after like processing all, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was like, yeah, this movie is definitely like top 5. Is right around top 5 just because some other movies caught my attention more, but this is definitely one of my favorite movies of the year.
Yeah. Jesse Plemons is also really good once he
yes.
comes into the movie.
100%.
Yeah.
So there's 2 things I want to say really quick, and then we'll move on to the next film. Because you guys just were bringing stuff up, and I was thinking of stuff. For me, one, even in the rewatch, like the hardest scene for me, and it's not a spoiler if you guys are in the chat and haven't seen it. After what happens to Bill and Rita Smith when DiCaprio goes back to the house,
right?
And they're in the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Woo! And then the second thing I want to say, and listen, Mr. Scorsese invented this idea going back 50 years ago to Mean Streets. Hey, we're going to put pop music in, these action sequences. And, I know everybody here has seen Wolf of Wall Street and Goodfellas and, some more of his newer films.
I actually haven't seen Wolf of Wall Street yet.
You haven't seen, well, we'll talk about that later. We'll argue about that later. So in a lot of Scorsese films, we'll throw the Rolling Stones in, or Eric Clapton, or Howlin' Wolf, or some kind of upbeat song, and do these things. Shout out to Robbie Robertson, who passed away this past summer from the band. Did the score for this movie, and I kind of hope he wins an Oscar for it. I think Ludwig Göransson, but we'll get there. What I loved about the film. And it's even saying that word makes me feel gross, because you shouldn't love watching these things.
Right.
When they showed the murders, it was silent. There was no music. There was no, hey, all right, let's throw in a Rolling Stone song.
Right.
This isn't that kind of movie.
Yep.
And I think respectful is the right word. Scorsese was very respectful of the Osage and the Native Americans and what happened, and was able to see, we're going to show these murders in a way that I've never. He's the king of the gangster picture.
Yeah,
but he did it in such a different way, specifically with this film, to where it didn't make that cool. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so we're gonna 180 here. The reason that I wanted to order this the way I ordered it was because it's such a downer. The next movie that I wanted to bring up that was the biggest box office success of the year, movie I know we all have seen, most of us seen more than once. Hi Ken. Hey Barbie. Hey Ken. Hey Ken. I'm gonna beat you off. Nobody's gonna beat anyone off. Danny, we'll start with you. Barbie, go for it.
Man, I just really love this movie. I was able to get into a early premiere. Like, I watched this the Wednesday before it came out at a special. It was like a special sleepover screening or something like that.
It was worth the $20.
Nice.
I was there.
They had
dear.
everything, like the theater. It was crazy. Like, I don't think I had seen the theater like that in a long time. And I was definitely planning the Oppenheimer, the Barbieheimer. But then when this opportunity came up, I was like, well, I'm not gonna pass this up. So yeah, it's just an experience. It's just a really cool, beautiful world that then takes you into a real journey of like discovery and racing, like, and just trying to make you aware of like things are shitty, but they don't have to be shitty, and like, with like the struggles of people, but it's done in this way where it's all kind of put through the filter of Barbie. Margot Robbie's amazing. I love the narration. I think it's Helen Mirren.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like that was a really nice touch. But yeah, everything looks so cool. Like, I love seeing more than watching this film again, I'm just been like diving into all the behind the scenes stuff of how the movie was made. Because I love all that stuff. I love the creators and everyone talking about it. I'm really glad that Margot Robbie has gone into this like producer role where she's making things that are meaningful to her, and that this was one of these things. Because I remember originally the Barbie movie was announced with Amy Schumer a long time ago, and I don't know what that would have looked like, but it definitely would not have been anything like this. So yeah, Barbie it keeps swirling around on top of like my top films of the year. So I don't know where it's gonna end up, but it's gonna be it's one of my 5-star movies that I have in my list. So yeah, I really loved it. I got the car for the popcorn. I could take a picture at the little Barbie box. Like just everything was just a great experience. And if you haven't seen it on HBO, make sure to watch the ASL version, just so at least that HBO knows that people want those things, because people do want those things. So even if you just want to put that in the background, like it's good for them to record like, oh, people are watching this, so let's make things more accessible for other things. So Ryan, off to Barbie Land.
You know, once I found out it wasn't really about horses, I kind of lost interest. So, but if anybody wants to watch The Godfather, I can explain everything that's going on through the entire movie.
Yes.
So, you know, no, I was lucky enough to be on our Barbenheimer stream. So if you want additional thoughts, then go check that out. But yes, I enjoyed it.
All right.
Good plug, Ryan. Good plug.
I love Barbie. I think it's really funny. I think the social commentary is really good. Greta Gerwig was the perfect choice to direct. I've only seen a couple of her movies, but I've loved everything I've seen from her so far. Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling were the perfect choices for Barbie and Ken.
Well, I was busy. That's why.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Naturally. I haven't watched it a second time yet, but I fully plan on it. I've still only seen it once, but I'm really looking forward to rewatching it because I feel like it'll be even better on rewatch. That's what people have been saying. So, yeah, I loved it, and it's my Lego, not my top 5, number 8, which is still really good.
All
I
right.
trust you as a person.
I probably was the last one to see this movie. And I fucking loved it. I like you said, like people have said, Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling's chemistry amazing. I'm just Ken. I'm just Ken. That song, that's probably gonna win the Oscar.
It should
win the Oscar. I don't know. There was a couple of scenes, especially with that scene with America Ferrera, that was
phenomenal,
amazing.
Yep,
probably one of the best scenes of the year.
Yep.
And also the scene with Barbie meeting the creator too. That scene,
that was so good.
Took it over the top. And it's funny because I put this when I first reviewed this movie, I put it at 4.5 star. The more I think about it, I still haven't watched it a second time, but the more I think about it, the more it has moved up, and it moved up into my top 5. So it's definitely a movie everybody can enjoy.
Yes, everyone.
Because you have those people that are like, I'm not gonna watch a Barbie movie. It's for girls. No, it's not. Go watch the movie. You'll see. Like, it's for everyone. I love that movie so much.
Even
And
Alan
also-
can enjoy it.
Also, by the way, a super cool theater experience.
I
with
wish
everyone dressed up and everything, and it was so fun.
So it's funny for another movie that we're gonna talk about in a little bit. I went to go see that movie instead, and I remember being in that theater and just seeing a sea of pink.
Yep,
and you knew everybody saw Barbie before.
For Godzilla? That's weird.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to wrap up the whole Barbie thing. I mean, again, Greta Gerwig going from independent filmmaking to being handed this, and this is her I mean, like, can you imagine the incredible pressure she was under making this film with this IP everybody knows, like,
yeah.
right? Not only pulled it off,
Crush.
I want this movie to get like 12 Oscar nominations, and
Yeah.
we know it's going to win set design. We know it's probably going to win costume
Set design was so good. Oh my god,
incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, and I'll end it with this: we are 5 men in our 20s or 30s sitting here.
That's
and
kind of
all-
you.
we all have
I think I'm the only one still in my 20s.
That's kind of you, Rob.
we all well. So I think. Oh no, Mo. Yeah.
I'm 30.
The fact that we're all sitting here as grown men, and this is all a movie that we genuinely loved.
Yep.
Says something, right?
Yeah.
So okay, another 180 change. We're going from Barbie to the longest known movie character. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but because Dracula's been around a long time. But this character is fantastic. I cannot believe this movie was as good as it was. It had no business being as good as it was. It really the one movie that I just kept thinking about the entire time I was watching it was Jaws. And ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about none other than Godzilla -1. Holy shit. Holy shit. We're gonna go counterclockwise this time. Mo, we'll start with you. Godzilla -1.
Yo, Godzilla. When I first heard about it, and I was like, okay, another Godzilla movie from Japan. You know, it has its fans and everything like that. But then I saw the word of mouth on it, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to give this a watch. Like, and I was upset because by the time I was gonna watch it, they were gonna end it in theaters. And I was like, fuck, man, I'm not gonna be able to see this in theaters. And then they extended it. And I was like, oh, I gotta go now. So I went with my dad, and I absolutely loved it. Great characters for once.
Yes,
Unlike the American
finally.
versions where the characters are afterthought. Like Godzilla felt terrifying.
Yes.
You were not rooting for him. This took it back to the days in the beginning where
The original,
Godzilla
yeah.
was a metaphor for the atomic bomb. You know, that's what it was all about. He's supposed to be the villain, not a hero, you know, like we made him into, you know. So he was absolutely terrifying. And like I know Rob I know Kurt made this point before. I think it's probably the best horror film. Now that I really think about it, it's the best horror film of the year.
Yep.
It like there was parts in that movie where I was like, how the hell did they do this with a $15 million budget?
Yep.
And one of the best dramas of the
year.
One of the best dramas.
Can you believe we're saying this about a Godzilla movie?
Yeah.
I'm in shock.
Yeah. Insane. I'll take it to Kurt now.
All right, yeah. I love the shit out of this movie. It is my number 6 of the year. And I've liked all the Godzilla movies that I've seen, which is not all of them, but quite a few. This is my favorite one, for sure. And like Mo said, it's also my favorite horror movie of the year. And I'm surprised Lego's not counting as horror, because I absolutely do. And especially this one, especially, maybe not all the Godzilla movies, but he's a horror villain in this movie. Like, he's horrifying. That opening scene, especially, and then the attack later on in the city. Again, great characters that you are actually invested in, and they explore some interesting stuff with like survivor's guilt and PTSD. And it has it feels very similar to the original in a lot of ways, which I also really love, but I love this one a little bit more. And also feels kind of similar. I think Rob actually made this comparison on the Discord to Jaws in some ways, which I thought was really cool. I thought the stuff in the water was really cool. The atomic breath, the way it was done, was really, really good. Just absolutely love the hell out of this movie.
Ryan?
Yeah, definitely echo what everybody said. I can't remember if it was discussed earlier in this stream or before we started the stream, but I did not even know this was coming out until a week or so before it did.
Same.
And
Same.
I was like,
Same.
oh, another Godzilla movie, and it's from Japan. So I just assumed it was going to be like the other older ones, you know, cheesy but fun and stuff like that. But then I kept seeing more and more people were like, is this the best movie of the year? And so that's what finally got me to check it out. And like what Mo was saying, how it's supposed to be a limited engagement, it's still playing where I'm at here. And I'm sure many other places too. So again, a trend of the night, word of mouth. So
Word of mouth.
Bravo.
Word to your mother.
Yes, that's it.
Danny, Godzilla -1.
Man, I got a lot of stuff to say about this film. I
Okay.
think this one might end up at number 1 in my list for sure, but
nice.
I'll let you guys know. It's definitely, I mean, it's one of my 5 stars, but I want to address a couple things. Now, I don't see this one as a horror film because Godzilla to me is a force of nature, and I don't know that nature can be like a horror trope.
So is Final Destination not horror either then?
Well, I think death is different than
well, that's like a force of nature. Well, okay,
I think it's a part of life. Yeah, I don't know that.
Well,
That's
it's a monster movie, and monster movies are under the horror umbrella.
Yeah, to me-
then again, I don't claim to be a horror expert.
Maybe not the other Godzilla movies, but this one definitely felt horror to me.
Yeah.
Well, it was horrifying. Yeah, totally.
So the other thing is also, as soon as I finished watching this film, I was like, God, I fucking hate what we've done to the American films. Like it just made me angry that why can't we have stuff like this? Why can't we have the characters be as compelling, like the human characters be as compelling? Yeah, I tried like a.
I'm shocked with how inclusive she is with the term horror,
but I love the film. I think it looks great. The moment Godzilla enters that city and the song starts to play and she's on the train, like just that whole sequence of events like led me fucking stunned. But what I was not expecting from this film was, again, another theme that we kind of been touching on, the found family aspect of it, right? We have a soldier coming back from war who by, for all intents and purposes should have died, and by some act of nature didn't. And he's the only one that has encountered this. And well, I guess there's more people, but yeah, to tell the tale, he has to take in this family, and he doesn't want to accept it because he doesn't feel like he deserves it. And all throughout the film, he's trying to prove that he is worthy of having that family, and he thinks he's lost everything. It's just, I also teared up for this one a bunch of times because I was like, I think some of them were happy tears though. When the dude shows up with the other boats, I was like, fuck yeah. Like I think the human spirit and the rallying, because the government abandoned these people, right, and they had to kind of fend for themselves. I thought that was just incredible, like incredible storytelling. And while you still had some like really goofy aspects of like they're gonna use balloons to like sink him and bring him back down, or like just these things that you could dissect, but there's no like benefit to doing any of that because it doesn't matter. That's not what the point of the film. Visually, it looked amazing. Like I said, the soundtrack and just the songs and the sound effects just sounded so good. Like this, he had a good roar, which is like you got to have a good roar to be a good Godzilla movie. So yeah, it made me angry at the American stuff. And then I watched what the American films are doing. I'm like, okay, they're doing completely different shit. Because we got the trailer for New Empire, and I was like, all right, this is completely different.
I'm so excited for that too.
Me too.
We can have it
I'm
all.
glad that both of these exist simultaneously.
We can have both
Well,
things.
it's just like comic book films. You can have Joker by Todd Phillips, but you can also have, whatever, the Suicide
Or
Squad
Love and
by
Thunder.
James Gunn.
Yeah. So fantastic stuff. So yeah, this will probably end up at my number 1, but we'll see.
Yeah, I did love that. I did love when he first entered.
I think it was
I forgot the name of the city, and they used
Ganja, something like that.
Yeah,
No,
they
it was
used
Tokyo. Oh, you
No.
talking about? Yeah.
the first,
The smaller city. Yeah, the smaller city.
Ginza, something like
Ginza,
that.
yeah.
And they used the old theme.
Yes.
And I was
I
like,
love that.
oh my god, they need to use that more often.
It was terrifying.
And you just see the reflection, like that shot from the trailer, the reflection on the train window.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I'll end our Godzilla talk with this. That final scene of the film, and I won't say what it is, but you guys all know what I'm talking about, in the hospital. and somebody asks somebody else a question, that's when it got me, like emotionally. I was oh my God.
Same.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know, listen, I got to read a little up on the details, but I know this sounds absurd. These words are coming out of my mouth. This movie should get a Best Picture nomination. I'm not talking about Best Foreign Language Film. I'm talking about Best Picture nomination.
Yeah.
I agree.
Japan is re-releasing it in black and white, and I hope they bring that over here as well.
Yeah. Yes. I want to see
Me
so
too.
bad.
I'd love to see that.
The director was on Instagram, and he's just like ecstatic about how well this was received. And I can't say this enough. And I understand Japanese money is different than American money, blah,
Sure.
blah, 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 blah. But even if it let's say it's $125 million budget in America.
Yeah.
That movie, and I know you guys weren't as big as I was on The Creator, but $85 million budget. What the fuck, Indiana Jones?
Right.
What the fuck, The Flash? Like, come on, man. You know.
One last thing I'll say. Toho, you need to chill out with your copyrights on trailers because, boy, they just block them. They don't even.
I heard, yeah.
They just block them.
All right. So speaking of very famous characters in film that have been around for quite a while, this character has been around for at least all of our lifetimes. I know for some people this was their favorite film of the year. Next up on our list, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. You know what? I'm gonna let Ryan White lead with this one. Ryan White, Across the Spider-Verse.
I might have said this on here before, but stay with me on this. I remember going to see The Last Jedi, and there was a teaser trailer for Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. And I was like, really? Another Spider-Man movie? And it's going to be animated? Okay, whatever. And then in 2018, when it came out, I saw it in IMAX 3D, and it was amazing. Absolutely loved it. Like no other animation I had seen before. So I was really looking forward to this next one. And it did not disappoint. This is, I want to say it's my favorite film of the year. It's hard to describe necessarily why I like it so much. There are a lot of reasons. I mean, the animation being one of them. The story about how, you know, he's being told that this is not what you should do. You should be this way or whatever. And him fighting back against almost literally everybody when it comes to that. And, you know, some of you have given multiple 5 stars to movies. For me, it is very difficult to give a 5, or in my case, a 10 to a movie.
Same.
But I gotta say, this is the first 10 out of 10 movie I have seen in quite some time. It's been years since I've seen something this good. So yes, thoroughly enjoyed it. Favorite film of the year.
Wow.
All right, Kurt, because I also know it's way up there for you too. So go ahead.
It's also my favorite movie of the year. It has been ever since I saw it, and it's not even particularly close. I love the first one, surprised the hell out of me. I love this even more, honestly. I think what they did with the animation was even more unique in this one, with like all the different universes and all the like characters from different universes in these ones, like the stuff in the beginning with Vulture. That was so cool. Like you've never seen anything like this before.
Hell yeah.
Love the character work with Miles and Gwen, especially with each other, first of all, but also with their families. The stuff with Gwen and her dad. Oh man, just really, really hits. And the story of like really exploring what it means to be Spider-Man and these canon events, and whether you need to make these sacrifices for the greater good. I thought all of that was just so compelling, and there's still really good humor in it and really good action, and it does have a really hard cliffhanger, which some people don't love. But first of all, we already knew it was a part 1, I'm pretty sure, before we went into it.
Yeah.
And also, it doesn't really bother me because it genuinely feels like there's 2 movies worth of story. So ending on a cliffhanger there does not bother me at all. Just everything about this movie totally works for me. By far my favorite of the year.
To go off of what Jeremy said in there, unfortunately, it doesn't normally work out for them.
Also, Spider-Punk is awesome.
Yes.
One of the best parts of the movie, for sure.
Was that Oscar Isaac?
No, that's Daniel Kaluuya.
Daniel Kaluuya.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And I didn't even know it was him until after the movie. I'm like, oh, that's.
I don't know why I thought Oscar Isaac, but
well, that's because he's hard to understand.
True, but still awesome.
Yeah, I this is another top 3.
Yes,
I still don't know where it's gonna land finally, but it's definitely in my top 3. I love Spider-Man. Everybody that knows me knows Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. Period.
Yep.
So, animation, I feel like even they stepped it up even better than the first one.
Yeah.
Especially especially when they went into different universes. Instead of keeping the same animation, they just did a whole different animation style in each universe, which made it very unique and fresh. Like Mumbattan was just so freaking dope looking. The Gwen Stacy's own universe, the way the colors change depending on the emotion and what was going on was so beautiful and captivating. Oscar Isaac as Spider 2099, right? 2099.
Yeah.
Amazing. He and that whole scene where he's getting chased by all the that Miles is getting chased by all the Spider-Man. Chef's kiss,
hilarious,
especially hilarious, and especially seeing as a comic book fan, seeing all the different Easter eggs of different Spider-Man, and then also ones that they created original ones for this specific movie. Amazing. I did love that aspect of him with his family and him, especially with his mom in this one. Because in the first one, we got a lot of it with his dad, his connection with his dad. This one, we got more with his mom. And as a Puerto Rican, that really touched me with a lot of certain things, especially things little things when they say bendición, that's something that really only Hispanics really say to. And usually you don't see that in a lot of movies, they don't really say it a lot. So that caught me, and I was like, "Whoa, I love this connection." Especially Miles, everybody's trying to change him, and he's like, "No,
I'm gonna do my own thing. Yeah,
I'm gonna do my own shit." Exactly, what he said. It's just I could talk about this movie all day long. And then the cliffhanger too. It was one of those good cliffhangers.
Yes.
Where you're it got you.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh shit! I can't wait. Oh damn! I gotta wait for the next movie.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it was supposed to come out in 2024, but we know it's not gonna come out then. So we gotta wait a little longer. But I'm all for it. I'm give me that shit right now.
Take all the time you need.
Take the time.
Yep.
Take the time. Get more better with the animation. Even just keep trying to outdo yourself.
Yes.
That's all I want. And then, like you said, Spider-Punk.
Oh. Dude, I love him
Chef's
so much.
kiss.
Yep.
Chef's kiss.
Okay.
All right.
Can I say something real quick or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we spoiling this or no?
Let's not spoil it.
Okay, so I won't get specific then, but something that happens towards the end of the movie where you think it's one thing and it's actually something else.
Yes.
Oh man, that was so mind-blowing. And they set it up so well.
Perfectly.
But you have no idea when you're in the moment watching it. That was so damn good. And the realization, oh shit. So fucking good.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to the ambassador who knows comic books better than any of us, I think.
I mean, you guys have covered pretty much everything of the film, but I will say I love the way these movies have adapted the source material in a way where it's oh yeah, it's very respectful. It's very true to the essence of the characters. While still combining it and just remixing it in a really fun way. I love the little Easter eggs all over the place, just breaking down who all these spider characters are, have we met them before? I like the updates to some of them. I think what's his name? Spider-Man from Mumbattan. His design in the comics is kind of lame. So he got such a big glow up for the movie. I also love Spider 2099. He's my favorite, and he was just so menacing. Like the way he was drawn, just like a giant, like, and like just Oscar Isaac is so good at voicing that character, like with the little expressions. Like I think at some point he even goes like "coño," like I was like, yeah. So like just all those little details. Like this movie's so full of details. I love the little Lego, like especially the story behind all that. Like it was
the Lego scene. Oh my god.
I love the beginning, how we changed the perspective to when Stacy, and then kind of go from there, and then we kind of get to see a little bit of like, once again, another, like I said, a lot of these movies, like a lot of this found family, right? Wen doesn't really have anyone but her dad, but because of their relationship, like she goes out and tries to find another family, and maybe she realizes that she had one all along, and then you get to the end and you see the return of a lot of our favorite characters. So yeah, I'm very excited. I think I'm gonna love this movie even more after I see the next one, which is kind of like what happened with Batman Begins. I just enjoyed it so much more after The Dark Knight, because this is probably gonna end up being like one of the best trilogies in movies ever. Like not even just comic book film, like overall. So yeah, I don't know what else. Like I said, most said we could talk about this all night. We probably could, but
yeah,
I'll cut it off here. But yeah, go read the comics, because Miles is a great character, and he gets to do a lot of really cool shit in the comics. So
Ryan White, you gotta.
I have two things. Number one, to go off of what Danny was saying, first Spider-Man 2099, I understand where he's coming from and why he feels that he needs to do what he needs to do, even though he is, I don't want to say the bad guy, but he is in conflict with Miles through the second half of the movie, and that's just another thing that makes him great, that character. But I want to throw out a prediction here. I said this to Rob, but I'll say it here too, and I won't spoil anything, but I predict for 3 reasons. Reason number 1, there are 2 things, or should we say people, that we see in this movie that is going to lead to my prediction. Reason number 2, in the latest Spider-Man video game, it is Miles and Spider-Man as front and center. And reason number 3, if we are getting a live action Madam Web with all those other spider people in it, I predict that by the end of the 3rd Across the Spider-Verse movie, Miles will become live action.
Oh.
So me and Ryan have talked about this. I have a theory that
I've been having that theory.
Sony's going to make Spider-Man movies with Miles Morales, and Tom Holland's going to do another trilogy over at Disney. And here's the deal. It's a win-win for everybody, because everybody loves Spider-Man.
Right.
When have we seen a box office dud Spider-Man movie? You know what I mean?
I think I'm gonna amend your theory a little bit, Ryan.
Okay.
My thoughts. I think at the end of the film, they'll reveal a new live action Miles Morales, just like in a suit. Like they obviously, I don't think they would cast anyone, so they would just reveal someone in a suit that is live action. That is just another version of Miles, because we've met multiple Miles, right? Already, right? So yeah, I do, because I like the way you're thinking.
Can you elaborate on we've met multiple Miles?
Well, we met the Miles that we know and the Miles that
Gotcha. I thought you meant in other.
Yeah. No.
Sorry.
All
So
right.
yeah,
I know we gotta move on, but just one. I can't
go for it, Mo.
I got a few more things to say too.
Listen. All right, time out. First of all, again, thank you to the guests for staying on as long. I'm glad you guys are as into this as I am. Thank you to our audience who is still hanging on and watching. I've been watching the numbers all night. golf clap for the audience.
Give us
we're
put a little
at 4
toilet in the
hours and
chat.
15 minutes, people, and we still
Yep.
got a movie to go. This is your guys' time. You want to talk about this movie for another few minutes? Go for it. Go ahead, Mo.
Put just before that, put a little toilet in the chat if you're watching from the toilet.
We gotta put some respect on Spot.
Yes, I was gonna say
Yes.
that was one of the things I was gonna say.
I was
Spot's great.
like, we cannot end this without talking about Spot because
He is
went
not
from
a villain of the week.
He went
Nope.
from villain
Not
of
at
the
all.
week to being like, holy shit, this guy could really be problems. And the fact that they like how they did that was just like incredible. I didn't think Spot was gonna be a big factor in my opinion. I was like, he's gonna be like what he said, villain of the week, and we're gonna worry about the multiverse more. And then, but him being the cause of like how all this happened, really, because if he wasn't going into all these multiverses with the Spot and everything, but yeah, I love him. I love what it was, Jason Schwartzman.
Jason Schwartzman.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, Scott's great. Yeah, I was gonna say, kind of to go along with both the cameo stuff and the live action stuff. There's one cameo in this. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. I'm like, when I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's so cool.
When the person says, "Hey, what's up?"
Yes, that one.
Okay.
I love that. So much.
Yes,
That's what led to kind of my theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
My theory adjustment too. So,
So,
Yep.
Danny, you're saying that the character will be revealed, but not the person playing them, or what exactly?
right. Yeah, because I don't think
Right.
I don't think they would think that far ahead. It would give them time to like cast someone.
This stream is officially longer than Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yep.
Hey, this,
We did it, boys!
Dude, it's longer than the
Hold on.
Snyder cut.
this still this might still be shorter than the Napoleon director's cut, but we don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
So let's
geez.
keep going so we can
I
break
think
that
we're
record.
approaching Return of the King extended cut now.
Jason Schwartzman really Nick Cage's cousin?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Oh yeah. You gotta look at the Coppola family tree. It's
Yeah,
very-
they're
Yeah.
yeah. I didn't think you like I didn't know that, but it's not natural because they don't have the same last name, right? So
Right. But yeah, just
The
to
point
put a pin in
is,
it.
Spider-Man
Okay,
Across the
go ahead.
Spider-Verse is amazing.
Yes, it's my favorite Spider-Man movie of all time. So,
I'm debating that one for me, but it is for sure up there.
It's
I think
No
mine-
Way Home for me. But
mine's still
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2. It just has
Those are all up there.
in my heart.
Yep.
yeah.
It's so tough. It's so
That's the
tough.
thing.
we're splitting hairs, gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where I'm not gonna even argue with you. I'm like,
Right.
Spider-Man 2 is your favorite? Fuck it, hell yeah.
And that goes back to what I've been saying in our Discord for weeks now. Like I've been seeing everybody's kind of like rough draft lists and stuff, and it's just like, yeah, I don't have my movies in that order, but I respect all of it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all solid.
I just Miles and Gwen are like two of my favorite characters ever created. Period. I just love them so much.
Yeah.
They're so new too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Miles Morales is only what 2010s, right?
Yeah.
That he was created.
Somewhere around
2000,
2010, yeah.
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 Danny, do you know what year Miles Morales was created? Or
I think it's 2009. I think
2009.
yeah.
Because
Let
I
me
know
check.
the whole reason that we even got a Miles Morales was because of Donald Glover.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
Donald Glover auditioned to play him or make a movie about with Black Spider-Man. Oh yeah, an Amazing Spider-Man. I think it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
he was auditioning for it, and then get the role, and it was something like that. And then they were like, "Oh, we're gonna make a black Black Spider-Man," and it was like, and I love the fact that they made him Afro Latino, so it gave us the Black Spider-Man, also Latino Spider-Man, all together in one.
Hell
It was
yeah.
like it was perfect.
Yep.
I think we finally got real representation this year from across the board, all cultures, all society, just in the films we've talked about tonight. To be
Yeah, they did a good job this year.
To be safe, let's say we got more representation.
More.
We got
Yes.
more representation.
That's
I know,
a great way
and
to
I
call
am
it.
the worst person to be. Like, I have a fucking Yellowstone hat on. Folks. You know what I
I
mean?
don't know, man. The more we've been talking about Spider-Verse, I might have to put it at number 1. I don't know.
Yes, do it, dude. Do it.
I might have to knock John Wick out of that. I'm gonna watch.
See,
I'm gonna watch the three movies in my top
worry,
three that I
Lego.
have
Don't worry.
over again, just so I could be clear.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
I
gonna
think
rewatch
correcting it to
Mentor
more representation was a better way of
Yes.
of
No,
putting it.
that's it. That's all we're ever getting.
Yeah.
So I haven't given my thoughts yet on the Cross of Spider-Verse.
Oh, right, yeah.
No. So that's why I wanted you guys to talk. I echo everything you guys said and then some. I love, just Spider-Man. Everybody loves Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. I'll watch anything with Spider-Man in it. I think this animation is phenomenal.
Yes.
And I don't know who said it, but if the third one sticks a landing, which we know it probably will,
Yes.
definitely, because they did make a fourth Toy Story movie. This is definitely going to be the best animated trilogy of all time,
And one of the best trilogies, period. Of all
period.
time.
End of
They
story.
stick the landing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. Lego.
Yeah,
I
that's-
put my
that's a
foot in
good-
my mouth.
that's a good
What
point.
else is new?
Yeah.
Yes.
We need more of those.
Yep, for
so
sure.
I say all this to say, this has been great. This is the movie I wanted to end with. It's tied as my number one of the year. I know some of you guys had it here, some of you guys had it here, various spots in the middle.
I think I have it probably the lowest.
Probably the lowest, and that's
Yeah.
okay.
Still very good.
This movie I'm probably going to watch for a third time this weekend. Listen, I'll lead with this. If you would have asked me a year ago my thoughts on Josh Hartnett, and again, he was on a TV show that I didn't see, but whatever. I would be like, yeah, I kind of forgot about Josh Hartnett, the guy from H2O and Hollywood Homicide and Pearl Harbor and whatever. I'm sitting here today.
H2O.
I can honestly tell you, this man is a tremendous talent, and I'm so glad that he was cast in this movie because
Yes.
I'm hoping other casting agents see him and go, wow, we overlooked him for so many years as just a Hollywood heartthrob, and we were wrong. I'm blanking on the actor's name. Somebody can fill me in, but the guy that played Bernard in the Santa Claus movies, tremendous fucking actor.
Right. I don't know his name. Yep.
And I'm just going to go down a list and I'll cut it to you guys to talk about the movie itself. We have, and I'm going to forget some of the names. Okay.
There's a lot.
Florence Pugh, Emily Blunt, Robert Downey Jr., Casey Affleck,
Gary Oldman.
What? Go ahead.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman. Thank you very much. Obviously, Cillian Murphy. Somebody take it over. Kenneth Branagh.
Oh,
Ryan,
right.
Ryan, we'll start with you again.
Although-
Ladies and gentlemen, fucking Oppenheimer.
So again, I am going to reference the fact that I was lucky enough to be on the Barbenheimer stream.
Matt
So
Damon,
if
yep.
you want yes, Matt Damon as well. If you want additional thoughts on this, go check that out. But the thing I will say this time instead is, for me, and I'm sure this goes for
Josh
some of
Peck.
you.
Yep.
Yes,
Penny
for sure.
Safdie.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
For
cut you
me,
off, Ryan.
and I'm sure this goes for some of you too, every once in a while we get a cinematic event. The first one that I remember for myself is I stood in line with friends for 12 hours to see Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. And then the next large cinematic event was Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens. And then we had, the Avengers, Infinity War, and then Endgame. But I think that, again, for me, 2023 was very, very special because we got two, what I would describe as cinematic events. Number one being Barbenheimer, which we are currently discussing. And then number two, even though I kind of joked about it earlier, going to that Taylor Swift concert was unlike almost any other movie-going experience I have ever had. So I just wanted to make sure that I point out that for 2023, at least for me, there were two what I refer to as cinematic experiences.
All right, we're going to go to Mo next. Oppenheimer.
Well, what can I say? Oppenheimer, like from the start, right away, it pulls you in. Like that's the score is probably one of my favorite things about it. Ludwig Göransson to me is one of my favorite composers of the last
great.
10 years. Between this, Black Panther, whatever he touches is just
The Mandalorian.
the
theme?
Mandalorian. Like
Oh,
everything he touches so far is gold.
Tenet. It was like the only good part
Tenet.
of Tenet.
That's another story for another day. Cillian Murphy.
Yes.
Finally getting that shot to star in a movie, be the main guy, and he absolutely crushes. Robert Downey Jr., one of the best roles I've seen him do in a long time.
Listen, he's gonna get this fucking thing. And
I hope he does.
I think so too. He should.
I hope he does. I think he deserves it. You know, he tried to do a couple of things outside of Iron Man that they didn't really hit, but this one with right direction and just absolutely crushed it. Like you said, Rob, Josh Hartnett. I haven't seen Josh Hartnett in the movie in forever, and he popped up, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And I was like, "Oh, he's actually pretty damn good." I just love the pacing of the movie too. Like, it felt all over the place, but didn't. I don't know how that. I don't know if that
it
makes
ties
sense.
up at the end.
It
Right.
It ties up at the end, and it feels like I don't know. That one scene though, when he's in, I don't know what kind of room he's in, but it's supposed to be like the effects of the atom bomb, kind of.
Oh, right. When he's in the gymnasium scene.
Yeah, in the
with people on
gymnasium.
police
There we
station.
go.
Yeah.
That scene had me floored. I was like, "What is going on? This is insane." And I think that scene, if I'm not mistaken, was silent.
It was.
It was silent. So the lack of music was just perfect. And yeah, the special effects, whatever was in, like the practical effects, practically, because he's freaking
no CGI,
no CGI at all. Like, I'm still speechless every time I think about this movie too. There's one of those. Like, I left the theater like, wow, what the hell did I just see? Christopher Nolan does it again. Like,
And just because it popped in my head real quick, and then I'll go to Kurt. You know, I think about somebody like Remy Malek, you know, who has won an Oscar for Best Actor within the last 5 years. You know, that guy's got so many things he could be doing better with his time. And yet he signed on for this movie when he's in 2 short scenes and 1 like 2-minute scene in the third act in the courtroom. And it's like, yeah, you know why he's doing this instead of something else? Because he wants to be a part of fucking history.
Right.
He wants to be in. Like, these people wanted to work with Christopher Nolan that badly.
yeah,
You know.
and those scenes with Einstein.
Oh
yeah.
I've known Albert for years.
Yeah.
One of my favorite lines in the whole
Yeah.
film. You know.
All right, Kurt, you go.
Okay. I think I'm going to be the lowest on this, but that being said, I still gave it 4 stars. So it's still in my top 20.
Yeah.
It's number 17, which for this year is still really good.
Yeah.
So I think it is incredibly well directed by Nolan. The actors, I mean, you pretty much named all of them already, but even the ones that are in only like 1 scene, knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
They're all so good. And I don't know if anyone's mentioned Alden Ehrenreich yet.
Right.
But he was really good as well.
Yeah.
And Downey, I think, should win that Best Supporting Actor.
Yeah.
Best performance he's ever given. Cillian is phenomenal. The testing scene is incredible.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, that testing scene.
Fuck, I might. You know what? I might make some coffee and rewatch it again tonight.
Yeah.
like
Mo,
I'll pop it in.
like Mo said, score is incredible. I love Ludwig Göransson. Great story, great true story. I don't think I will go back to this very often, and that's not the case with most Nolan movies. Like when it comes to the Dark Knight trilogy, Inception, Memento, Interstellar, Prestige, like any of those I could put on at any given time and sit down and watch it. This I don't see myself rewatching very often because of the runtime, because it's so dense. And despite all the actors doing a really good job, I was a bit at arm's length from the actual characters, if that makes sense. And the last thing I'll say is that I did not really like the handling of the Florence Pugh stuff. And we've kind of already gotten into that on other streams, but
Right. Again, and if you don't go on Google, I mean, I wouldn't have even known, you know, anything about her. Danny Oppenheimer, what say you?
Oh man, I mean, you guys covered a lot of it. If anything, most of the characters, but I think just overall, my favorite thing about this film was anytime that Oppenheimer and Einstein were having a conversation, especially the one in the woods about destroying the world and like, what if we're wrong? Like that shit. I mean, I don't know. This film, watching this after watching Barbie a couple of days earlier, just goes to show like the scope of the things, like when a movie is good and like a movie is just good, it doesn't matter where you kind of sit on the spectrum of like a movie watching thing, right? Like you're just gonna be drawn in for it. I love the transitional things when you see the sparks and they get denser and denser as the movie kind of goes by, and then we crescendo all the way up to the testing, and that's not even the thing that the movie's really trying to get at, right? It's really more about the other story. I love having the black and white as we kind of recap everything until kind of things all the timelines, for lack of a better explanation, like where everything kind of collides and then you get back, that becomes the present. Every scene, I love Jason Clarke. He's another one of my favorite white people.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
Him as the lawyer, like the prosecutor,
Yeah.
like just them explaining why they're in that room and the way it's set up. And Cillian Murphy, just like the way Oppenheimer was so disconnected from everything, where his wife had to be the one that actually put up a fight. Emily Blunt, thank you.
Yeah.
I was thinking Emily Ruth and I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Alden Ehrenreich. There's
yeah.
another one.
Dude, I said that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. There's so many damn actors in this movie.
Why wasn't Stanley Tucci in this? That's what I'm wondering. No, but yeah, I mean, Nolan's one of my favorite directors.
He's my number one favorite.
Well, I did just go on Letterboxd a while like this week, and I saw like lifetime stats. He's the one I've seen the most films, and yeah, just this was amazing. It is not something that I would also rewatch multiple times, but I do have an itch. I finally got my 4K Blu-ray after like they were sold out for weeks.
I got one
so
too.
I'm very excited to dive into. Yeah, I'm really excited to dive into all the details, the behind the scenes and all that stuff. So
sure,
this is probably something I'll revisit in the near future, but it's just fantastic. Like, and the score, I have a list on my Apple Music of like just soundtracks. As soon as I got out of the film, I added it to the rotation of like, I just put that on when I'm like trying to read some comics or trying to do some work or whatever. So yeah, fantastic. It's going to be incredible to see all the awards shows trying to like figure out how to even award those things to people, because there's so many people that deserve the award. So maybe just cancel it this year. Everybody gets a part. This is the one year that I'm okay
Participation
with
Oscar.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
okay with
seriously.
participation Oscars on this year.
Seriously, because in the history books, I want people to go back and not just look at the winners. I want them to watch all these fucking movies.
That's why this stream exists.
Exactly. I gotta say this, and listen, I might be alone on this hill, and that's okay. Outside of the Dark Knight trilogy, I do need to rewatch Inception, but outside of the Dark Knight trilogy, this is my favorite Nolan film.
Wow.
I think it's very digestible. I love the cast. I love the way it's shot.
What do I have?
Interstellar just hits.
Let me
like,
see. Yeah.
I love
Listen,
Interstellar.
that's a masterpiece as well.
It's hard to pick Nolan.
hard to
I still
pick.
got a couple of like misses on Nolan, like I haven't seen, but
Sure.
for the most part, man.
Which ones?
I know me and Kurt have
tell you
seen
right
them
now.
all 'cause we did
Dunkirk.
the show.
Dunkirk.
I've seen Dunkirk. I've seen I'll tell you
Don't worry
right now.
about Insomnia.
I've seen
Insomnia
Interstellar.
Yeah.
is so underrated.
Insomnia is fine.
Leave that to the end.
Oppenheimer,
You can watch that
Dark
at the end.
Knight, Inception, Dunkirk. I can't count Memento because I bailed halfway through that movie, and I don't know. I don't know if it's because I was busy doing something. I wasn't really.
Should give it
focused.
another try.
Yes,
I will give it another try.
Yeah, especially because it kind of goes the other way
And,
around.
and Following is definitely worth a watch. I had not
Oh,
seen that until
dude.
right before we did our show this summer.
it's fine. Yeah,
The Prestige
worth
is
a
so
watch.
much fun.
Yeah.
The Prestige is. I don't think it's as good as the other films, but the Prestige is just fun. I really like that one.
I love the
seen The
Prestige.
Prestige.
It's my number 2 Nolan.
I haven't seen The
Oppenheimer's my
Prestige,
number
though.
8 Nolan. But there's some really good movies ahead of it. So.
And you know what else this movie has too? Horses.
Oh, speaking of that, I'm going to say this just because of the Barbenheimer thing.
Yeah.
I like Barbie quite a bit more than Oppenheimer. And damn,
I like them
thought
differently. I don't know that.
Sure. But rewatchability is the main reason for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And as a Nolan fan, as big of a Nolan fan as I am, I did not expect that to be the case.
I don't even think so. I have 5 movies at 5 stars. It's Barbie, Oppenheimer, Across the Spider-Verse, John Wick, and Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
I don't think that I can compare them one to the other. Like all those.
You have
five.
to. You have to do a ranking.
So different.
They're so different.
So different.
I just have 5 number ones.
So, I wanted to bring this up real quick before we kind of start winding the show down. Ryan was talking about like historical movie events in his life. I for one, I mean, listen, we all lived this in our recent life with the whole Infinity War Endgame thing and like how fucking awesome that whole thing was and all that jazz. I mean, I remember the headline Sunday morning, Endgame sinks Titanic. You know what I mean? Like it was fucking great. But I gotta say, I know for the rest of my life, the whole Barbenheimer experience, and I did the same thing that Danny and Lego did, and I believe Ryan, the Wednesday screening for Barbie, Thursday screening for Oppenheimer.
I did both Thursday.
Sure. Yeah. So I say all this to say, like, for the rest of my life, I'm gonna look back at that moment in time and smile because not only were they great films, it was the experience in the theater, and then the fact that I got to get together with my friends and talk about these movies for hours live on air and then in private on Discord video chat, and just all of the conversations we've had for the last 6-7 months. And it's just like, that's why I love cinema. That's why, like, that's what drives me to love film. It's not just the movies, it's everything that surrounds it. That's the trimmings on the, around the turkey for Thanksgiving. And it's like,
The communal aspect too is what that's what made, as much like I would have loved Endgame, Infinity War regardless, but the communal experience of those 2 movies in the theaters was unlike anything. That and Black Panther too.
Yeah.
Because when I went to go see Black Panther, that was like a whole that was craziness in the theaters.
Yeah. Same. Yeah.
There's never going to be anything quite like Barbenheimer. They're going to try to replicate it, but they won't be able to.
No.
For sure.
I mean, I agree, but like part of me like hopes that stuff like this can continue because here's the deal. We, listen, and it's no knock on Star Wars or Marvel or anything like that, but like these were built-in events that everybody knew was going to be an event. This was an event that grew organically. So it almost like means something more in a different way because it wasn't, oh shit, first new Star Wars movie in 15 years, or you know what I mean? Like,
right.
And
I mean, you say that, but when Force Awakens dropped, like, that's a moment that because that was the first Star Wars film that I kind of like said, I'm gonna go watch this because I want to go watch this, right?
Yeah.
When the Phantom Menace was the first one I saw in the theater, but that's just because my dad asked us, like, y'all want to go to the theater this weekend? And, and then we were like, well, what's playing? Back then you didn't know, like, so, a Star Wars movie. This is a movie we can all get into because it's rated whatever PG or PG-13, whatever it was.
Yep.
Like, that's why we watched the first Star Wars. But Force Awakens was like, that was me consciously having dived into the Star Wars universe. By then I had already seen all the other ones because I watched them all out of order. I watched the prequels as they came out and then got into Star Wars.
Let me just say, kind of going along with that, the first Star Wars movie I saw in theaters was Attack of the Clones.
Hell yeah.
And the seismic charge scene was like
Yes.
the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
No, one thing, I remember seeing those movies, the prequels in theaters too. But like Danny said, it was like, oh, my dad just took me. Oh, we're gonna go
Right.
to see Star Wars, whatever.
Right.
But when Force Awakens come out, that was actually the first one of those event movies where I went to the theater and people were cheering and going nuts. Like
Yeah. That was pretty
I
cool.
remember it was just when Lucasfilm showed up, and then when it went, bam, the theater lost it.
Yep.
Like they never heard Star Wars theme ever in their life. Like insane.
Force Awakens is still the movie that I've seen in the theaters the most. It holds
Same.
my record.
How many times?
5.
You know
I
how
saw
many times,
Endgame 4 times in the theater.
Okay.
you know how many times I've seen Force Awakens in the theaters?
How many?
9 times.
Oh my god.
Oh,
9
shit.
times. Holy
I
shit,
kept,
dude.
I kept on going and going because I had a theater real close to me.
Yeah.
So every time I'd be like, "You haven't seen the movie? Let's go see it." Boom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mo really contributed to that $1 billion.
I always tried to find an excuse to go again.
Endgame, I wanted to see more, but Endgame was so long
3
that
hours
I didn't
long.
see it as
Yeah.
much.
I think
I saw Endgame like I think 4 or 5
I
times.
saw it. I think I saw it 4 times or 3 or 4 times.
I saw it twice by myself. I saw it with my parents, and I saw it with somebody else. So I think
I think mine's The Dark Knight. I've seen it. I saw it like 5 times in the theater.
Same.
Four when it first came out, and then they did like a re-release when all the movies came out. Like I did a marathon, and then probably after that is Batman v Superman, because I watched that 3 times the week it came out.
Oh, jeez.
So I saw Endgame. So me and my friend Max saw Infinity War opening night. So we did Endgame opening night. So and then my second showing was with my friend Ben. Third showing was my sister Margaret. And then the fourth time it was like towards the end of its theatrical run. And I was just like, I'll go see it one last time in the theater.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was just one
Yeah.
of those, yeah.
Yep.
What I wouldn't give to relive the Infinity War and
Yes.
Endgame movie theater
Yeah.
experience. If I could go back and relive those, that's what I would wish. Like nothing ever tops that portal scene for me. That's the reason I know like Infinity War might be the better movie, but Endgame's
Right.
portal scene just
It's the
takes
emotion.
It takes it just I can't explain it. It took over my body. I was like, yeah, let's go.
And then Cap finally says it. So,
Yes.
you know.
After all these years of the teasing, and we're like, and the tease in Age of Ultron,
Yep.
he's like, oh, Avengers, and then it stopped.
And then
it's
cuts
like,
away. Yep.
Yeah.
no. So the fact when he said it, and then he says it like it's such a like he goes Avengers and then assemble, and it's everybody going nuts, man.
Well,
Man.
for me, it was at the end of Infinity War. Like I can still see it and hear it. The dozens of children that were in tears.
Yes.
I remember this little boy and his dad were sitting right in front of us, and he couldn't have been more than like 6 years old. And Daddy, what happened to Spider-Man? What happened to Spider? And he's like, it's gonna be okay. Like, he had a Captain America t-shirt on or whatever.
Yep.
So it's like, we were all with friends, in the theater, whether we knew each other or not.
Yeah, mine.
Yeah,
I
go ahead,
think.
Kurt, go ahead.
I
and
think
I'll go.
my theater was like dead silent. Like it was more shock than like crying.
Sure.
See, what I heard in my theater was,
Yeah. Yep.
no,
Yes.
So there was
Yep.
a lot of that too. Yeah.
like there was this girl like literally uncontrollably crying in Endgame when Tony Stark died.
Yep.
Sorry, spoiler.
Well, it's been out for 5 years. Yeah.
Almost 5.
Almost 5. That's so crazy.
Yo, but like, yeah, the people
We're
it's
about to get to
because
the blood date.
it's funny. That's true. It's funny because in Infinity War, since I know the comic and I know they snap the fingers,
Mm-hmm.
and I know what happens after that, but I still didn't. For some reason, my mind wasn't like. I was like, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do it. And then when they snapped the fingers, I was like, oh shit, people gonna
Yeah.
freak out. That was the first thought. I was like, everybody who doesn't know the comics is gonna freak out.
My jaw was on the floor when that happened because I'm not a comic reader, so I did
Yeah.
not think they would do that.
I read the Infinity Gauntlet on my computer like 6 months before the Infinity War came out, so I kind of was prepped, but I also knew that there was a lot of changes. You know?
Rob was like, "Where the hell's Mephisto?"
Yeah.
I was surprised at the ending until Black Panther was dusted. Then that's when I knew, I'm like, there's no way they're dusting a $1 billion franchise. I'm sorry.
Right.
So I knew that they had to come back in some way. Just we've all seen so many movies. We know how it works.
Well, and we're in the
but-
film bubble, so I already
Right.
knew they were literally filming Spider-Man No Way Home or
Yeah.
Far From Home rather.
Far From Home. Yep.
When Infinity
Yeah.
War came out, and I was like, they just
Yeah, I
kept
mean,
it going home.
I knew they were coming back, but the impact was still there.
Right.
Like,
Oh,
it
100%.
still worked.
All right, gentlemen.
This
we're
turned
almost-
into a Discord.
Listen,
We're not going 5 hours.
Listen, I thrilled with the turnout tonight. So the first, again, I want to thank everybody for coming on and being here, and thank our audience for still hanging around. All our friends are in the chat. This might be the longest show we've done yet. So Lego, that means me and you got to beat this time for the fundraiser in 2 weeks. Cause yeah, anyways. So, okay. We're going to go around and do plugs, and we're going to sign off here. But thanks for everybody for coming out. Pay attention to social media. I'll be plugging our fundraiser. It's 2 weeks from today. Me and Lego are going to start work on figuring all that stuff out. I've invited a few guests, and we'll be inviting a few more. Yes, Jeremy Miller, the United Assembly of Pop Culture. Yes. Pop culture enthusiasts. Pop culture enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Lego says no thanks. I don't think Lego wants to do a 5-hour show. That's fair. We'll go around the horn like we always do. Excuse me, got a burp. Danny, what do you got going on, and where can the people find you at?
Well, I mean, if you're watching this on my channel, go to come back, subscribe to the Rob Fishbeck Network for hosting tonight. That was great. We tried a little experiment. Thought it was really cool. But yeah, you can find me over at Next Issue Podcast. We are over on the YouTube. We have daily videos, mainly focused on comics throughout the week. But we are going to be doing all January best of 2023. So we're going to kick it off this Saturday with comic books. Then we'll probably do movies, TV shows, and then if we can wrangle up other media from 2023. Also, once again, thanks to everybody that responded to our survey. I'm putting together the results, and they're pretty insane, some of the things. So I'll probably do some videos on that just to tell you guys what people think about this. But yeah, you can find me over there. Follow me on social media at Echo Spider, pretty much everywhere. And thanks to everybody on the chat, because you guys are the real heroes.
Yes. Love you guys.
Ryan, we know you're not on social media, but is there anything you'd like to say? Well, you've got the time is yours.
2 things I want to say. Number one, we talked about it a lot tonight, where word of mouth was a really big thing for 2023.
Yes.
And I'm going to alter a movie quote. And I know it doesn't apply all the time, but it seemed to apply a lot in 2023. And I'm glad. If you make a good movie, they will come.
Yep.
So
Love
keep
that.
on doing that, studios, and stop with the overspending and all the stuff that you don't need to.
Yep.
The other thing, I just want to recap a couple, because obviously it's been a very long stream. I think that the ones that I mentioned that probably everybody would enjoy is the movie Paint with Owen Wilson, which was a fake biopic about Bob Ross. And then Theater Camp, which was a mockumentary about a theater camp. And then finally, the last thing I want to say is, if and only if you are able to, please try to support physical media as much as you can in 2024, because it seems, I don't want to say it is, but it seems to be going away at a very scary rate.
Because David Zaslav's coming for your shit.
I mean, yeah, I can't remember where I said this before, but you know, if you own it, they can never take it away from you.
Yep.
Just remember that. So, and obviously they can, you know, break into your home and physically steal it from you, but that's another story, which hopefully that never happens. But
Come and take it, right?
Exactly.
Kurt, what do you got going, and where can the people find you at?
You can find me on all the socials at Kurt Hagens. I got it right there below my name, including YouTube. And I am going to post my top 10 of the year and top 10 most anticipated for this year soon. I was going to record those tonight, but based on the time, I don't know. I want to play some Mortal Kombat 1, so probably not. Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was a ton of fun. Crazy long stream, but it was an absolute blast. Thanks to you guys, and thanks to the chat.
Yeah, and I hope all you guys come back for the fundraiser too. So Mo,
yeah.
What do you got going on, and where can the people find you?
I'll be on.
Well, you can find me everywhere. Big Mo 104, all socials. You can find me on twitch.tv/Big Mo 104. I stream a lot of games. I do variety streams there. I will start getting more into that once I get my PC, which I'm buying parts for. So
Nice.
hopefully that's within this year, early this year, I'll get into that. I still haven't. You can still subscribe to my YouTube channel, the Big Mo Network. I will be revamping some stuff there, and hopefully bring my podcast back at a certain point, revamp. But who knows? And thanks for having me, Rob, because I wasn't gonna be on this until like 10 minutes ago, and I was like, "Fuck it."
Anytime. So full disclosure, we do invite Mo pretty often to come on these group shows. He's a busy man, so I'm glad he was able to last minute join us tonight.
Just to let everyone know, Lowe's schedules suck. Just that's all I'm gonna say.
That's why Menards is better, everybody. Menards all day. Home improvement. Yeah, so you can find me at Rob Fishbeck. Just kind of give you guys a quick rundown. We'll be covering the Golden Globes this weekend. I'll be doing some shorts. I'll be filming. I don't know if I'm going to go live or just do it pre-recorded, but I'm going to do my top 20 or top 25 films of the year that, God, we might actually get a Rob Fishbeck stream that's less than 30 minutes because I want to make it very precise.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. We'll try. We're going to give it the old college try. Yeah, and then, I got to talk to these guys and anybody else that's interested, but I'd like to do a casual, way shorter than this conversation about anticipated films of 2024. And more than likely going to be doing a post Golden Globes conversation. If anybody wants to join in on that, like an hour show, nothing crazy. But yeah. And then again, for all your upcoming awards coverage, you can check out the RFN. We'll be covering all that. Me and Della Common should be doing some music stuff here very shortly. And obviously you can catch Sir Joker with Everyday Experts and Joker and Jimmy, the Nails, for Overtly Opinionated. Me and Lego will be back here in 2 weeks to kick off Characters of Culture Season 4. Can you guys believe that? Most YouTube shows don't even last a year. And here we are all these years later. We'll be doing our RFN fundraiser, which is not to raise money for ourselves, but 100% of that money goes to pay for the yearly bill for StreamYard so we can continue to give you guys the best possible content that we can. And it also goes towards the $15 a year we got to pay for the software for Lego to make all of the thumbnails for Characters of Culture as well. So there's that. Hope to see you guys all then and all of the stuff in between. You guys have a great night, and fuck it. I'm just going to close it out with this.
Money can buy you almost anything. It can't buy you